They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. They keep running their mouth. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
Yeah, my little diva. She push 100 on the meter. We getting higher than sativa. Captain and the leader. And we only going one way. Yeah, we ain't landing on a runway. Nah, every day ain't Monday. Yeah, we be having fun by the sun rays. And it's like I'm up in the clouds and I ain't coming down. Yeah, with that brand new sound that I ain't turning down. Getting louder, do not interfere. Every single thing you need is right here. Every other word just speaks in my ear, so I don't show no fear. You can see me, I'm shining, yeah. Money in the whip, that's all about timing, yeah. You know I've been flying, I've been so high, yeah. Girl, I've been so high. Yeah, my days where you look at that. So would I throw the book at that? Booty so fat, you cook at that. Yeah, hit it from behind, make her look at that. Yeah, everything feels so infused. Got me feeling like I'm so loose. Baby girl cannot refuse. Yeah, I just need a lighter. Cause I'm up in the clouds and I ain't coming down. Nah. With a brand new sound and we ain't turning down. Getting louder, do not interfere. Every single thing you need is right here. Every other word just speaks in my ear, so I don't show no fear. You can see me, I'm shining, yeah. Money in the whip, that's all about timing, yeah. You know I've been flying, I've been so high, yeah. Girl, I've been so high. I've been so high, yeah. Girl, I've been so high. Yeah, my little diva. We getting higher than sativa. Yeah, my little diva.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to The Last Hit. We're in the final episode of the season, and it's a very special episode because we're going to be talking playoffs, but also because I'm joined by two wonderful guests. We've got Froskurin, who was also joining us in playoffs, and we've got Kelsey Moser for the second time as well, rejoining the podcast for the final episode. So, Froskurin, hey, mate, how are you doing? How is casting playoffs? How was being back in the LPL for a little bit?
Oh, it was really fun. Got to cast with you with the egg cast. Really enjoyed that one. And we did get some absolute bangers that went down to the very wire. Now, the thing that I do want to clarify, though, is whenever I use the word banger throughout the duration of this podcast, it does not imply it was a good game of League of Legends, just that it was an exciting one.
I feel like the phrase banger as well is like a disease on the community in League of Legends right now. It's like every single tweet you see has the word banger in, and I realize I'm one of the worst culprits for that. I can't stop using it. It's like I don't know, it's addictive in some way. Kelsey, how are you doing as well? Welcome back to the podcast. I know you've been watching like literally every single game of LPL this split. I've been watching your co-stream a bit. What are your big takeaways so far? Because I feel like watching every single game is a dangerous sport in the LPL.
It's very enjoyable. In a weird kind of Stockholm Syndrome way, you know, because it was like I got used to my entry into esports was basically getting up in the middle of the night before I went to work and watching the LPL, right? So it's comforting in a way to be awake when normal people aren't, and just to have your coffee and sit there and I get to talk to people in the chat, and my community is kind of a weird mixture of like your community and I think like stunts community and veterans community, so it's an interesting one, and then it kind of grew into its own thing. So it's a good time. So
yeah, I've definitely enjoyed popping in the Twitch chat and I feel like it's kind of reminiscent of the old days for both of you guys, right? Because when you go back towards the starts of your careers, it was very much staying up at obscene hours to watch the LPL, right? And I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, and I very much could be mistaken here, because I'm one of the Zoomers when it comes to the LPL, but this is a bit of a reminisce on China Talk, if I'm correct there. So this is territory that you guys are very familiar with.
Yeah, I feel like every once in a while, yeah, exactly.
Kelsey's fault.
There's always a China Talk throwback somewhere, you know. Because it's just you watch the LCS analyst desk now, and it's a China Talk throwback sometimes with Raz Emily. So we're everywhere. It's a takeover.
I just like, why couldn't we pick a better name? Like, why did we? Why that one?
There were definitely some bad ones that we thought of.
There were worse ones, yes.
At the time, I'd imagine you probably didn't think that the show would be referenced quite as often as it is. But that's life at the end of the day, isn't it? But let's talk about LPL. And we'll start off by going into our failures and faves. It's a segment we do every single week. For anyone that's just tuning in for the first time, we're going to go through and we're going to pick a failure of the week, something that we thought didn't work out, whether it's a champion, a team, a player, and then our faves as well. And we're going to do it for... You can go for the whole playoffs, you can go for the top 4, whichever direction you guys want to go in. So, Kelsey, I'll kick off with you. What was your failure for playoffs?
My failure there are just so many, you know? It's a great one. I think I'm going to go with JDG. And the only reason I'm going with JDG is because they somehow mind controlled a lot of people into thinking that they were actually good by having a end of season playoffs run where they beat almost every bottom tier team that was out of playoffs and RNG. But because they beat RNG, you know, when RNG were Blinded Gragas and Tank Tops, that was the team that was going to shit on everyone. And I remember having a really long conversation, not that long actually, just a short conversation on Twitter, where I said, actually, there are so many reasons why FPX will win this, but I'm still predicting JDG. And I don't know why I did that. I have zero idea why I did that. I literally explained every way FPX will win. And then I said, yeah, JDG's got this. So that's it's
a mind control feel.
Yeah.
You're just like, you saw the rake and you're like, well,
exactly.
My foot's going to go right
like
here.
the like I talked about before, the Stockholm Syndrome, the LPL Stockholm Syndrome, that's exactly what it is right there. It's just I've been captive to so many weird situations over the course of this league's lovely existence. So, yeah.
I feel like you're telling everyone the reasons why not to drink the Kool-Aid while taking
exactly.
a sip of Kool-Aid in between every single sentence there.
Logan's good ADC. Gulp, 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 gulp. Surely they don't need Mystic. Gulp, 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 gulp,
I'm
gulp.
a little disappointed we didn't see Mystic, actually. I'm not surprised we didn't see Mystic going into playoffs, but, you know, everyone was, like, counting down the days until the visa was done, until the quarantine was done, and then we never got to see him. And I do want to bring up the topic of JDG and dig a little bit deeper there, because I very much was aboard the hype train, and I'm obviously not an esteemed analyst like you guys are. What were the big fundamental problems for JDG coming into playoffs? Because I felt like, for me at least, it just looked like Zoom underperformed, but I feel like there's probably more to it than that.
They have one good player, Munchables. That's the problem. Right in the nutshell. Right there. They have one good player.
And he had a really good Graves game.
No, actually, we're both talking about different players. I think Zoom...
Oh god,
yeah,
did you just
killed
kill
Kanavi
Kanavi
right
like that? Because
yeah.
I agree, he is a selfish asshole about 99% of the time, but I also feel like he shows up to situations, he sees how it's gone dramatically wrong, and then he just like, he's like Trick, he turns around and he walks back into his jungle, he's like, I don't know what to do.
I think
See you guys.
it's just really funny because the hype was that JDG played really well around jungle last year. And I would go and I would watch those games and I'd just be like, this guy's full clearing and everyone else is doing level 2 ganks. That's just insane playing around jungle right there. That's what it is. That's like the sophistication. But I do think Kanavi's good. I think I had 2 JDG players on my lists, I guess, if you ignore the bottom 5 mids, which I've, in retrospect, decided to ignore the bottom 5 mids. But I had 2, I basically had 2 JDG players on my list. And I think it's very interesting because I think Kanavi is mechanically good, but I would say that most of the success of JDG that existed, and the reason why the hype was so real is because they were giving Zoom counterpick for their run, right? That's why the hype felt really exciting because it's his entire career. You wanted to see Zoom get counterpick. You wanted to see him be a selfish asshole. Speaking of selfish assholes, right? You wanted to see Zoom be the guy that says, yeah, this guy's diveable level 3, right? This guy's diveable on 4th wave. I'm going to actually crash 4th wave, which, by the way, most people don't even try to crash 4th wave, right? Intentionally. I guess top lane for sure, but it's kind of like along the lines of, okay, he actually can do this, right? He can trade off the wave, build the wave correctly, and they can set up a dive. And that kind of stuff watching was really, really beautiful to watch. And that's the stuff that everyone has wanted to see if they followed Zoom. But then it comes back to it, it's like, yeah, this guy's Odilon now. You know? He might be really, really good, but he's going to take the blind so that his bot lane can get a matchup they're comfortable with. And he's not going to be a dick about it, right? He's not going to say, jungle, come to my lane. He's going to be Zoom, so...
He's not like an Alphari where he's
exactly.
like, dog,
yeah.
jungler.
So,
Come.
he needs to be an Alphari on this team, right? This team doesn't have any real Alpharis, so yeah.
So the fundamental problem with JDG is no one's a selfish enough asshole, except for maybe Kanavi, but he's the one that's meant to be responding to the selfish assholes rather than being the selfish asshole. I feel like the title of this episode should maybe be selfish asshole. That's been the key term that we're throwing around. So let's move over to you then, Prosker. And what was your failure for playoffs so far?
I thought there was a lot of very strange drafting that happened. I don't know. Like Kelsey, I'm like, there was a lot of just classic ends. I guess I'll do it from the lens of being like the diehard EDG fan. I was really upset with JJ. I know like some people have been high on him, but every single time, and maybe I will always be biased against him because he's not clear love or God forbid Fire Lolly. But at the same time, every time I see him, I'm like, oh God, if only this team had a jungler. Oh God, if only this team had a jungler. I feel like he overforces a lot, and it's constantly like Viper and Scout trying to like out team fight or outperform just their jungler, just absolutely sprinting it sometimes in his decision making. And against like these really critical games in front of really critical moments when you're basically in a team fight meta that a lot of teams are just like stacking the neutral objectives and just like front to back team fight. This motherfucker, sorry, can I swear?
Yeah, go
this
for it.
guy will just blast it down mid lane 15 seconds before Drake spawns. It just like hard into it. You're like, well, I guess that Drake's gone. Like, we can't fight for that one. Too bad. There goes our item advantage. Like, now we're completely off. And I'm just like, stop, please, God, may But then like Scout and Viper will like pull out like an amazing team fight despite the fact that their jungler is doing nothing. He's like on Udyr just like running around, not even slapping people, just like, I don't know, Phoenix dancing in the middle of people, and it's like level 13, so he's not doing any fucking damage. Anyway, I digress. I'm upset about it. I'm a little salty.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite failures that we've ever done, because that turned into it wasn't like let's have a conversation about JJ. It's like, just give me 10 minutes here. I'm gonna rant about JJ. I've got a lot to get off my chest about JJ here.
How could you have laners so talented like Viper and Mako and Scout and still lose in the way that you do? It just like have no really semblance of a strong early game. Like EDG are usually like a quiet early game team, even though they can be. And I'm just like, can you imagine if they just had a god tier jungler on that team? It would be such a difference. Oh my God, they're in such a jungle hole, and they've had junglers as coaches before, so I don't know what the hell is going wrong.
I don't even just blame JJ for how much of a train wreck EDG's early game is, because as good as Viper and Mako are, I've seen so many situations where they're like crashing bot wave on wave 2, and then they said, let's go fight
They're
Scuttle,
really
guys.
selfish.
And then everyone dies.
They're like against a Kai'Sa, and they're like, let's just go isolate ourselves in river and fight this Kai'Sa.
So that's why, even though the narrative is that, you know, they play scaling, they play front to back, it's like, no, they don't. They need pickups. They need to be able to skirmish earlier. It's just doomed, guys. It's just over. They need set. They need Kai'Sa. They need to pop off like that. Yeah. So
Alistar.
Yeah. I love that with EDG in the conversation. The way that because obviously I'm fairly new to the LPL scene in the grand scheme of things, and when I talk to people that started watching LPL at a similar time frame to me, there's a specific view of EDG, and the longer somebody has been watching the LPL, the more like tainted that view of EDG is, and the more like, I guess, frustrated that view of EDG is as well. I mean, we all know on Twitter people go absolutely nuts for EDG, and
listen. EDG gives TSM fans hope because they know that eventually their team should come back around. You have like your heyday where it feels great to be a TSM fan, then they kind of disappear. It's a very, very dark time, especially internationally. But just hold out, TSM fans. Eventually, you'll pop back up.
I think
the thing is, the eventual pop back up was to just lose in the lower bracket and not make finals after being the second seed.
Listen, TSM spent a lot of money on a support. EDG spent a lot of money on an AD carry. One of them got them farther.
Yeah, I would say EDG is almost a unique creature in that regard, because I remember my peak EDG frustration was when I wrote an article called Edward Gaming and the Lose to Improve Fallacy. Just because this idea was, I remember being...
Just call it sandbagging.
Exactly. I remember being at the LPL press conference after EDG went like 2-3 versus WE in the first round when they had a really explosive season where they were really dominant for most of it. And it was just, now that they've lost, they'll learn stuff, and that was the narrative from journalists, from analysts, from everywhere. And then I listened to Clearlove in the commentary, and he was like, "Yeah, I just played worse today," and I was just like, "Are you kidding me? They don't learn things. They're gonna play the same exact way again." Oh, it's a good time.
This is the thing. The more interaction that you have with pro players, and don't get me wrong, there are some really smart and very eloquent pro players, but there are also some really dumb motherfuckers out there that literally know nothing about what is happening outside of just like their lane, their micro mechanics, and they're just like, yeah, we lost this game because I just played worse on the day, and if I just played better on the day, we would. I'm just like, what? And so that's why it's always really funny sometimes to like listen to caster or analysts, like we all do it, and you just like you try to make something into like a way over complex situation when sometimes someone just got dumped. Sometimes someone had a really bad night of sleep. Sometimes someone was really pissed off at his teammate for something completely unrelated, and that guy decided to end it 0-6. And like, it's hard because you can't really talk about it, but it is absolutely a reality.
And a lot of the time as well, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. So even if that is the case, it's like nobody knows what's going on. So it's, yeah.
Someone's raiding the Red Bull fridge.
The reality is often
someone's raiding the Red Bull fridge at 8 o'clock at night. You know tomorrow's going to be rough. That's all I'm saying.
You really would have to be a monster to raid the energy drink.
Exactly. Thank you for the plug.
Or should I say a warhorse?
I'm exclusively
G-fuel, monster here, so we're all good. It's fine. That's why I used Red Bull in a negative connotation, right? Because no one ever drinks Monster at a bad time.
Yeah, who drinks battery acid? Come on.
I'm yet to be sponsored by an energy drink, but if anyone's listening,
anyone's
listening who wants to get involved here. Let's talk favorites though. Let's turn this to a positive side of the conversation. So we'll go back to you this time, Kelsey. What was your favorite? Which player, which team, which champion? Like, what was the best thing for you in playoffs so far?
Oh yeah, for sure. I actually
You said positive.
I feel like I have to do this. I feel like I have to do this because I spent the entire season flaming him. The same way Frost talked about how if only this team had a good jungler, I've been that way about RNG's bottom laner. They're 80 carry. But I feel like
That's true.
He had one good series.
I feel like in playoffs though, he actually played a lot better than I thought he was going to. Like, he actually played really well comparatively, and he wasn't as much of a liability. Granted, he's had a lot of Kai'Sa games, so that's almost a given there. But I would say that even on champions that I didn't expect him to play well, like for example, there's the image of him playing Xayah and like ulting backwards after getting hit by the Seraphine charm. That was a fun one. But the big one for me was just he actually played that champion better in playoffs. He actually seems to have kind of found, like, the narrative about Gala is like, oh, he's so clutch, but it actually kind of almost felt real here. So for me, I'll say I'm actually kind of happy that Gala showed up a lot more. It gives me hope that if RNG's drafts aren't completely awful versus FPX, that we'll actually have a more competitive series. So I'll pick Gala. There we go.
Listen, he deleted Facebook, he lawyered up, he hit the gym, he was ready for playoffs.
I feel like he officially has more than one champion, and that's a positive step.
Yeah, it's Xayah and Kai'Sa.
I'll give him Tristana
It was just
before
Kai'Sa
Xayah
before.
most of the time, but
I don't know. After watching the LPL playoffs, like, I have such a hate relationship with Tristana now. I'm like, just stop picking it because they always try to buffer out of any sort of CC and they never get out. And I'm just like, just stop, please, God, please stop.
I have to say,
I used to love
I'm
Tristana.
amazed at how quickly Tristana has gone from like this must pick, dumpsters every lane, wins every game champion to suddenly I'm like, maybe this actually sucks. Maybe it just took a little bit of time for everyone to figure out how to play against Tristana again, but it feels like it loses every game.
I don't feel like it's like playing against Tristana. So here's the thing. I'm an 80 carry main and I play very easy mechanical champions. And Tristana is one of them because you could basically just like kill people and not really, you could fuck your combo, 10 ways to Sunday and you can still burst someone because she has like such high kill range. But the thing is like the one mechanic that you have to understand is the animation and the buffer on the jump, which means like kind of like Vel'Koz, you have to put time into the champion to get it right and you have to know a lot of matchups. So like you could still see, I don't know, like any 80 carry is going to pop off like when Viper's playing Tristana, you just have 20 million range. You just like right-clicking people and just destroying them. But whenever it comes to needing to use that buffer correctly, unless you're a Tristana player, you're getting smacked every single time. These motherfuckers will be like just halfway through a jump and just, nope, dead. And they'll have their flash and they'll die because like, I can rocket jump out of this. No, you can't. It's not instantaneous. Anyway,
I think there's a bonus part to that conversation as well in that it's when it's specifically this Tristana versus Kai'Sa matchup, Nautilus becomes a really high priority support. I think it's a super underrated support because not only is it good with the Kai'Sa, but it also is really, really good at stopping Tristana being able to do the buffer jump, right? Because you hook, she buffers it, but then you can get the auto in the W animation and cancel the jump completely. And Rel can do
I also
some
think
things.
that Kai'Sa in general is also just really good in a lot of 1v1 scenarios depending on what itemization she's going to go for, and like Tristana and Ezreal as champions who have like good disengages on them and try to use like their range to keep you at arm's length, like as soon as Kai'Sa isolates anyone, she's basically just Vayne on steroids. She's like, haha, by the way, this isn't a front to back team fight, see ya sucker. So if you have multiple damage threats, a Kai'Sa is always going to be better than a Tristana because she's just going to go kill the 80 carry and then your multiple damage threats can just tackle and collapse however you want. And if you're playing a front to back composition that has a hyper carry like Tristana that needs her to survive and set your tank line, well, now you just got a bunch of beefy boys.
I also think
and
the
they're
way
not
that you
do
watch
anything.
the lane matchup, like one unfortunate part of Tristana is that she can't take advantage of a bad lane scenario as well because one, she can't freeze, and yeah, she can't freeze,
hold
and
the wave,
two, because of Kai'Sa, the way Kai'Sa's Q works, she's very rarely diveable. So if you're playing Tristana, a lot of times you're playing Tristana to stack a wave and then call your jungler, go for a dive because you can't freeze and you can't deny the enemy ADC that way. Like Kai'Sa just like Qs the wave, usually paired with like an Alistar or something like that also has difficulty getting dove, and yeah, so then she's just
champion.
safe and you get to team fights and then she kills someone, right? So whereas Tristana...
And she's strong in lane phase, she's strong on first item, she's strong on second item, she's strong on 3 items. Like Kai'Sa never has a weak point.
So as soon as I think people started to play that lane dynamic better, we saw the frequent Kai'Sa versus Tristana matchup go a little bit more often to the Kai'Sa side. So yeah.
All right, well, we got a little in-depth look at the 80 carry pool that I wasn't expecting off the back of that conversation. So let's return to failures and faves. We'll go to you finally, Froscarin, for your favorite of playoffs to round out the conversation.
Who did I really... I still really like Viper. I am really sad that he's not in finals because I just think that he's so ridiculously talented. It's been a long time that I've been like that impressed with a mechanical ADC and just like his individual decision making, especially in fights. That said, I am really excited to see FPX. I think like FPX have outclassed everyone to a massive degree in pretty much like every single position, as well as drafting and team fight. Like I was looking at the finals, I was like, ooh, I don't think that there's any way that anyone other than FPX wins this. Like I think it's really scary right now. So hopefully they continue to play, watch them like come in and like TN just like completely shit the bed or something, I don't know. And they just like fall flat, they get like 3-0'd by RNG and people will be like, what? Frost told us that FPX was good. I promise. They are good. I don't know if they'll show up on finals, but I hope
that's a point that you bring up that I think is a really interesting point in this playoff specifically, is I feel like almost every team has been super inconsistent. Like FPX, I feel like has been the most consistent out of the teams, but like RNG, EDG, Top Esports, there are some games where they look amazing, and other games where they just draft completely different to how you expect them to draft, or they just play completely different to how you expect. It feels like there's this bizarre thing just in between, not even between series, in between different games. It feels like we're seeing different versions of the teams come on, which more so than I think we usually see in a playoffs. Like last year, it felt fairly consistent that JDG and Top Esports would be able to just destroy every other team. This time around, coming into the top 4, it was way harder to predict who were actually going to be the good teams, and the results were way different to most predictions, I think. Do you guys think that's a fair assessment, or would you disagree?
So I think the one thing that I'll always say, it feels normal, but it feels weird because of the regular season we had. I think the regular season we had was really, most matchups were really one-sided, really easy to predict, a lot of 2-0s, and then we got here and there's a lot more like weird LPL shenanigans. The other thing I'll say is that usually LPL teams just kind of are good at self-diagnosing and then just really staying to what they're doing, even if the meta changes or whatever. But there's every team that you can think of, and we can do an experiment but you'll be able to know, okay, this is a perfectly reasonable draft for a team, and any kind of team that you can think of, right? Just any team could reasonably pick this draft, but you know right away that's the draft that's going to lose this team the game, you know? For RNG, it's like they blind their top laner, or they don't have Kai'Sa, right? They probably lose that game. For EDG, it's they pick Azir or a bunch of champions that need 2 to 3 items to succeed. But you know
They've got no CC on any of their
exactly.
champions.
You know they're gonna lose that game. I mean, that draft is less reasonable, but like the one of the drafts, I think, what was it, game 1 draft, where it's like, this draft actually looks really reasonable. Oh wait, and the RNG draft looks awful. But then it's like, oh, I forgot about Scout's Azir, guys, and then immediately runs into the Olaf melee
Top river skirmish. He pushes him.
It's like, oh right, Scout's Azir.
It was the fight. It was the fight just outside Herald as well, where they're like already outnumbered, and Scout's like, yeah, but we could probably
time to 1v1
still
Olaf.
goes in anyway
On Doran's ring.
It was something to behold. Yeah, Scout had a rough game on Azir, that is for sure. Let's talk about the bracket then. Let's talk about some of these individual series, because I think, as you guys rightly said, FPX definitely the team to talk about right now, definitely the favorite in the bracket, and importantly, already went through 4 rounds of playoffs. I think that's something people seem to have forgotten about FPX when talking about them, is that they started round 2 of this playoffs. This was a team that only just got TN back, only just started performing again. Like, they had a really, really rough split with all the jungle changes and whatnot, and it feels like something just clicked. And the second they got into playoffs, from that RA series onwards, it felt like the team was just magically back on form. And I wondered if you guys have any, like, aside from just TN is back, if there's any reasoning outside of that you think that this team started performing again, because it didn't feel like it was just jungle issues throughout the split, right? It felt like Nuguri had issues, felt like the bot lane had issues in some series as well. Like, what would you say changed coming into playoffs?
Well, I'm sure Kelsey will have a much more like eloquent answer in terms of like evolution and dynamics and like change, but I guess when it comes to predicting things like playoffs, and this is obviously easier in like hindsight 2020 to like see FPX return to form, and you can almost never do this. Like, it almost never works that this is what you're able to do. But I would ask like both of you, if all of these teams were in their best form that you know, the absolute ceiling that you've seen, would you have predicted anyone but FPX? Because if you're looking at the best form of EDG with this roster, I'm like, that's still never going to be better than the best form of FPX with like Nagari on form, Tien in form, Doim, like even LWX is like popping off and just like destroying people. Crisp is looking phenomenal, like RNG in best form. Like, even over the course of the amazing season that they had, you're still like, yeah, but you know, Gala doesn't really match up to that bot lane. And so again, like you were saying, Munch, there's so many inconsistencies, but if you ever did get a scenario where you're like, I just need to predict who's going to be the best possible team in the ceiling, and that should be what we're able to do, but again, it almost never works out like that, then I think the only answer you could have is FPX by a huge margin. I think that individually by their players and in their 2v2 bot lane, I think the only role that they really can get outclassed in, just in brute force, is mid lane, but like Doinby obviously offers like so many other things that can compensate for that. But like outside of that, I'm like, I think their bot lane, while it's not my favorite bot lane in the LPL, still really solid. Their jungler, when he's playing his best, is incredible, and I think they have the best top laner in the world when he decides to show up.
Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, I'm pretty sure when I did my player rankings, the FPX team, and I rated Bo and not Tien because Tien didn't have enough footage, right? And Beitron was not it, but I rated pretty much. It was the only team where I rated a player from every position on FPX in my rankings, and except for EDG, and I had EDG as my 8th top laner, which may be contentious. But the fact is that probably like pound for pound, like all of those players, if you put them together, they have the highest like individual player ceiling. So I definitely, when we had these conversations, it was like TES, FPX, or EDG are probably the only teams that can realistically win playoffs. RNG, as great as they've looked in regular season, there's always like I call it a snake effect from like 2015, where this team looks really, really good in regular season, winning all the time, immediately.
They just got Xerath banned.
Exactly,
but
they're going to fall off. Like, there's going to be a series in playoffs where they just get BTFO'd, and that definitely happened for RNG, right? So, for me, they were always kind of like, that was the team where the shoe was going to fall, like them and Rare Atom, I think, for me. So then ultimately it came down to, okay, so it's going to be one of these 3 teams. It just kind of matters whether or not TS actually get their shit together, you know, or not, which is TES, so probably not. And they're still working on issues with their rookie support and everything else. So, yeah.
But just to like build off of what Kelsey just said, and I think that's really interesting then when you look into, you know, okay, so it's RNG and FPX in the finals. Well, then if you look at the teams that RNG went through to get to this position, or if we look at kind of like the other teams, you know, the top esports and EDG, in those teams' losses, I feel like, yes, there were times that they were outplayed, but a lot of the time, or at least in my opinion, majority of the mistakes that caused their losses were mistakes that they themselves were making, and that the other team was just punishing, rather than the other team forcing them to make choices.
Yeah.
And like just outplaying them. You know, this is EDG overrunning it. This is top esports being like, the dive will work this time.
I mean, that's been the story of top esports like forever, though, right? Like, this is a team that wins because they won and they lose because they lost, right? Like, pretty much that has just been top esports in a nutshell. And I would say, when you were talking about like rosters you can imagine winning the trophy, I would say top esports is one of those rosters that could be in the conversation. But as you're rightly saying, Kelsey, a lot of that depends on how well Draw fits into the picture. And I think that's like a larger project, right? And I mean, I was still a little bit heartbroken that we never got to see Sword Art going over to top esports. I think that could have been the perfect reunion of Sword Art and Casa, and it could have been something magical. I don't know whether that would have actually worked, but it works in my head, and I can dream about that at night. But certainly in some of those series, especially, I mean, RNG versus top esports, I think was a bit of a weird series where there was a lot of fumbling around. Obviously, 369 didn't have a good series for himself. But that series especially, I felt like, showed a lot of the issues that top esports have had across the course of this year, and showed a lot of the problems where, like, if individuals don't just pop off and win the game by themselves, it feels like it all very rapidly falls apart for top
You know that?
It was the Malphite game.
You know that copy pasta? That
I saw you look at it.
Yeah. You know that copy pasta that's like Team X is great as long as they work on communication, coordination. That is TES though. Like, unironically, that's actually TES. They are a great team if they work on literally everything game knowledge related. Like, absolutely. Yeah.
But that's why I think so.
Everyone does, but they're so fun to watch.
It's
like a train wreck.
I love them so much.
They kind of remind me of G2 in a sense of like how easily they would like kind of smash through people. Because the thing about top esports is like unfortunately they'll never really get better unless they themselves like go through like a dramatic thing at kind of like the helm, because they'll never be punished for the things that they do wrong. Like obviously in playoffs like they'll lose like the best of fives, and but like, you know, in regular season games, like if they make stupid choices or do the wrong thing, it doesn't matter because they're good enough that they can just get away with it. And so like the coach is sitting behind them like, no, please God, don't, what are you doing, you can't. And then top esports are like, but it worked. What do you mean? I got the quadra kill, coach.
Yeah, it's like how do you tell Jackie Love that he shouldn't E forward when all of the big moments in the past have been from him Eing forwards, right? Like it's one of those conversations where there's an extent to which this player's never going to quite listen to you.
But I do think kind of one of the biggest issues that I see with them having, that even if they just fixed this one thing, which is why I think top esports, in my opinion, are almost like the most, not draft reliant team, but like champion reliant team, is that because they know certain champions or what the responsibilities are on these champions really well, and we know that they're mechanically very, very gifted. It's like the difference on seeing 369, like his Malphite. I'm just like, don't play Malphite. Yep. Just stop, because you don't understand that champ. He doesn't know what his responsibility is to his team, to those team fights, what he needs to be doing. And it's obviously like super clear cut in a Malphite. Press R, throw your face in it. But it never happened. Whereas like if he's on something like a gang, or even his Gnar. Gnar's a good example. Like, and he uses Gnar completely different than probably how he's like, I'll 1v1 you motherfucker. Like he's flying past towers. He's like waddling you down with his stupid little boomerang. Like, yeah, he can do like the big mega Gnars, but it's his 1v1 ability with that champion and how he really knows it. And in this meta, until 369 learns how to be a good initiator, learns how to be good at zone control, learns how to be a good tank player, then they weren't ever going to be successful. And I think that's like, again, one of the best things about FPX is that all of those players really can play multiple different styles and know what their responsibilities. You know, when Doiby's playing Karma versus playing Rumble, he knows how he should be playing not only like his lane and his matchups, but what his responsibility is to his team at any time. Same thing with Nagari. When he's playing Aurelia versus playing the Ornn or the Gnar, like, he knows what he should be doing, and so their team fights can look crisp and clean. Whereas, like, if top esports are on, you saw it, when they played their comfort champions, it didn't matter if that composition was so out of meta, because they know exactly what those champions are supposed to do, and they just flex on
It's interesting though, because I would say that if we talk about, like, the tank tops being an issue, FPX have basically played almost zero tanks in playoffs. They're like the one team that has literally just not played tanks. So when we go back to the closest thing is maybe Set, right? And Gnar. So when we go back to the comment I made earlier, which is just, you know, the draft that's going to make this team look like shit. I feel like we don't exactly know the FPX draft that's going to make them lose, because we haven't seen them do it, right? We just haven't seen them kind of fall on their faces. You can kind of speculate as to what it might be, but we haven't really seen them do it yet. I think you can kind of also think Tien gets on a really mechanical champ because he's been having like wrist issues or something like that. Maybe that's something that'll happen, but they haven't done it.
Well, luckily for him, Udyr is
Udyr, Hecarim.
That's not a big concern right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Lucky for a lot of junglers that like Udyr, Hecarim, and Skarner are meta. No one can tell right now.
I never want to see him play Hecarim again. Please stop. Never again.
Yeah, we're in one of those metas where it's like, why be good when you can be Udyr? So I want to stick to this. There's been a theme across the course of these conversations of top laners, right? And I want to delve a little bit further into RNG's top laner, specifically Xiaohu, and kind of do a bit of a diagnosis of what this split has looked like, because a lot of people, I know on Reddit, there's a lot of people saying he's unarguably the best top laner in the league now, and I know that's a very controversial opinion. So I want to get your guys' takes on this, because I know like Lyric and Dagda not as hot on he's the best in the league kind of conversation, but
it would be what you would like weigh as what you're looking for in a good top laner. Like Xiaohu, I think is, in my opinion, undoubtedly probably the best Lucian top player that I've ever seen. Like his ability to mechanically play on that limit of the champion of like dashing forward, dashing out, maximizing his damage output, creating crazy plays, like really good. But am I only a team then that plays Lucian top and that's it?
Have we
Because
become
if
IG?
so, I could maybe get away with it. But if not, I still think that, there's so many different things for so many different top laners, and then like what Kelsey was talking about earlier, are you getting an Odoamne top laner who will sacrifice their champion pool to make sure that you get a priority for your bot lane across map, and then you can play weak side and you understand how to create zone and manage your wave and communicate to your jungler and like do all of those things? Or are you getting more of a top laner who's like, I need counter pick every single game and I must only play these 3 champions and you have to come up here on the stacked wave and we must dive him, and if it doesn't work, fuck all of you because I'm gonna do it again.
So I ended up saying that I think I'm always going to say Zoom is the best top laner in LPL. It's the reality of how I judge players, how I rate players.
Even after this
Yeah,
playoffs.
I always say Zoom is. And just even looking at his pro views and how he managed, like, every time I watch a Zoom pro view, I learn something new about how lanes can be played. Like, honestly, just straight up. His wave management is really good. He really understands matchups, and I think like if you watch him on a good flanking champion, and his just factor in terms of how he's playing fights is always going to be really solid. I always love the Odoamne top laners. I think that they always are, like the guys that I would say can carry from Survive side, just have a really strong understanding of their champion and how their matchup and how their everything works. But you also know that they have those moments where if you do like give them counterpick, they can like set up the wave really well for a dive. They can really exert that kind of pressure. They just don't, because I think it's almost impossible to get someone who will consistently do that while also having the other skill, because they have to train that other skill much more. So I will always pick Zoom for that, and Xiaohu is definitely not that guy, but I still said that he was like the best top laner of the spring. Just because I would say that RNG do not win if they have any other top lane. They don't win any near as many games, and that's just because I think Xiaohu is like the best side lane player in the LPL. He really understands like the pressure he can exert when he needs to crash the wave, and then Fog, how he can drag people across the map. And because again, I wish this team had an AD carry, but also, more importantly, I would say in fights, we see Cryan fall apart a lot more than some of the top tier mids. He's definitely the worst mid on the top teams, right? So I would say that they find ways to navigate and avoid situations where they're going to be kind of tested in those moments because of how well Xiaohu plays side lanes. And when Cryan is put in those same situations where he has to exert side pressure, like we've seen him play Victor, we've seen him play these champions that can win side. Renekton also, I think we've seen him play, but he won't have the same ability to kind of create almost like a seesaw system on the map that they will when Xiaohu has that kind of agency. And so for me, that skill like ended up making him really, and he also really understands trades in lane. Like his wave management, I don't think is great in the long lane yet. But he understands trades to Frost's point, where it's just like he can really min-max and punish certain trades. Almost to like a bin-esque way on certain champions. So for me, that was why I had Xiaohu as the best top laner for spring. Yeah.
So he's
Can
this...
you imagine if Xiaohu and Rookie were on the same team and just how much map pressure they can exert together?
But now it can happen.
The Shy and Xiaohu not too dissimilar. The problem is, in that scenario, does Xiaohu end up getting put on Sion like the Shy's been put on Sion so many games across the course of this?
I think
I don't know. It's
the Shy thinks that he's Zoom. I think, like in his head, the Shy is Zoom. Like I'm going to take the blind pick top so that my terrible, awful bot lane can get a matchup that works. And I'm going to play it perfectly in K from behind, and I'm the only one who's going to be able to hear the Sion ult anyway.
That does tie in nicely. There was an interview with the Shy. I think it was just after Worlds, or maybe it was just after regionals finished last year, and he was saying like how he was gonna keep on playing until Rookie stopped playing so that he could get Rookie another trophy. And it's like that was it struck me at the time as like being a very selfless thing for the Shy to say when you think about the Shy as a very selfish player, right? And that does fit quite nicely with the idea of him playing Sion to try and set up the rest of the team. Maybe the Shy is growing as a player. I don't want to talk too much about the Shy.
I'm pretty sure that's what he thinks that he's doing, because he thinks his bot lane can't handle it if they're on a matchup other than a matchup that they want. I think he's actually said that thing, so he's willing to blind and play the top side. I'll have to find that interview and link it to you, but I'm pretty sure he's said almost exactly that. So there you go. It's not a selfless thing. He just thinks that he's the only one who can handle Survive Side on his team. So.
All right. So it's I'm the main.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead,
but continue.
Ultimately, the conclusion's the same. Just the logic to get there is a bit different. Let's kind of return to the conversation of the bracket, if that's okay with you guys, because we've got about 15 minutes left. So let's talk EDG RNG. Because I think that was one of the more... I think that was quite a disappointing series for a lot of people. Frosk, I'm going to come to you here because I know... I'm sure you'll have been disappointed. But from my perspective, Game 1 and 2 felt like EDG just didn't play. What happened?
Ran it. Sprinted. If only we had a jungler. Now, I think there were a lot of problems. I didn't think that was necessarily like really high level series. It was cool that it went to 5 games, but the way that especially the first 2 games, I'm like, wow, EDG are just absolutely running it, and RNG are just like mouth open wide as EDG are like, here comes the plane, here, eat up your Cheerios. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It felt like the drafts were super weird as well from EDG in the first 2 games specifically. It felt like Game 3 they kind of woke up, and like the last 3 games of the series, I felt like that was what the whole series should have been, and it was exciting, it was close, and there were good games there. But the first 2 games, I forget the drafts specifically, but I seem to remember just thinking, what was the plan here? What was the goal? Like, I think it was the blind Sejuani top and things like this just didn't make sense to me. And I know Nelson, I'm sure, is all aboard the Flandre train, right? And we've been talking about top laners today, but Flandre in this series didn't seem to tick many boxes.
He hasn't ticked many boxes for me all of playoffs, so that's why I rated, or all of the season. That's why I rated him 8th. I didn't actually. So I looked at the initial draft, and I actually was like, yeah, I actually think this is better for EDG. Because if you look at it from the flip side, they have Olaf with no prio lanes. Yeah, RNG have. Yeah, in the first game draft, they have Olaf with no prio lanes. So they should have, like, EDG should have a fair amount of agency here. They also have Galio into dive comp. They have basically a lot of things that are good for them. I hate Nocturne first pick, but Nocturne can actually do decently in some of these situations. So Victor is like good into dive, but they don't have to dive because they have Azir, they have Lilia. But the thing is that they actually just ran it. I think if you just go watch that game, there's no better way to analyze it than EDG shouldn't fight here. Okay, they fought here. Cool. They died. Nice. Now RNG just won the game, I think. That's probably the best way that I can to break down that first game. So yeah, I don't think either draft looks great. If I picked either of those team comps for my team, I would be saying... Yeah, I don't feel great, but I would not say that the reason they lost that game was because of the draft. So, yeah.
Okay, so bigger issues than just the draft. But it was RNG that made it in the end. And that does lead us round now to the final. We've talked a lot about FPX and how we've basically only had positive things to say about FPX, right? RNG is a bit of a different story. After an amazing split, come into the bracket, and we've seen RNG and FPX play before, and RNG got spanked 3-0, went to the lower bracket, and have struggled to beat every single team on the way. And it feels like when you look at the track record for FPX and how well they've done against every single team on the journey, and then you look at the trajectory for RNG, and they've struggled against each of those teams on the journey, suddenly this, especially when you factor in the 3-0, this series... prediction-wise, feels very one-sided, right? I feel like it's quite difficult to find a way to justify, in my mind at least, an RNG prediction in this final.
I mean, I think that that's obviously like safe money, but you would hope that RNG wouldn't go out. I think if RNG fans want to take comfort in anything, it's going back and looking through the drafts of like what RNG tried to do against FPX and recognizing that they did not have the right read on what they wanted for their top laner. I think the last pick, Ornn, the blind picks Gnar, the fact that Nagari just like ate that shit up and took it every time. I don't expect RNG to lose in the same way. That said, I still expect RNG to lose. But let's say this. If they do the same shit that they did the first time against FPX, I'm mad. I'm actually upset. Like, I'm gonna lose it on the desk. I'll be so upset. But yeah, probably still gonna be like a 3-1 or a 3-0, but it'll probably happen through bot lane, maybe through the jungle a little bit. Maybe there's a top lane that goes right or wrong, but if they just straight lose through just shit tier top lane picks into Nagari and let him just like snowball a game,
you
I'm
say
done,
this, but what did they have in the last game that they won against EDG Frost? They had a blind Gnar.
And
yep,
a Corki
they had blind
too.
Gnar and Corki. Oh my god. I said, you can't. I actually tweeted when I saw the draft, I said, they blind picked Corki. I'm going to bed. And then they won the game. I was like, how is this allowed? How is this permitted?
Yeah. It does feel like they've got away with a lot of things. So for RNG fans then that are listening at home, what is the solace? How do they win this? If the stars were to align and for RNG to actually win this final, what is it that has to happen for this team to be the one that comes out on top?
Who wants to go first? Kelsey, do you want to go first? Do you want to take a
I
stab
can
at
take
it?
a stab. I would say if we're looking at the way that FPX played their last series, they had some really curious moments as well. I think that if they're probably best off looking for situations where they can pick, excuse me, where they can pick like a top jungle 2v2, right? As RNG, that's really, really strong. Go for the red side and just play the way that they would regular season, because I actually have a theory on the Nuguri thing where I don't think it actually will work for RNG to do this, because I think that the way that he was playing when he had Beichuan indicates that he's really bad at reading the enemy jungle for himself and is really reliant on how his jungler calls the pathing of the enemy jungler. So that
I mean, that was like the joke for a long time that he would
Yeah.
go like 0-3 in lane,
So-
but then still.
he plays the wave much better. He played the wave much better with both Bo and Tien than he did with Beichuan. So that's what makes me think, okay, he's just not, like, Beichuan can't track jungle and he can't track jungle, so it's a problem, but Bo and maybe Tien are doing like the heavy lifting for him. But he still has those moments where he's just going to play like a psychopath in lane and then he'll die 3 or 4 times and you get a lead that way. Xiaohu has side pressure and you can play out the game. So there's still an angle and a way for them to go through, and as much as you can look at these teams and say RNG's bot lane is going to be a liability, I feel like Gala hasn't played as a liability to such an extent that you would say that he is, especially versus LWX. And both and Ming and Crisp are the best supports of the LPL season. I think no one disagrees with that at all. And so the biggest question mark for me actually is going to mid lane. I think mid lane is kind of the scariest point, because I just don't think Cryan has a champion pool that's going to punish Doinb. And if Doinb wants to play the FPX style that won them worlds, it's really, really fashionable right now. 3v3 is mid. Just have support roam off of Cryo, go mid with jungle, skirmish, get a lead that way. And I don't think that Cryan has a champion pool that's going to let him match up well to do that. He's not going to get to win the early skirmishes around mid. So for me, unless I see a new dimension from Cryan, that's going to be my biggest question mark and my reason they can't win. So if they want to win, then I guess teach Cryan Akali or teach Cryan Kiana, see what he does, you know? Have fun, guys. Let's see how it goes.
Considering this was a question of how does RNG win, that was a very FPX favored answer.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that
confidence
I'm
for
just saying
RNG.
that it's actually not that bad for RNG as you might think. Just in terms of like looking at their roster and how they play out games, the problem is just going to be Find a mid jungle 2v2 that works for you. Whether that's like Olaf Oriana, maybe it's Syndra Oriana, you know? He played Ryze actually decently for a bit.
Syndra
Or
Oriana.
Syndra Olaf.
It's really good.
They can run Syndra Oriana, just probably not in jungle. But in top lane. I think we want to go, but just find you a mid jungle 2v2 that works for you, right? Like you need something like that to win this game.
Okay, bit of early game power. I'm with you. Frosk, over to you. Have you got any further diagnosis, or do you just concur on this one?
I mean, I think I agree with Kelsey that Cryan leaves much to be desired. I think that the best champion that he's had in playoffs so far, and not because he plays it well, but just because it does damage whether he's doing anything or not, is actually Victor. Yep. Oh, he had a really good Galio game.
He played
I think
Renekton.
Galio could be really interesting, but it's obviously a little... He did. He did lock in that champion. No, I think things that I like about Cryan is I think his zone control is really good. I think that he can create space well. Like, he's not a knockover dominoes type of player. He's a guy who can set dominoes up, but he needs help doing so. Like, he's not good enough to do it all by himself. But, you know, if you put him on something like a Galio or a Victor, he can just, like, you know, chase LWX around with a Chaos Storm, or, like, throw down a gravitational field and do nothing, like, miss his laser completely, Q someone and speed himself up into, like, certain death. But, I just want to see him on, like, a team fighting zone control mid laner. I want to see Xiaohu not get bodied in lane. I do really like Kelsey's point of having a stronger 2v2 topside. Unfortunately, I feel like RNG don't realize that that's what they
no idea
need
why
to
they
do,
don't realize
and
that.
they will pick something really strange. And if they ever try to play through bot side, I'm really afraid for them. Like, I think Ming is good, but LWX and Crisp they're psychos. Don't go near that lane. And if you are putting all of your resources bot side and Xiaohu goes even in lane, I don't think he's enough to, like, hard carry it. So it's like, I agree with Kelsey that there's, like, a very specific lens where you're like, if the stars align just right on the second Tuesday of every third month and there's an eclipse, yes, RNG could win it. But to do that 3 times in a best of 5 series, which is why I'm like, it's probably a 3-1.
If there's an eclipse and there's still a black hole in mid lane, unfortunately, so that happens.
But Kelsey is right. If we have both teams playing at their absolute best and you come off the back of an RNG victory, it's probably because Xiaohu was playing a side lane really well, had a ton of pressure, and Cryan was on, like, a team fighting mid laner, and that's how RNG won. They were able to, like, rip FPX around into a bad fight and then, like, kind of one off of a bad fight or one off of a backdoor. Like, that's what that would look like. Whereas, like, if you're seeing FPX win, they can probably do it with a ton of different champions, like, kind of the same styles of compositions, but it's, you know, divide and conquer. We smash you here, we take a skirmish here, or get fucked, Cryan, here's 20 people mid lane.
Yeah, I'm definitely on board with you there. So we're starting to run out of time, so I'm just gonna finally ask you guys for some predictions. And Frosco, you already said yours, but I'll just give you another opportunity to just say it and how you anticipate it going out, and then I'll give it over to Kelsey, and then we'll round out the episode. So Frosk, over to you for your prediction for finals.
Well, I'll be confident. I think it's a 3-0. No, it'll probably be a 3-1, but I'm going to say 3-0.
Okay, 3-0.
I was also going to say 3-0 because I feel like what actually happened to RNG is that they scrimmed FPX and weren't able to win 2v2's topside, and so they gave up. So...
Oh no!
Because there's no other explanation for those drafts.
Were they on opposite sides of the bracket too?
Yeah, but
no, they're on the
RNG.
same side. Okay,
well, yeah,
that's
it's
less...
double elims. So
yeah, RNG still
sides really.
RNG still weren't. It could have been in regular season, right? Because they played FPX earlier, all those sorts of things. So that's my thought process. But yeah, I'm also going to say 3-0. Unfortunately, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to sprinkle a little bit of hope for RNG fans. I think they win 1 game.
Wow.
Because it's the LPL and it's messy.
So optimistic.
But that's all the logic I've got.
Actually, I should be picking 3-2s only because, you know, that's what we've had. But there we go.
That's true. Well, actually, except for when these two teams face, in which case FPX absolutely dumpstered RNG.
Wait, here's the question. I don't actually watch that. I don't watch any LCK. Sorry, LCK fans.
Watch
Kelsey,
what?
do you
Sorry.
watch it?
LCK? Oh, I
LCK?
haven't. I've watched a lot of it in playoffs, but I haven't watched most of regular season. So
Are Dom one that scary? Because the thing is like right now I'm like FPX are so scary that if they go I'm like congratulations LPL, but I just the one question mark is because I haven't watched any of Dom
I
1.
don't
like,
feel
are they still
confident
just...
in enough in my Damwon VOD review yet, which I'm just gonna do a lot of VOD review streams probably. By the way, leading up to MSI, to make a to make a confident prediction, but I think that it.
Do you wanna give a quick shout out to your channel?
Sure. Twitch.tv/KARONMOSER. My name is K Aaron.
Karen?
I think so for me, the thing about Damwon that's really interesting to me is that we do still get like the mid game Fiesta fights that Damwon had early on, and I feel like their early game is like not as overwhelming. So I actually do kind of favor FPX a little bit, just because that's there right now at the moment, just because I think the meta is going back to slightly creeping back towards the meta that won them Worlds, right? So
Kelsey knows the audience.
Obviously, of
she's
course.
talking to,
But that's where I am, and I was so dismissive of FPX when they actually did win Worlds, but I'm telling myself now, if the same circumstances align again, I'm not going to dismiss them again, right? So we're FPX, we're on the FPX train, guys. Let's go.
They'll do that same thing where they come into groups and they just
of course.
shit the bed, and then as soon as it comes into knockouts, they're like, we're gods again.
I remember doing pick'ems after watching half of groups. Or maybe it was after
You watch them lose to
I was
Splice, you're like, what's
This
happening?
team sucks. Forget FPX, and like predicted that they didn't even make it out of groups, and then I was like, unbelievable.
I was such
wrong.
we are
Sorry, we are unfortunately out of time. I do have to wrap up the episode. Any last final thoughts before we close it out? We'll go to you first, Frost.
Thanks for having us on the show. Always love talking to you.
Thanks for coming on the show. It's much appreciated. Especially Kelsey jumping in last second as well. I appreciate the sub-in.
What do you mean? She was our first choice guest. You're not supposed to reveal that.
Kelsey's
Jeez.
always the first choice guest.
My schedule's just
Kelsey, any final thoughts?
really inconvenient. I should shout out my team, Evil Geniuses, before we go, because kind of happens. Already shouted out Monsters, so I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for listening, and we'll see you guys in the finals. See you later.
Hello， 大家好，我是RNG的上单小虎。
大家好，我是小虎队的辅助小明。
这次应该没有那么多人想到我们会来录大计划。
巴黎人集合，
巴黎人集合。
上一次我们进决赛也是遇到RNG，然后拿下冠军。我觉得这一次的剧本也写好了。
我是 LPL 队伍里面找路最快的人，等他那个英雄界面，我第一眼就能看到这个英雄。
我会带你们进MSI。
如果时间环境让你。听说RNG是4保1的，所以我来了，传闻是真的，然后保的是上头。
我觉得虎哥一定是值得的。
你知道虎哥有多难吗？你知道虎哥的压力有多大吗？你根本不知道，你只在乎你的防御塔。
RNG 4保1能赢 ，nice。
我觉得我们打 RNG 的话，中路可能选个卡丁，到16级我们就已经
转起来了。
方 plus 的话也没什么好研究的，2级抓上就完事了。
收到。
2级抓上是不是有点奇怪？ 不用了，谢谢。其实，在上路长手打短手我也有一套的，我可不可以做你的二师傅？
不用了，谢谢。제가 중국어를 배우고 있는데 중국에 이런 말이 있더라고요. 知己为虎山，山人称虎。
既然帅哥的别吃别吃是对牛弹琴的话，那我就换一招庖丁解牛来针对你吧。
我觉得微它更像一个上单。我建议小田可以开始研究 Ken 用了。
其实 MSI 的对手我倒没怎么研究，但我最近一直在研究可汗的超话。
众所周知，众所周知，我们上路是双人线嘛，懂的都懂。
我们可能不止2个上单吧，3个上单都有可能出现。
哦，
姜一般都是老的会辣一点，微可能还差点火候，
但我觉得微更猛，微猛。
醒一醒吧，楚雨荨，野区外面全是刘青书，你已经被包围了。
第一，我不叫魏，我叫魏。第二，如果高尔夫敢进我的野区，我就去刷杜硬币的野。
你的野区我来守护，
你的上单我来守护。
别搞。
整个 LPL 唯二不玩左翼的2个人在决赛攻的啦，也挺有意思的吧？
我觉得我跟 Crying 的话，2个人应该不会离开中路线，2个都在塔下或在野区吃兵吃野怪，吃谁的野怪这个不好说。
一个人玩了沙芬，一个人玩了卡玛，这2个人能选出这种英雄的话，应该。
你好，嘎啦巴，我觉得我们下路大概率就是1v1大战吧。
你好，凌晨大神，我会 TP 到上路去保虎哥，不会跟你打。
有肌肉的话，真是挺久的嘛。长得这么帅，为什么要打职业呢？出道好一点吧。
OK， 大家好，我是来自方侠的辅助刘劲松，希望大家多为我撑腰。
林一翔这孩子看着就聪明，跟方普拉斯打的时候，我们多动动脑子就行了。
上次跟你们打不是3比0你们了吗？我觉得我的大师弟现在都没这么好打。
重铸 RNG 荣光，我被义不容辞。
如果他们带我拿春季赛冠军，我就帮他们洗脚。
RNG T。
这次决赛的话，对我们来说挺不容易的，因为之前经历了很多事情，就希望这次决赛能拿到冠军。
第一次进春季总决赛，打入 MSI 就算成功。
说实话，怎么样算成功，我不是特别能去定义，但是我知道，只有把每一场比赛赢下来，我才会开心。
这个春季赛的冠军奖杯，我们 FPX 要定了。
欢迎回到被 RNG 统治的年代。
Man, I like hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing. I got bare Christmas bars, bruh. I'm rapping them presents, I'm rapping them the fams, I'm rapping them. Who's that? It's Mr. Gringo. I love hearing them sleigh bells jingle. Christmas tree is drowned in tinsel. Little you size getting lost in the twinkle. Snowball to the face. I'm stuffing my face under the Christmas tree. Man, I hear angels are singing for me. Inside here with the family, waiting for presents so patiently. Hark, hark, bruv, what's happening? If I see Santa, I'm having him. I'm pigs in blankets, I'm grabbing them. Rat cracker jokes, my dad's cracking up. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing. Hark, hark, I'm gonna be good. Hark, hark, I'm gonna be good. Hark, hark, yeah, I'm gonna be good this year. I'm gonna be an angel. Listen, it's Christmas. Got the whole fam here with us. Before the Christmas tree with us. It's Christmas Day, lovely day. Still with us. Smash, smash. Who's that at the door? Carol singers come singing for more. Cash, cash. Yeah, I've got some sure. A big bag of chocolate coins for you all. Hey! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, I like hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing. Hark, hark, I'm gonna be good. Hark, hark, I'm gonna be good. Hark, hark, yeah, I'm gonna be good this year. I'm gonna be an angel. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hark, hark, the herald angels sing. Hark, hark, the herald angels are singing. Hear them sing, hear them sing.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exhale like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders, let's get coders. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL Spring 2021 Finals. My name is Munchables, and for the analyst desk today, I'm going to be joined, as always, by Lyric, but we're having our very special guest, Frost Gurin, joining us once again. Frost, you joined us for a couple of casts in playoffs, now here on the analyst desk. How hyped are you for the finals right here? Because FPX versus RNG, this has got to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm super disappointed that my boys EDG couldn't make it, but RNG pulled out a banger, 5-game series, nail biter, if you will, managed to pull it back. So I'm excited nonetheless. Wish it was EDG, but I'll accept RNG FPX.
It's definitely two worthy organizations if EDG can't make it. And Lyric as well. I know you're pretty happy that your boys RNG made it to the final in the end.
You know, I feel like it was going to be a win for me either way as long as EDG didn't make it, because Top Esports was my original dream run. And I mean, the Xiaohu apologist since last year. So Xiaohu making it to the final. I've been waiting for this day. Next is Mole.
Do you just love heartache? You're like, RNG's my team, Top Esports are my team. You just lined yourself up for it.
Yeah, you know, should try being a WE fan.
I set myself up for a V5 winning spring split, so I'm all for disappointment.
All right, well, as the Xiaohu apologist, you can rejoice this year because Xiaohu has definitely been on form. We'll go into all of that. First, let's look at the bracket and how we got to this point, because FPX and RNG as a final, I don't think is something a lot of people were expecting when we started playoffs off. Our playoffs has consisted of 44 games across the last couple of weeks, and boy, are there a few stories to tell, Frosk.
Yeah, and obviously the one that's really going to stand out to people is the FPX meteoric rise and miracle run through this gauntlet into double elimination top 4. For those of you who are joining just to get a look at the LPL finalists and haven't been watching the rest of the season, it is a run through playoffs. You play twice as many games in the playoffs of LPL than LEC and LCS do in the regular split. It is a shit ton of games.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely crazy thinking about FPX specifically, right? 16 best of 3s into 5 best of 5 series. But on the other side of that, right, even if RNG come out with the win today, the fact that they're making this run from the lower bracket, going 10 games, 5 with Top Esports, 5 with EDG, it would still be a crazy story.
Yeah, and that's the key thing to look at, right? In round 4, you see RNG, they got seeded straight into round 4 as the first seed from the regular season, then immediately got knocked down into the lower bracket by Fun plus Phoenix with a 3-0. That's a rematch that we're going to be seeing here today. So it feels like RNG definitely need to show that they have learned something over the 10 games they played since that series.
Yeah, and to be honest, they got their clock cleaned. They just got absolutely blasted when they faced FPX the first time. But I'm assuming that Jordan's probably going to talk about the evolution and dynamics that we've seen coming out of RNG since then, hopefully.
Whoa. I'm not talking about the evolution or gameplay. What I was going to say is the fact that, hey, you're just getting more experience. They could have 3-0'd either of those series had they wanted to. They wanted to make the most of it coming back into this rematch with FPX. Evolution. Improvements.
Sandbagging.
Yeah, there we go.
They just really love playing League of Legends, guys. That's what really it is. RNG just wanted some extra games before they make it to the final. But I do want to quickly point out that this is not the first time we've seen FPX and RNG in the final. I want to take a little trip down memory lane and go back to 2019 summer, where the final was FPX versus RNG, and this was the moment before FPX went to the World Championship.
The engage, Lungqing goes into World Ender, and LWX still far behind the enemy front liners. That's the explosive cast use once again. Lungqing has to flash away. That's Killer Instinct. LWX the madman. QSS and survived. Instant triple kill, and you know Xiaohu's gonna die as well. He walks around, dies by Lungqing's hand, but that's enough by FPX. Final comes down to this.
10 seconds now on Uzi. Can they defend it?
He breaks it again. The Nexus Tower goes down. RNG lose one. It's Xiaohu has to flash away. LWX takes the flash himself. He gets the shutdown. It's open season on the Nexus. FPX have it. They're trying to find it, but no. Tian getting away. It's so close. He gets exploded though. And you know that RNG now going to send it right back.
Take a look at the top.
It's one engage to get his first ever title. This is the fight. Caster jumps in to his death, it looks like, as Xiaohu gets pulled into the death realm. Look at the backline. Lungqing burnt down by the Elite. That's one. That's two. Xiaohu comes through. Sandwiches smacks them down. But FPX are still so healthy. That'll be all she wrote with a quadra kill to LWX.
Last-ditch effort for RNG, and they're gone. FPX are about to do it.
They're going to smack down RNG, defy expectations, and that man on your screen gets his first ever championship, and that'll be the 2019 Summer LPL title to Fun plus Phoenix.
Toynbee danced, he cried the last time they won in the Rift Rivals. I want to see what he does now, because he has taken off the spots on his resume. He has proved himself to be a true winner. He's already taken the MVP twice before, but now finally he leads his own team into a championship.
It's crazy, man, to see such quick growth from a team. FPX as a team in 2018 didn't have much to their name. They had great players, great prospects. They were coming in, as you had mentioned, one of the new teams in a franchise system trying to make a statement. They bring on Doinby and Tien. They also bring in Coach Warhorse, smarter play style, much more direction as well. A much well-deserved win for the team.
It has been such a long journey for that man in the mid lane.
Look at him.
You mentioned that he got to his first finals right out of the gate. And now, many years later, here he is. FPX stand in front, hoist it with pride. Our first seed going to Worlds, our summer 2019.
And such an important point about that moment of glory right before FPX then went on to win the World Championship is that the support matchup is still going to be that very same support matchup in Lyric. I know that's one of the matchups in this series you're super excited about.
Yeah, Munch, I absolutely love this final. Despite the fact that it was a 3-1, it was actually super close. And this final marked a lot of dynamic shifts in the LPL. And one of the more underappreciated ones was, you know, when it comes to LPL bot lanes, everyone always raved about these AD carries. But in 2019, it was all about supports, Crisp and Ming being the standouts of that year. And Crisp especially, right, kind of utilizing this heavy style of playing through jungle, setting up those bot lane dives. He led his team to the World Championship. So getting this like MVP support rematch is going to be the banger of the night for me.
Yeah, and it was the continuation of kind of turning the page on the new era of the LPL. For so long, it was the RNGs, the EDGs, the Invictus Games, these old school pillars that had been around forever, just like the G2s and the Fnatic of old. And now LEC started to turn that page, but the LPL turned it back in 2019 with FPX, and then leading on to top esports and then Suning. And here we are again with the ultimate, you know, old school RNG versus new school FPX.
Yeah, it does feel like kind of a battle of the two timelines, right, going up against each other. I'm excited to see how that story progresses over the course of today. But let's talk a little bit more specifically about the League of Legends that we're going to be seeing today. And we'll start off by talking about FPX, the new era, as you worded it, Frosk. And I want to very much focus on towards the top side of the map here. We've got Nuguri stepping up forward. Of course, he is that top side terror. And FPX love to play the game leaning up towards him, Lyric.
I feel like FPX's journey this year has just been so crazy because they came in, we all power ranked them extremely high because the talent across the board was insane. They had Bo early on in the split and they were checking all the boxes. Sadly, they had to bring in Beishuan halfway through, and you just saw that the same mojo, the same spunk wasn't there. They didn't really know how to play with him. Nuguri in the top side especially was really struggling. No real top jungle synergy coming in, but when Tien did rejoin the roster, they found that power again, and this FPX is more dynamic than ever. They can play towards bot, they can play through mid, but it has been all about that top side.
Yeah, it's the fact that they have the ability to be a trident team. And it was always going to be that dirty word of potential when it came to FPX, especially when adapting Nagari to the team. Yes, they're used to having Koreans up into the top lane. Doinby's certainly going to help there being Korean in the mid lane. But it's always going to take that growing pain of figuring out how the new communication system is going to work, how you're going to integrate a new player. And it just feels like it's paying off at the right time. No one is ever going to doubt the ceiling of these players. This is still all world championship players, even with a new top laner, with the most recent being his own world championship. So the sky's the limit with FPX, and now you're starting to see it come together right at the perfect time where they, like Jordan is saying, can play through mid, can play through top, can play through bot lane. But most recently, it has been Nagari just coming into form and styling on kids.
Yeah, it does feel like Nuguri was the perfect fit for this team. And again, like Lyric just alluded to, the jungle troubles we saw throughout this season for FPX meant that this was not a team coming in with a very high seeding. But the return of Tian towards the end of the split felt like the return of FPX. They made their run all the way through playoffs to make it to this final, and we just saw Doinby there showing up on the Akali as well, bringing out these picks that we weren't used to. But we've got to look towards Nuguri and also Tien, who rejoined the roster, and how he is playing up towards that top side, how he's setting Nuguri up. And look at those picks for Nuguri: Gnar, Jace, and Irelia. We know we're going to have an exciting top lane matchup.
It's all about the counter pick up in the top side, especially for FPX. That's one thing that we have loved about them. And even in games where he isn't getting a ton of jungle attention, in the isolated 1v1, he is a monster. But I love that you hit on Tien, because there's a lot of like small aspects of his gameplay that I love to see. Some of his flanks and engages on that Hecarim are just beautiful to watch. Just the way he's setting up his team on the map and leading them into these fights, I feel like is really what's leading FPX to success, to successfully transition their mid game, you know, like some teams like Top Esports weren't able to do because they didn't have a player like Tien on their roster.
Yeah, so we'll see if FPX are going to be able to set up that win condition and whether Doinby can join in that party on the top side of the map as well. But let's talk about their opponents here, RNG, because we called FPX the top side terrors. And if that's the category we're going to put them in, RNG are the other topside terrorists, because this is another team that loves to play through the topside. Xiaohu is the name of the game here, Frosk, for RNG.
Yeah, and it might not be the name that you expect if you haven't been watching the regular split. Xiaohu made a role swap from mid up into the top side, and it's just kind of unfortunate. I'm with Jordan. I'm a Xiaohu apologist. Domestically, Xiaohu has always been amazing. He's been so talented, but internationally with most Western viewers, he just never really connected when it really mattered. But again, domestically, during the regular split as a top laner, this guy is dirty. He is the best Lucian top laner you will ever see. He rides that line, that absolute limit to maximize damage. And when RNG win, it's because this guy gets the counter pick, because this guy gets the resources, and this guy is able to split up the map and make teams choose. Are you going to deal with him on a side lane, or are you going to try to contest the rest of the 4-man grouped up from RNG? And he beats it every time. There was base races in this playoff that Xiaohu won single-handedly.
The team also just plays around him so well, right? I feel like that's the key aspect, is we see way up in his lane a lot of the time, Ming making those roams toward top side. And then the fact that he just understands of like, hey, when do I need to push for that tier 2 turret? I can hit turret. When do I go and steal enemy jungle camps? When do I get deep vision? When do I hover towards mid and find a solo kill on the enemy mid laner and relive my glory days? RNG just know how to use it so well.
Yeah, and Kelsey made the greatest point on the Last Hit podcast when she talked about Xiaohu's experience as a mid laner and his ability to play side lane and understand when he's supposed to give information, when he's supposed to show on waves. He brings that into the top lane, and again, it is just such an important dynamic for RNG as a team in their map play. They have a much better pressure game than a lot of the teams in the LPL, and it's a huge reason why they even got this far.
Yeah, I think a huge conversation as well when it comes to RNG is not just about, obviously you've got Xiaohu on the top side. That brings a lot of flexibility to the draft, right? Because we've seen Xiaohu's willing to play the majors in the top lane. He's willing to play all kinds of crazy stuff. But this team has played it very intelligently around the drafts that they go for. When they're setting Xiaohu up in the top side, it's all about playing towards that and understanding what their opponents want to do to be able to stymie the win conditions for their opponent.
And I feel like as we go into this screen, right, people are going to say, hey, they're talking about playing around topside, but why are Xiaohu's stats so middling? Why is he minus 16 CSD at 15 minutes? And this is why RNG have struggled so much in playoffs. They've been blind picking the Gnar. They've been counter picking with the Ornn. They haven't been putting the jungle attention up towards topside. The only times we've seen RNG do that are in those clutch game 5s where they win. So that's why today we really want to see RNG go back to that style that gave them so much success in the regular portion of the split.
Yeah, we'll see if which team is going to be able to win that somewhat coin flip, which team's going to be able to draft towards the top lane better, because I've got a feeling there's going to be a bit of a brawl up there. But it's not just the players that are already on the top side. It's also about the players that are making the effort to go towards the top side. We mentioned the rematch in this support role from the 2019 finals as well. It's Crisp versus Ming. These are two supports that love to roam and love to get involved in the skirmishes up on the top side of the map for us.
Yeah, and it's the, as Jordan called it, kind of the MVP supports the last time that these two came together. Now, in 2021, Crisp and Ming are head and shoulders the best supports in the league right now. They can play it all. It's mostly about that hard engage still. Again, the LPL is the region of picks and fights, and most of that engaged tools are on your support pools, which is why to win the LPL right now, you need to have a good support. So it is no surprise that Ming and Crisp have risen to the very top here.
And even though they're both MVP level supports, the name of the game is very similar with engage and roaming. They do it very differently, right? We see Crisp very routinely making his way towards the mid lane, maybe playing a bit around the jungle, trying to unlock so Tien and Duanbi can make their way up towards the top lane. But for Ming, he just bypasses that altogether and will just go straight up to Xiaohu's lane. He said in the trash talk segment, right, hey, I'm one of the wards for Xiaohu. I play up towards his lane. And that's why I really want to see how this interaction happens on the map. Are we going to see Crisp able to get out of the lane, impact mid first, or is Ming just going to make his way up towards that top side of the map and really shut down Naguri?
And it creates a really interesting dynamic, because then if this is a series that's about dragon stacking that a lot of the global meta has been, you would say that there's an inherent advantage already for FPX because they do have a more through mid play style, whereas obviously Herald is going to be more important for RNG if they're able to break that onto a side lane or things like this. But it leads me to talk about Cryan, because for all of the compliments that we can give to Chris, to Ming, to Xiaohu, to Nogri, to Doinby themselves, Cryan is kind of the one weak point here where he really needs to be kind of on his best behavior, because you know that there's a possibility that if Chris doesn't try to match Ming in racing towards the top lane, that he is going to blitz towards that mid lane with Tien and try to dive Cryan again. And Cryan just either like, prepare yourself, buckle up, get on that Victor, get on that Orianna, get on that Azir if you need it, and just prepare that you could have 20 people running at you and you can't crack here.
Yeah, that'll be one of the big things to watch out for, is how Cryan's going to do in that mid lane matchup. And one of the key things to talk about with Cryan is that he's very much on Victor duty a lot of the time. But when we talk about the greater scheme of what the picks are going to be coming into this series, it's not so much just about the mid lane. It feels like, you know, Doinby, we've been seeing playing a lot of things like the Orianna, even just kind of playing it safe and leaving the spicier picks in the draft up towards the other lanes. So we can take a look at some of the priority picks coming into this series as well, because obviously we've got the first picks in things like the Hecarim, the Udyr, etc., but it's more about the flex picks and the top lane counter picks that makes this draft really interesting.
That's the thing, right? When we're talking so much about top lane being the end-all be-all of this series, of course it's going to be about the Lucian that Frost highlighted earlier, the Irelia, the Jace, and a lot of these flex picks actually go up towards the top side, right? Both teams can flex that Renekton. We've seen the Nocturne on the rise. You already hit on Doinby's Akali, Nagri's played that one as well, and then Silas is a champion that you would expect all four of these players can play as well. So this is really going to be... This is really going to set the tone for game one and the rest of the series in my mind of who's able to utilize these flex picks better into getting a better matchup in the top lane.
And as we kind of turn away from the flex picks and onto the first picks, like Kai'Sa and Lucian are going to be probably the most important champions for RNG. But Lyric, Munch, and I were having this discussion before broadcast even happened. You know, are we going to get into a scenario where the first picks like Global are going to be these Hecarims and these Udyrs? Or is it going to be a situation where FPX recognize how important Kai'Sa is for RNG, handshake, leave both Hecarim and Udyr open so they're guaranteed one of those junglers, and instead start first picking the Kai'Sa? Because I think that is like, as soon as you see that, I'm like, oh no, RNG, you've been caught, you've been figured out, FPX have got it.
Yeah, we'll see if how the draft develops. That's one of the things that's always so great to see in these best of fives, right? Is whether or not the draft is able to develop and whether these teams figure each other out across the course of the series. I'm a little bit nervous for RNG in that regard, though, because we've seen them develop their draft. I kind of don't want them to develop the draft. I like the draft that they were doing in the regular season. That was the style that worked. Maybe they need to stick to that. And, you know, on that note, let's talk about what we're expecting to see here. Like, because my expectations for RNG is that hopefully they go back to that regular season performance. But let's talk predictions. Let's talk what we want to see by the end of the day. I'm going to go to you first here, Frost. Let's put reputations on the line. Who are you saying takes this one?
I think easy money, if you're a betting man, it has to be on FPX. I don't think any team has a higher ceiling. So if the expectations are that you're going to see both perfect versions of RNG of FPX, I'm going to put money on FPX every time. They have more ways to beat RNG because they can play through multiple lanes. They have wider champion pools. And I think pound for pound wise, they just have better talent in basically every role. So I'm going to say it's a 3-1 because there's still a lens in which RNG can win, but I would not be surprised to see a 3-0.
Lyric, over to you. Where are you going with this one? Because I know you're repping your plays RNG.
Munchables, I came prepared. And, you know, Frost might be saying all the right
I don't know,
things.
Is this time of stream?
It might be about the easy money. They might be the better team. They might be the smarter team, Munchables. But when we talk about the heart, Munchables, when we talk about the win conditions that are there, we set up, hey, there is an avenue for RNG to win this series, right? If they can get counter picks on the top side, if they can send Ming up towards that top lane, RNG have a way to win this, and I believe in RNG.
All right, well, we have a split desk here. Either of our analysts going in different directions. I'm with Frosk on this one. I'm saying FPX, but that's all the time we have for our opening segment. So without further ado, let's get this finals underway. I'm going to kick it over to the main stage and to Wendy to translate our opening ceremony for the Spring 2021 finals.
赛拉满了，1比2拿到5杀，哇！
小维在旁边只能眼睁睁地看着2座摩崖塔的倒地。
安去想提双极品。
把他拉回来，哇！直接将其拉死一波单杀。
奢华
Our sky-high ambitions, conquerors gathered in the city by the river. Champions of Wuhan will always do resilience. The spirit of the battlefield is that heroes only strive to be the first. Never will we bend the knee. Through 8 years of LPL, 6 teams have defined what it means to be a legend in spring, giving us 8 championship teams. And now, spring comes again to bring us FPX versus RNG, the match of the centuries. Who will host our Silver Dragon Cup? We shall see. Now, let us welcome our protagonists for today. FPX Phoenix! Royal never gave up. In the top lane, FPX, Nagri. RNG, Xiaohu, junglers for FPX, Tian, RNG, Wei, main laners, FPX, doing B, RNG, crying, bot laners, FPX, LWX, RNG, Gala, supports, FPX, Crisp, RNG, Ming, the Trials of Spring are about to enter the final chapter. The 2021 LPL Spring Final is about to commence. Let us all bear witness.
Welcome one and all to the International Wuhan Tennis Center. I am Oshin Penguin Malloy. I am joined by Rob Dagda Price. Thank you, Munchables, Lyric, and Frostgurn on the analyst deck. And of course, thank you to Wendy for that fantastic translation of the opening ceremony. We're going to be bringing you all the action here. I'm excited. Me and you have just been like at
God.
90 all day.
I know. I've been sitting in the back room. I've just been like shaking. I've got jitters. I'm so ready for this. And you can see the incredible show that's been put on here in Wuhan as well. Like, it's just been absolutely electrifying here to be here with the crowd, experiencing everything here.
Yeah, it is really a sight to behold, of course, and having the massive, fantastic crowd here is something that no one else gets. So we win on that front. So that's how I go with that one. But let's talk about the teams. Let's talk about how we're coming into this matchup. Of course, a rematch of 2019 summer, which, of course, the analyst has talked about. And, of course, round 4 within our own playoffs that we've had here. What is the kind of, setup here for both these teams coming into this? You got to feel like FunPlus are kind of the favorites.
Yeah, and I mean, personally, I'm kind of leaning onto FunPlus. We saw it with the predictions on the analyst desk. I think the biggest issue when I look back at that round 4 playoffs was how well we saw the synchronicity between the support, the jungle, and the mid lane. From Tien, working with Crisp and working with Doomby, they were consistently invading on towards the jungle. And it meant that, Frost posed the question on the analyst desk, well, if you want to play around Xiaohu, you got to go deal with that, or do you deal with elsewhere in the map? Well, FPX forced the answer. They just said, look, we're going to play through this bot side jungle, and that forces the 1v1 against Nuguri. And honestly, Nuguri just had the better hand. He consistently got those counter picks. He was bringing out the Aurelia into the Gnar, and he looked so much better. And that makes me very worried coming into today, because I feel like if FPX can just force that same issue. We end up in the exact same situation where FPX just run away with this game.
The one caveat I'll put onto that, it's an LPL final. So it was a little bit of magic. It was a little bit of spice, a little bit of magic coming into this. But of course, you know, they kind of took that slap in the face as it was. No one was really expecting the 0-3 in favor of FPX over RNG in that, you know, kind of round 4 matchup. RNG took those learnings and have been moving towards a little bit of a slightly, you know, I suppose a adapted style, if you will. They have been putting more resources into Gala, who, depending on who he's on, Kaiser, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, look, it really works, right? Where they're able to get that set up in the bottom lane, especially when you can look towards like Wei as he paths towards bot, having something like the Kaiser that guarantees you that push in the early levels, guarantees you the early river scuttle, works really, really well for this squad. But again, I mean, Lyric brought it up on the desk. The second we get in towards, you know, your backs against the wall as RNG, the second they need to make these plays happen, it's like, now we're going back to Xiaohu. This is the tried and tested. We know this works. It's what got them that first place in spring 2021, and they're not going to let that go.
And that's the thing as well. You look at RNG and their history as such. Like, it hasn't been a fun time as an RNG fan in the most recent years. You had the 2018 Golden Road. It was the run that everyone said they were destined to become the first LPL champions for the World Championship. They didn't quite make it. They get knocked out by G2. Then they come into 2019. Again, not really looking super hot. And then into 2020 summer, they miss out on playoffs for the first time in 5 years. This has almost been kind of a redemption for an org that is so just lathered in history.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking for these guys. I mean, you kind of want to go towards Worlds in 2019 and say, hey, look, 2018, flash in the pan, we're going to bring this back, we're going to make sure this happens.
Let's run it back.
They don't even get out of groups. Then you look towards 2020 spring and they lose Uzi, and everyone's like, oh God, what the hell is going to happen? Then we get to summer 2020, and as you said, they failed to make the playoffs for the first time in 5 years. And then we get to 2021, they're like, they're bloody putting Xiaohu in the top lane. Are you serious? They're moving this guy where? And it was like, no, this actually works. And as they talked about in the analyst desk, like, this guy, he's got an uncanny ability to read exactly how to play out a side lane. And RNG are so good at finding those moments where he can either go towards a tower or he just pushes and groups with the team and they outnumber you, they outman you, and it works so incredibly well. And as we said, it's why they were the first seed coming in towards this playoffs. But FPX, they found the answer when it got towards that round 4 playoffs.
Yeah, FPX did find the answer. And for FPX, again, you know, kind of summarizing their kind of meteoric rise through the playoffs and such, it kind of started back. You win 2019 World Championship and obviously summer 2019 LPL. Yeah. You're on a massive high. You change out one player in Gimgoon for Khan, and it just didn't really work out. Wasn't really fixing it. 2020, they weren't able to go to Worlds to defend their title. They've now come back in. They've obviously swapped out Khan for Nuguri. It took them a while. TN had some injuries and some, you know, obviously some small things at the start of the season. They bring in Bo. It's looking pretty good. They had to rip Bo out of there. They put in Beishuan. That's really not working between the two of them. And then TN comes back, and it really does feel like that 2019 split, like that 2019 season where FPX looked like the scariest team ever. And as Frost put it on the desk, pound for pound, they are the scariest in every single lane almost.
Yeah, but that's the difference between the FPX in 2019 and now, right, is that they added Nuguri. They're now playing through that top side of the map. It's not so much about the, hey, let's just 4-man in on Crisp and LWX in the bot lane. They're much more tending towards playing with Doomby, moving up with TN. The 3-man dive on the top side, you know,
we've just reversed.
Yeah, but I think it's working super, super well for them. And when we look towards Nuguri and how strong he's been as a top laner, this is a guy that's more than capable of carrying. And for me, FPX is the best team that we have in the LPL at accelerating through their strongest player in the map. They will very quickly take a tower. They're very quick at then moving and shifting that player in towards either its mid lane to try and crack that turret, looking for picks in the enemy jungle. They are so incredibly strong at this, and it's why we see them getting like the quickest game time. It's why we see them getting like the quickest first 3 towers. Like, these guys are insane when it comes towards working with those early game advantages.
Yeah, and honestly, I love how you bring that up, because these are two teams that blow up on the Rift, and not in a bad way. Like, they genuinely look to just explode and push those early game advantages. You know, you look at RNG in the regular split, they had the fastest game time of anybody in the regular split, and it's that kind of a thing that's almost like a double-edged sword, because when it goes later, we are seeing cracks from the side of RNG.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we got to look at is like, look, if RNG are able to make this play work, it looks absolutely fantastic, where they played through Xiaohu in the top lane, where they're able to unlock that map nice and early. But certainly RNG is one of the slower teams when we look towards like champion kills per minute or anything like this. So they are very much more kind of a macro-focused team. They like to take their advantages from Xiaohu and work towards neutral objectives like that dragon, like the Rift Herald, and try and crack up in the map map in that way. So if you're not able to get this kind of slow grind going, RNG sometimes need a little bit of help. And when it's against a team like FPX, who's very quickly able to adapt, you need to have those answers. And for me, I'm curious to see how this is going to work, because I think when I'm looking at that adaptability, it needs to come from Ming in that bottom lane. It needs to come from Wei. I really liked the way Ming played against EDG. I thought he was incredibly smart with the way he moved around the map, consistently kind of moving towards Cryin in the mid lane to make sure that they could force Pryo there, either moving up towards Xiaohu to make sure he's safe in the regular split as well. Like, this guy for me is the best support we have in the LPL. And I know we talk about pound for pound, FPX being better. That's the one role I disagree on. Ming has been a beast consistently through spring 2021.
Honestly, you look at some of the highlight plays for the year, like, you know, we've had the, as you saw on the analyst desk, the Akalia play, you know, everything, you know, running around these kind of like flashy plays. And the number one play, in our eyes anyway, was that Rel engage from Ming, where he just sets it up beautifully for Wei. And this guy has been kind of, you know, if he is able to link up with Wei, if he is able to have an impact around the map, that is where RNG have found their success. But like we said, FPX have a fire in their belly. FPX are coming in really swinging at the fences right now, and they are looking like the best team in the LPL. And they're going from a 6th position to now looking like the favorite against the #1 team in the regular split. Like, it's going to be a tough ride for RNG, but like you said, I want to see what their adaptation is. They have been very good so far this year to try and just, you know, change up the formula, move things around to make sure they're getting the best they possibly can. I want to see, since the last time they played FPX, if they've changed anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've certainly seen them playing a little bit better around that bottom side, as we already kind of touched on. And the biggest question for me, again, is coming back towards Nuguri. Now, when we come into game 1, FPX will be on blue side and it will be RNG on red side. And honestly, I actually thought we'd get that swapped. Because for me, I think the best way for FPX to play this matchup is to take that red side. Guarantee that counter matchup for Nuguri, which they've been going for over and over again. And it makes it very hard for Xiaohu even to just blind pick these top laners. Like, we see him go back towards the Gnar, we've seen him go towards these things, and Nuguri's like, cool, I got Aurelia, I got Jace, I got a plethora of things that I'm perfectly happy to take.
Welcome to my champion ocean.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, pick what you want, dude, I'm just going to be able to beat you. So I think, honestly, that's probably the best way to go towards this. But I can understand when you're coming into this with super high priority, as the guys already talked about in the desk, with like the Udyrs, the Hekrums, the Kaisas, the Rel you mentioned as well. Like, these picks for me are so strong that it does make sense that you're kind of looking towards blue side and going, right, we want to get our hands on some of these.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, something we've mentioned quite a bit on the back end, we were obviously doing our notes and stuff like that, it's like Kaisa, we feel, is going to be a very, very important pick here for Gala or LWX, because it just has... They look like completely different, you know, players when they're on these champions. Gala hasn't looked amazing on other things, you know, okay, but not fantastic on the Jinx. Definitely having a couple of small errors with the Tristana, but on the Kai'Sa, he has been clean. And the exact same can be said for LWX. Couple of missteps with the Tristana, but when he's on the Kai'Sa, he knows exactly where he needs to be.
LWX is my favorite Kai'Sa in the league. He is
That's a bold statement.
Exciting to watch. Every time he gets his hands on this pick, there will be an assassination. He's done it towards Gala in the playoffs. We've seen it countless times. If you watch the top 5 plays, he's been there consistently, where just Void missile into the back, and it's just sailing beautifully in towards the back line to tear someone apart. I love watching this guy. But as we said, it's been an incredibly strong pick for Gala as well. Gala has looked spectacular, where he's able to have a little bit of pressure in that bottom lane in early levels 1 to 3, and that just opens up a little bit of pressure towards Wei, where he can guarantee his scuttle. He sets himself up nicely, and it's easier then for an RNG to enact their game plan.
Yeah, and honestly, we've had so much time, as we can see now, the players setting themselves up on stage, making sure they are ready to start the first game of this best-of-5 finals. But someone we haven't even talked about at all has been the jungle. You know, Tien versus, you know, Wei, and we talked a little bit about Tien coming back, looking on form, but the man has been on a tear since he came back in that series against Bilibili in the regular season.
I mean, look, Tien's a monster. If you look at the playoffs MVPs, he has 6 out of the 12 games that FPX have played in playoffs. Like, the guy is an absolute beast when it comes into this jungle, and the reason is he's very happy to go towards these very early ganks towards Nuguri. We oftentimes see him pathing from that boss into top at the get-go to make sure that Nuguri can have control. And when he's on picks like the Udyr or the Hecarim, he's very, very good at getting into lanes and snowballing those lanes out of control. But the beauty is, that's not the only thing. We talk about adaptability. FPX did that against RNG, where instead of just playing through these lanes, we actually saw FPX playing through Tien, invading into RNG's bot side jungle, and messing up everything when it came to RNG's game plans. And this is what excites me about FPX so much. we just don't know what we're going to get. They have shown that they can change over the course. They can evolve over the course of this spring split.
Yeah, they mentioned it as well on the analyst desk. The Flex champions, Flex City, if you will. I'm sure it was Munchables who came up with that particular name, but it really is Flex City with these guys because you have someone, or two people more specifically, in those solo lanes that have so much flexibility, so many ways that you can go, look, is the Akali or the Sylas going top or mid? You don't know. So even on blue side, a blind pick isn't even necessarily a blind pick.
Yeah, and it even comes back to the champions for Doomby, right? We've seen Kleds, 100% win rate. Renekton, 100% win rate. Nocturne, 100% win rate. And even he has got the set. I'm not going to tell you the win rate. It's not looking too hot, but it's still there. It is still part of it. And I think that's why this is such a dangerous team, is that although we've seen FPX prioritizing the counter pick for Nuguri, we know that if that doesn't work, all right, we just go back to Doomby. We just bring out some of these cool and unusual picks. And the terrifying thing is, even though we're seeing Doomby off his unusual picks, he's still playing through these side lanes. He's still getting the Victor and the Orianna in towards top side to dive at Nuguri. He's moving down to the bottom side to play around Crisp and LWX. This is a guy that is fearsome in the mid lane.
And again, we were putting a lot of emphasis on how good FPX are looking because don't get it twisted. They are favorites coming into today. I don't think anyone who has watched any amount of the playoffs, even just the playoffs, could say it any other way. But for RNG, if they can find Xiaohu the matchups, if they can get him to a point where he is able to roam around, have impact, you can, as Froskerin says, if they get him onto Lucian, he is probably the best top lane Lucian.
He's 100% win rate
in the world. Yeah, he's insane.
He's 9 games played. He has 100% win rate on that champion. This guy's Lucian is a menace. But when you look across the opposite side, right, we've still got Nuguri. Jace has an 80% win rate across 10 games. He's still got some of these massive picks, and we still got the Nar pick for both these guys. The most played by far in the spring split. You got 14 games for Xiaohu, 13 games for Nuguri. These guys love that champion, but you got the caveat of not always blind pickable.
Yeah, no.
They do like to punish it.
If FPX have shown anything in the draft, is that they are fine with letting Xiaohu have it, and they are fine to be able to counter it because they smashed that blind pick in the previous rounds.
Yeah, they brought out the Jace, they brought out the Aurelia. We already kind of touched on it a little bit, but this is something that I think is going to be so damn important. And when we kind of look towards, again, FPX being able to punish Wei, punish Ming, and expose the weakness of Cryin in that mid lane, that seems to be where FPX have been able to get their big advantages. If you cast your mind right the way back to round 4 towards that playoff game, Doomby oftentimes in the levels 1 to 4 will be burning through mana, taking heavy trades, but coming out on top. And that meant that he was able to play towards the end, use them and play through that advantage. But we can't see that same thing for Cryin. And unfortunately for Cryin, it feels like he is starting to get found out a little bit as we start to go up towards the higher echelons of playoffs and now the very finals, the grand finals of LPL Spring 2021.
Yeah, and let's talk about what this means for these guys as well. But for RNG, it is a retaking of the throne, getting back up into international competition where we are so familiar with seeing them in, and really cementing themselves back at the top of LPL. But for FPX, they've only ever been to one international gig. They've only ever been to Worlds, and they won it. So now this is kind of another test to see, right, well, can you run it back? Can you do it again and get that MSI? You look at someone like Doomby, who there was, talk and rumors about him, retiring after Worlds. He's like, I did it. I won Worlds. Then he stayed for 2020. Definitely did not have a fun time then. And, this is kind of, a nice caveat to kind of come back into him and say, look, I'm going to go to MSI and I'm going to take it all. So for both these teams, it's huge.
Yeah, especially with the likes of MSI on the line. Even for players on this roster, Nuguri, the potential to go up against his old team in Damwon, Kia as well, who've just made it across from the LCK. When you look towards RNG as well, as you talk about getting back on the throne, but it's almost like these are the guys that we've been talking about from the get-go, right? When we talked about the narratives coming into spring, it was, the old gods versus the new gods. It was the EDGs and RNGs versus the top esports and the JDGs. FPX wasn't part of that conversation.
No.
And they
were
didn't.
the angsty team.
Exactly, yeah. And it was just
middle.
you're looking at a team that's really been, through the fire, so to speak. I know it's the whole Phoenix thing, but they really have been when you look at it, where they lost Tien. Bo comes in, he looks great. The ceiling for this team is sky high. Bo's out of the question. Now Beishuan comes in and he's just not quite giving the team what it needs. He's not able to play off the lanes as much as they would like to. And then they bring back Tien. The guy's absolutely insane and that's the big moment here.
Well, here we are, everybody. We are into picks and bans. FPX on the blue, RNG on the red for game 1 of this best of 5 LPL Spring 2021 finals. The Lucian, very key to notice there, banned away. Tam, Kench, and Thresh. So RNG looking to try and negate the bot side.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the plan here. I mean, a lot of respect given towards FPX, towards the big picks that we already talked about, right? Alistair for Ming has been a monster pick for this guy. He is so damn good on it. His most played champion, and it will be taken off the board. Lucian as well has already been hit on. Kaisa too. But across the opposite side, I mean, Crispy's just been banned out. They're just like, nah, we don't want anything to do with it. But now the interesting question for FPX is, okay, well, what's going to happen here? Because you're going to take the Hecarim. It'll get answered by RNG with the Udyr. They can take a support for themselves here as well. Maybe something like the Leona if they really want to.
Whoa.
Even something like the Rakan. Okay.
Whoa, okay. RNG come in with a game plan right now. They've got themselves the flex. Jace can go mid or top. And the ADC on this Tristana. And RNG are one of the only teams in the world where I can say that Tristana can go top, mid, or ADC.
And that is a big, big flex as you talk about. The thing is, though, you will get an answer on this next rotation. Because chances are you're going to need to take something like the Lilia or a Nidalee if you really want to play that AD mid laner style and an AD top. So for this, you got to go, okay, we're locking this in. FPX get an answer. So I just secure the bottom lane here as FPX. I take my hands off the wheel and just go, cool. We will wait to see what you want to do, and then we can go towards our game plan.
They lock in the Xayah. Do they lock in their support? FPX hovering that counter pick Aurelia. We saw it in the playoffs and throughout of the regular split how damn good Nuguri can be. Okay. And it is locked in. This man does not need an introduction on this champion.
No, he's a monster. And he absolutely wiped the floor with Xiaohu on this pick as well. I am so damn excited to see Nuguri on it. Now, in the series against Ore did a really good job of camping Nuguri, making this pick absolutely obsolete. So if RNG do want to play that style, can work, and it means that TN will need to give resources towards Nuguri in that top lane. There's the Udyr that we're expecting. So essentially this says that, okay, either we're going to go towards an AP top laner like the Gragas here, coming in for RNG, or that Jace is guaranteed top, you're getting the Tristana bot side, and we can try and figure something out else along the way.
Again, FPX don't necessarily know who is going up against the Aurelia. You know, Xiaohu has actually played the Tristana to great effect in that top side. We have, of course, seen the Jace go towards Cryan as well. So a lot of different moving parts here, but it depends on what you're going. But look at these
just bans.
They're just saying, you know what, Crisp? No, you don't get to play League of Legends. 4 bans from RNG and 5 if you can count the Alistair on FPX.
Yeah, and I mean, you can keep going down the list here, right? Nautilus is going to be a big one for me looking at this. You can potentially go towards the Leona as well. Yeah, I mean, for RNG, this is really putting the pinch onto Chris. Maybe this is where we start to see some of the more creative stuff coming out, but we are still on 11.6 here. There's the Leona ban. So it's not like those enchanters have really risen up in priority here. So, I mean, honestly, as FPX, you're looking at Nautilus. You're looking at Braum, Gragas as well in that flex priority there. But yeah, I mean, you're right the way down in tier list when it comes towards these supports. But overall, RNG, you can kind of see, look, they need some sort of engage tool here. They've got the Udyr, isn't already going to satisfy that. You can maybe look towards the Seraphine or something for Cryan in the mid lane, but that hasn't been the big calling for Cryan in that mid lane yet.
Well, Orianna and Victor are still available for both of these ones. I feel like it will be a swap. It is going to be maybe the Nautilus here.
It will be, yeah.
You feel like it's going to be the kind of knock-in here. They're going to keep that last pick for their flex. They're going to lock that one in, no problem whatsoever. And now FPX, got to pick your support, you got to pick your last solo laner. The Maokai is something we haven't thought about in a while. Actually has been picked quite a bit.
Yeah, we saw it towards the end of our split, but it really wasn't doing what it was needed. So I actually prefer the Galio pick here. I think Galio does a really good job in the early stages of bullying Nautilus out of that bot side. You can work wonders as well against any sort of engage tool. And if you end up playing into this like split up map style where you've got Aurelia in a side lane, you have this Galio that can always help her out in these situations. Doomby going to go back towards his pretty much tried and tested at the moment, which is either the Orianna or the Victor, hovering the Orianna at the moment.
See what he wants to lock in. This has been a very curious draft here. Doomby on this Orianna, though, has had multiple different highlight reels for his shockwaves, for his positioning, is able to enable his team. And you look at the people that can be that ball delivery system, you got to be feeling pretty confident for FPX. And right now, RNG, they're looking towards the Victor. It is almost certainly, if it does get locked in, we get Jace top, Victor mid, and of course the Tristana in bot.
Yeah, so I love what FPX have drafted here. You've kind of got multiple different styles you can play. You have the ability to play through Nuggery, try and play through a side lane if he gets really far ahead. But as you said, a very high dive potential as well with this roster, where you can have Hecarim go in, you get the Galio follow up, that Shockwave to go to boot as well. And when I look over at the side of RNG, it very much is going to be a case of, okay, can we try and control these choke points using the gravity fields, make sure that we're not being dove on too heavily, and then start to look towards if we can get the range advantage that we have with the Jace, with this Tristana, with this Victor, and poke out FPX before the fight really kicks off.
Looking at these bans, the more things change, the more things stay the same. As we get a apart from the Galio support, we get a very, very stock standard draft here. But you can see RNG, they want this Tristana to get ahead. They want to be able to kind of, create those zones of control with the Victor, with the poke from the Jace, and then control the map through objectives.
Well, I think you've got a lot of options here as RNG in the early stages. You can try and play through this bottom side. Tristana will have the natural push power there. You can look towards these early dragons if you really want to. You can also play through this top side, making sure that Xiaohu's able to stay safe in this chase, pushing the wave, bully on towards the tower. And as long as you've always got the excuse that a jungler might be around, Nuggery can't go in aggressive. He needs to respect way at all times. So I think you've got multiple lanes that you can try and work through here as RNG and try and power yourself ahead. But if you do end up falling behind to how much dive potential's on FPX's side, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you look at the side of FPX, that team gets himself a gold lead. It is going to be a tough time in this game one for RNG, but they've obviously put in a lot of emphasis onto this bot side. Let's see if it ends up paying dividends as we jump ourselves into game one of this best of 5. The rosters are locked. The champions have been picked. We are going straight into first game. The crowd is loving it right now. 12,000 people in the Optics Valley International Tennis Center here in Wuhan. As we start off the game, and momentum is such an important factor for these two teams. We saw how quickly FPX can explode onto the map. We know how both these teams can use an early game advantage.
And that's the big one here. I'm literally looking at the FPX team and going, right, what did you do in round 4 playoffs, right? You grouped up with Crisp, you grouped up with Zumbi and Tien, and you invaded onto that bot side jungle. This time around, because Gala and Ming have that push on bottom side, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to try and go for this style. And I really feel like that will open up way to have more of an impact in this game, and certainly towards that top side and around Xiaohu, because as this Jace, your prime objective is to start to chip away at this tower, chip away at your opponent. But if you can't get control over this top lane, if you don't have the vision control, it makes it very, very difficult to go for that.
Well, already straight away, RNG getting some push priority. It is something, of course, with the passive you get with the Tristana, able to get that early little bit of push, get your early level 2. You have to respect that burst as well with the Halo Blades. And right now, these seems to be all pushing lanes for the side of RNG. They are going to put a lot of damage on the Crisp, but he is forced to flash. Big summoner down here for FPX.
Yeah, and it's going to put some manners on this FPX bot lane as well. As we already said, look, you've got a lot of pressure coming through from Ming and Gala. And with both junglers pathing towards this top side, you can actually have Ming and Gala now play up towards this scuttle. And you've got a prime target in Crisp if FPX try to work as a 3-man unit to protect that scuttle.
This is why we see such an emphasis onto something like Tristana, because you get, not only do you get massive late game, I'm going to stop myself, Xiaohu, being kept honest here by Nuggery. He does have to make sure that he doesn't get too cocky or too comfortable. But like I said, the Tristana, a lot of the early game priority despite being seen as a late game champion.
Yeah. I am looking at this top side though. RNG do know that Tien is up here. They had a ward on the blue buff that just timed out, so they're well aware of Tien's pathing here. And you can already see Wei is moving in just to see if perchance they can find a horsey run coming in here.
Is pushing in towards Xiaohu. Tien is there. He does spot out Wei with the Scryer's Bloom, and now they can use this top lane priority to try going, and mid lane priority to contest around this scuttle. It's going to be taken by Tien. Now that they want to go for a fight, you don't win this way, but there's no flash, and now Tien's a little bit too far forward. TP is going to be committed here, but Doomby was always going to be as he tried to get himself back into the lane. But Tien now trying to play happy slaps here with Wei, and definitely coming out the better.
They ain't looking so happy though, and even though you've got Ming and Gala can roam up here, I'm not certain if they can contest this. Wei does have Smite though, so he's actually going to be able to heal up off this. And as we talked about, Chris not having that flash in the bottom lane, coming back to bite them in this scenario.
Small inches of advantages that turn into miles in the late stage. We'll see how this jungle matchup does go on as we bring ourselves later on into the game, but right now it does feel like it's RNG with the early pressure in the lanes, with the early advantages, and they're the ones dictating the pace.
And I'd love to see, as you see, RNG just backing now, you reset, you have Wei already on this bottom side, you can turn this straight into a dragon. And the fact that you still have no flash on towards Chris means that you've always got the advantage in this situation. Crying just needs to try and shove out this wave. You've also got Xiaohu too, who's just going to be able to reset himself, has the TP for any sort of pesky shenanigans down at this dragon as well, but more than likely will be moving that back towards the top side.
And something you mentioned as well when we were talking just before we came into this first game was like, you know, Doomby, he pushes in, he does go for those aggressive trades, he does get rid of his mana bar, but what you said was that he comes out on top and then he pushes out and he's able to get the roam off. This side of the matchup, he's actually not able to get it. Flawless duet. Going to be answered with a 2 disguise as well as a knockback, but Ming is here. There is a flash here for Nuguri. Ming, again, just trying to keep the Aurelia honest. There's not going to be any lollipop in there for that particular skill shot. And Ming just trying to keep Nuguri in his box.
It does say the game plan from RNG though, right? We just said, hey, look, you got fast reset on bot side. You've got a big wave there. You're going to be sticking FPX around. They're looking for it.
Flash, hook, 2 disguise, and they ignite. First blood going over the way. RNG strike hard.
Gorgeous from RNG, and this is their game plan. They don't care about bots. They don't care about dragons. It's put Nuguri in the dust, and that is the blood drawn in the sand here in Wuha.
Great start, and like we said, and the analyst desk said, and everyone online has been saying, if Xiaohu can get ahead, RNG look pretty good, but Nuguri, you're pretty crazy yourself. So right now, RNG playing to what they know works for them, and while that's all been happening, they have push in mid lane, they have push in bot lane. They're not losing anything, even with committing 3 people to the top side.
And this has always been the RNG game plan, and it has come from Ming, it has come from Wei. Like when we look towards Ming, if we look at the regular split, he's the support with the 3rd highest KDA at 15. This guy is everywhere in the early stages, and you just see it here, right? Already part of that first blood, and expect this to continue on, but this is exactly what we talked about. If FPX are not able to control this bottom side of the map, it allows Ming to roam. And when you have this Tristana, it offers so much safety to Gal in this bottom lane. It's not like you're going to be able to really get on towards this Tristana as a Galio. Like, even if you have your flash, she just rocket jumps out of there.
And you can see the game plan, I suppose, from RNG all the way back in draft. Let's ban away all the champions that can punish us for roaming too far or for anything like that. It's like, right, cool, now you pick Galio. What are you going to do? Like, you can't, there's no real world where a Gala ever gets close enough where your hard CC lands and you get the taunt before he jumps. So this is kind of all in the massive scope of things, coming down to those very small little details they changed in their draft.
And I know you talk about this a lot, Penguin, but the mini metas that start to come out, and when you look towards the mini meta that can come through here, maybe we do start to see higher priority on towards the supports, but Hook!
Great hook. Ming is on form, puts himself in front of Chris so he cannot escape. They're going to put down some damage. Gala gets gifted a kill. RNG are all over the map.
There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide. Ming is on fire today, and this is when RNG are dangerous. And I wanted to point out at the start of the day as well, just as we start to hopefully go all 5 games today, watch Ming in team fights for RNG. Watch the hooks, watch his target priority. He is next to none when it comes towards target selection in these fights. LWX and Doomby will not be safe when this man is around.
2 kills for RNG in game 1, 100% kill participation for that man in the bot lane in black and gold, Ming, and this is exactly why you mentioned he is probably, if not definitely, the best support we have in the league.
Invade here on top side though. You have Doomby already cheating across. He's got pressure there. You've also got Nuguri who's pushing in that wave. So red buff stolen on top side for that play in the bottom lane, but you're honestly going to be pretty okay with this. This is dangerous though for FPX because you can have Gala push in bot lane and he can rotate up first, and you've already got Ming in the area. Chris trying to force mid priority here with Doomby, but Doomby's out of mana.
Gonna be not in the best of situations to contest this, but it looks like the rest of RNG don't really want to go for it. They know it's going down. They know they're not really in the best of situations to contest. They're gonna get themselves reset and back themselves up, or are they? They are pinging towards this top side. You can see question marks coming down. Ming is just sticking around.
They're just, yeah, exactly, hanging on for a second or two to go, okay, do they try and suddenly use this Rift Herald top? Do we need to be able to try and counteract this? But RNG are happy to make this trade right now. Gala staying on this bottom side, LWX can't defend, and you can see he's already starting to work his way through these turrets, making sure that he's keeping this advantage over LWX that all started with that early flash burned onto Crisp.
Oh, Gala pops out the buster shot. Now Xiaohu might be in a little bit of trouble as Tien does get the rampage down, gets the knockback, but there's the ghost. Has got the ultimate available, flashes, but the Vanguard's edge is like a sniper straight through the heart of Xiaohu. Nuguri on Aurelia.
Headshot from Nuguri straight over the wall, and this guy is lethal on this pick. We saw on the analyst desk the clip we had of his flawless duet. Well, now it's the flawless Vanguard edge, but bot side once more. Wei is hovering on this bottom side.
Gala did mess up his jump, but the exhaust comes down. There's the ult here, and Crisp has to flash. It was a bit of a move here, but you've Wei on the bot side.
Wei is on the bot side. You've also got Cryin, who does have TP up in a few moments. Crisp hovering here with Tien.
Oh, but they have got Tien here as well. Crisp is going to get a heal here. Is he going to be able to keep himself alive? No! It's a trade of 1-for-1. Jungler for support. You don't have your AD carry, and Gala, it looks like he's not even going to try and help out his support. He's just going to have to sacrifice Ming. He would put himself in too much danger, and now we're at 3 apiece.
Really smart pathing from Tien, staying just out of sight on that bottom side, baiting in Wei. They knew that the RNG jungler was going to be on the bottom side of the map, and they bait him in perfectly. Now, on top.
Well, another flawless duet, but this is going to be the... I'm not going to get too excited for every single one unless someone else is here, because that knockback is going to pretty much negate it, but Nuguri, he's being a little bit careful. He's taking a little bit more punishment because of that serrated dirt.
The big thing here that I want to see, though, is how does Tien try and use this Rift Herald? Because honestly, I feel like you need to get this top lane going, and they already have Crisp moving up here to try and make some sort of play. If you can have Tien, who's already pathing topside as well, doubling down on that, cracking open this tower, and making sure Nuguri is free to roam around the map.
Xiaohu does not have flash, needs to respect that if Crisp is able to get any kind of charge onto him alongside the taunt, he would be a dead man for sure. They are just waiting, and I like this from Xiaohu. He's going to say, you know what, I got some Krugs over here, I'm going to take these first. And Gala's getting so much free time and gold on this bot side. He's going to be a monster when we hit those mid-game team fights.
Yeah, the Tiger senses are tingling for Xiaohu in the top lane, and on bot, as you said, Gala, he's just free farming. He's totally happy with this. He's got a 20 CS lead, he's got the turrets.
Tien's in a lot of trouble, might have to use the Onslaught of Shadows to get away. Does use the Rampage, has got himself the Rift Herald, but I don't think they want to take it just yet because they know they can't get as much out of it.
And this is what I've loved about Wei, right? He's been so good when he's allowed to play his game at being able to figure out what the opponent's trying to do and shut it down before it happens. He just gets onto Tien as he would love to be able to use that Rift Herald top. He's now got the base, and you shut down that early aggression from FPX.
And for RNG, you now know Crisp is down bot side. You can maybe hover towards it again. Tien is going to take the scuttle and probably go back towards the top, but you're just kind of trading.
You're just going to lose a tower.
Yeah, you're just going to lose a tower. You're kind of just trading right now until you show yourself, and that's when people can know. Now RNG, they see him on a ward. You can see the pings coming out. Another fantastic hook there from Ming. Lands onto Crisp as LWX just gets focused out by Gala. You can't defend this tower anymore, FPX. You have to back away.
You gotta completely move off of this one. And again, every time LWX moves up, Scala's like, cool, you know what, I got a little bit of a range advantage. I got a bit of a burst advantage. And now Wei with Ming in tow making their way down here.
Well, they know that Wei is here. They're actually going to use the Rift Herald into mid lane as Cryin was trying to cheat towards that bot side. They are going to trade 320 gold. Actually, all going to this jungle here, so Tien getting all of that. Doomby did not have the mana, did not have the presence to try and cheat away some of that gold.
And they would have loved that to have gone towards Nuguri, right? When you look at the FPX game plan, this Aurelia needs to get the ball rolling, but right now she's sitting pretty much even in CS. She's, even when it comes to kills, like, it's not really Nuguri snowballing ahead. And when RNG are just able to pick up all these dragons thanks to the pressure on bot side, they're already snowballing out of control, and this has always been the game plan, the neutral objectives for RNG.
Here we go. Crisp is going to get caught up here. He goes in. They have the audacious charge, but they will get the kill down onto him. And a hop, a skip, and you're out of there, Gala. They might look to try and turn this one around, but there's a good amount of burst here with the Hecarim. They trade it 1 for 1, but you're still pretty happy with that. You still get the dragon if you're RNG.
I think Ming was a little bit surprised by the burst there. He had flash. I think he was trying to bait it in 4-way, but unfortunately, Tien, too much damage too quick, and Ming will fall. Now we're looking at 4 and 4 apiece, even on gold, but it's all about where that gold is situated, because as we said, Tien picking up a lot of the gold through turret plates for himself, also the 2 kills and 2 assists he has. When we look at RNG, it's all on Gala. This guy is massive right now, and for me, that spells beauty for RNG, because although they've usually played through Xiaohu playing in these side lanes, making sure they got the map pressure, Gala oftentimes turns into that big carry in team fights.
I love this little adaptation there from Cryan. You can see he moves in just to say, look, Doomby's coming. You need to clear that wave. Flawless duet goes down the Vanguard's edge as well. Here's the hero's entrance. They're committing quite a lot to this here, and FPX don't get anything from it.
Nuggery tries to make the play, but unfortunately, Crisp just not quite there, and now Gala, up. Easy. Just one shot and it goes down. And again now, RNG, they've opened up this long lane. You can just rotate Gala topside, have Xiaohu move back bot. You've no dragon up for 3.5 minutes, so they can just double down on this turret, taking pressure that Tristana has.
Yeah, they're just, honestly, this is fine. Yes, you're trading out a turret, but like you said, the Tristana's the one getting all this gold, where it's kind of a bit more evenly spread, if you will, throughout FPX, and Tristana takes turrets very, very quickly. That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. That's a great deal.
This isn't fair. I thought they were going to go top, and we'll take another tier 1, but I mean, if FPX are just going to gift them the tier 2, I mean, why not? It's a little bit of a cherry on top for your ice cream sundae, and now they'll be able to move away. You've so much gold invested now. FPX will get this Rift Herald as a result. They can try to even that up by taking the mid lane turret, but honestly, when you've got so much side lane control for RNG, they're going to be happy.
Teleport coming in. Cryan will be forced to flash very soon. He does just about get himself out, along with the gravity field and the Chaos Storm. He negates everything, so that's a big global down now for FPX. Can they make something happen? They're going to double down with the Rift Heralds in the mid lane. That's 2 Rift Heralds into the mid lane to try and crack this turret.
Frost gets her answer though. She said, hey, I mean, is Cryan going to be ready for 3-4 men in mid lane? Well, he was ready right there. They do end up getting that tower in the mid lane though, and although this is kind of nice from a gold situation for FPX, I don't feel like it ends up giving them a huge amount of pressure in this situation, because as RNG, you can still have Victor clear these waves relatively safely. You can still keep that vision control in your favor, make sure you're spotting out anything FPX wants to do. And as long as RNG continues to play around Gala and play through this strong lane, they're going to be okay. They've actually shifted Gala towards mid lane, and it looks like they're going to, with this dragon in 2 minutes, look to keep control of this river and then add another dragon to that belt.
They're looking like they're looking for a pick. Nice little Scryer's orb there to make sure that they're definitely not going to be killed here, as FPX try to work into their jungle, and with all the pressure, you lose those 2 turrets so early in bot side. There's not really a lot you can do. Now Nuguri is going to be ulted, but Tien is here, and no damage there available to them. They were waiting for Xiaohu on the bot side. He just wasn't quite in position.
Gala also teetered off towards mid lane. He wasn't really interested in taking that play, especially when they realized how many more members of FPX were around. But still, you can see Gala, he'll collect these waves. He just collected Raptors. They're just trying to accelerate this Tristana so far ahead. She'll already be working towards that Phantom Dancer very shortly, can move into the Infinity Edge next. And at that stage, RNG have so much damage in their back pocket. You need Nuguri to get onto the back line to have access through these flanks alongside Tien if you hope for any sort of success in taking down Gala.
Yeah, let's have a look at the items here for RNG. You've got the Eclipse here for Xiaohu. You have the Chem Tank, excuse me. A lot of different tets, but and you know, you're working down towards the line. You've got your Kraken Slayer. Like you said, you will have your Phantom Dancer as well. They do take themselves the Scuttle, but they get the taunt down. Way forced to flash. He's a tanky boy, but he needs to be alive for the next 40 seconds.
This is pretty big for FPX, though. They do get full control over River. They burn the flash on the Udyr right before this dragon is about to spawn. Udyr without flash in a fight, not as worrying, not as strong. He kind of ends up playing goalkeeper and defense, and especially when you're looking towards like Doomby and LWX and having a follow-up engage with Ming, now having Wei out of the equation makes things a hell of a lot easier for RNG.
Yeah, well, the river belongs to FPX. They are the first ones to set up camp. They are the first ones to be able to set themselves up and ready. There is no Baron to trade for this, but it looks like the side of RNG, they're going to trade off the Dragon for the side wave pressure, get in some more gold.
And this is the kind of game that RNG love. This slow pace where they have side lane turrets in their favor. They can start to play out the map. And when we talked about the start of the day, FPX love these much faster games. Fastest average win time in the LPL. Most kills per minute, and already averaging 1 kill a minute in our regular season. So for FPX, this is a different style of game. This is not as fast paced. This is not them striding into the mid game with a massive gold lead. They've got to fight toe to toe against RNG in RNG's favor.
See, RNG, they're trading the turrets. Yes, they knew they were giving up that Dragon, but they are fine with that. They have 2 in their back pocket, so FPX a very, very long way away from actually getting any kind of, stack going for them in terms of a soul. They're going to be able to kind of keep more pressure going. I will say it is very, very nice for FPX right now. You still have that mid lane turret that will just keep your kind of general jungle pretty safe for you as it keeps it well lit.
The biggest thing, though, for RNG, I just feel like, all right, let's have Xiaohu push in this extended bottom side of the map. We can then push him through this bottom side jungle in towards mid. And from that stage, then you've just you outrange FPX in this mid lane, and there's zero that they can do about it. And that's why when you look at FPX right now, they are moving so many members around this mid lane. Nuguri hugging towards mid. You've got LWX is already situated there. Crisp and Tien also trying to play there. They're trying to prevent RNG from enacting this style and getting the vision control they need to make a play on mid.
Well, looks like FPX might be trying to go for a play onto this top side. They are just advancing their vision, pushing in the waves. Cryan realizing that he doesn't really have anyone, as you can see on the minimap and on the screen right now. RNG are pushing towards this bot side. They want to try and find Nuguri pushing far too far forward, and without that tier 2 to protect him, Nuguri has to back away.
I would have loved to see the vision go in here on RNG on the bot side, though. They actually don't have any, it looks like, left in the tank, so you don't actually have the full vision control now to move Nuguri safely, like quick paths towards mid lane. And as long as Cryan is being shoved in this mid lane, you're not really under any pressure as FPX, because hey, look, we know that we've not got Xiaohu in our jungle, and we know where Cryan is situated.
Xiaohu needs to be careful. They now know Tien is there. Tien also knows that he knows he's been spotted, so everyone just kind of backs away. They don't want to take that fight. You now have the stride breaker here for Nuguri, so a big, big power spike for him. He's got himself 2 items, and you've got the second item as well for the Dead Man's Plate for Tien.
Again, this is RNG territory. This is how they like to play. Slow and steady. Side lanes, cool. Let's go and play through them. Wei hovering for Xiaohu.
Yeah, hovering for Xiaohu. Tien now spots that Wei is there.
TP top.
TP top. They're going to try and catch out Cryan, who has got a TP of his own. It's a double TP. They don't know exactly where he is. They are going to find him now. The shockwave flash! Oh my god! Do and be, take a bow!
Just take a bow, tip the sombrero, and say thank you very much. That was gorgeous from Doomby. Now they actually move straight towards Baron. They're like, hey, look, we've got the pick on the mid laner. He has no TP.
He has no TP. There is a ward in the back of the pit. This is how FPX explode advantages. This is how they take game. You have taken that tier 1, but you're a little bit late to this rotation. There's the ultimate coming down, as we can see. Wade jumping in. Wade's in the pit. Not going to be able to get it. 3 HP, and it goes over to FPX, but now the fight can ensue. They've got the damage. You've got Xiaohu. You've got Gala. Can you get the damage down? You can see everyone's going away. Push in with Gala, and he gets himself a kill. Wade is fighting back. Double kill for Gala. Can they get the auto attack off? No, they cannot. They get 2 kills very quickly after the Baron, but it is FPX who pick up the ball.
And you still got 3 Barons on Tien, Doomby, and LWX. And when you look at this 4-man team from FPX of Tien right the way down to Crisp, that's fine. You can start to push in, you can start to create pressure, you can start to dissuade RNG from being able to play through these side lanes. And especially for Nuguri, right? When Nuguri spawns here, he still has Crisp who's able to join him in a side lane with that ultimate, but this is so well orchestrated by FPX. You can see Doomby checks the bush with that vision and flash forward into the sombrero. Cryan's, he's got no hope. There's nothing he can do.
Played it as well as he could, and you can see here, Baron goes down to about 6 HP, I believe. They all go in 3 HP, I believe, if I look at that correctly, and they're able to finally take it, but it's the fight after it that keeps RNG in this game.
Yeah, and you can see how much damage Gala's been able to dish out here, right? He basically dishes all of it out onto Tien. Tien's forced away. He gets in onto the back line there as Crisp is forced to flash to try and dissuade him. Like, Gala is huge right now.
Sana is on 3 items. You have the Infinity Edge comboed, but Tien is on the backside. Nicely done. They have the ball delivery system, but it only lands onto 1. The Chaos Storm is ripping him apart. And speaking of ripping him apart, Gala going to try and do his best. He gets taunted up. It ends up being Nuguri jumping in onto the backside. He's going to find Cryan, who goes golden. It's a trade of support as everything's going super low. Wait, find it, but Gala and Xiaohu. Xiaohu is dead. It's Doomby. It's Gala. It's Gala as he jumps in. He's trying to get it. No, he will not be able to survive. The feathers come back, and it ends up being a 4 for 4. These teams.
It's bloody. It's battered teams. They are bruised beyond recognition at the end of these fights. As Toombi might want a round 2, but the bell doesn't sound this time. FPX, they tried to make the play. Gala plays it beautifully, and now there's only 1 Baron left on FPX's side. 30 seconds remaining even until that's gone. FPX don't get anything from this Baron.
The gold is literally not. It is even. It is a 500 gold lead for FPX. There's absolutely nothing there. And Gala has himself 3.5 items. That is your win condition. And that means that you have a very large target on your back. You can see trying to catch out Xiaohu, but they whip the shockwave.
Yeah, Xiaohu able to flash away there. And watch Gala here. I love this. He goes towards Tien. It's like, right, well, Tien can't follow up. Crisp is well away from everyone. Now, Cryan does leave himself separated, which gives Nuguri the opportunity to go aggressive here, but Gala is feeling himself on the backside here as Doombi is doing just as much work as Gala, trying to make sure he can get everyone down. Gorgeous recall here from LWX, barely able to finish off the Tristana. Now, though, you can see FPX back on the map, second dragon in their favor as RNG looking to try and play through this top side.
And you can see in that fight, it's said by the damage numbers, like LWX didn't get a chance to plant his feet. He didn't get a chance to put down the feathers and to create that thing, but you can see the pure damage that can come out. It was 1 auto attack that Gala secured the kill, and the rest of the feathers brought him from about 60% HP to nothing.
And here's FPX, right? You need to now double down on, we need to get Gala. Like 110%. And honestly, I think you need to, as Doombi, start to just go straight towards something like Rabadon. I know the stopwatch and the Zhonya's are going to be really, really nice here for a little bit of safety, but honestly, I think you just need to provide that burst power. Otherwise, you run the risk of Gala being able to take over these team fights. Last Whisper completed, he'll have Lord Dominic's regard in no time, and from that point on, like, who even stands in his way?
His game is very much about if Gala can survive for RNG. If he can, they're probably going to have a good time in the team fights. If he cannot, it's going to be all FPX all the time, as, you know, we're working in towards this dragon pit, but there is no dragon for 3 minutes, there's under 4. And everyone's just kind of backing themselves away. Little small advantages. We saw tier 2s in the side lanes being taken down. And that's the thing that's keeping RNG here, is that they've got 5 turrets versus the 3. Nuguri does end up getting way to get himself out. They got him the gravity field as well. And this is the kind of little small flanks we'll be seeing. It's literally been Wei and Tien on opposite ends of the map trying to find the back line.
I mean, this is just posturing right now. There's no real objective up. You can see FPX, they've moved in towards topside. They're trying to get vision control for this Baron in a minute. But we will get the resets coming in here to make sure that everyone is up and planting their feet for this next Baron. Waves on bot side in favor of RNG, whereas top side is for FPX.
This becomes execution. This isn't, you know, we look at the comps, we talked about them all, you know, the winning lanes, everything like that, team fight prowess, but it becomes about how you execute on your composition right now. You need to keep Gala alive in RNG, but if you're FPX, you have so many dive tools. You have so many things that can get onto this back line. If you combo them up correctly, Nuguri, Tien, Doombi, hell, even Crisp, you can take this fight.
You're right. But flash. Everyone has their summoner spells up here, and that makes it so difficult for FPX to find that perfect spot. Especially, like, Cryan is one thing, right? He's got his Zhonya's, he's got flash. But Gala, he's got the jumps, he's got those resets, he's got his flash, his heal. It becomes really difficult to lock this guy down. Lord Dominic's completed here for him as well. He's an entire item ahead of his counterpart in LWX. So for me, I am looking towards Nuguri and Tien to see if they can get on towards Gala. It needs a hope and a prayer here.
RNG will have pressure in this Baron pit, topside river, and they will have the push into mid lane as well. Gala and Ming just kind of posturing to make sure nobody cheats to get a cheeky ward down. as the accelerated shock blast from Xiaohu does put down a fair bit of damage. And now there's no Baron just yet. It has just spawned. Now, where do you want to go here? You got yourself a little bit of position here, but RNG, they respect the fact that they might get caught out. LWX needs to be a little bit more careful as he backs himself away. Speaking of which, Nuguri gets jumped on. Gala flashes away, but Nuguri's already beyond his half health. They flash in. The hook is landed. Now you can see Chris going in. LWX is dead as Chris tried to get the taunt down. He gets one. It's Nuguri on the backside. Now they're going to try and turn him. It's all Gala as he hops, he skips, he jumps, and you can see RNG and FPX trying to make their compositions work.
You can see again, though, we said, watch Ming. This guy sets up fights so well for RNG. The flash in, the hook onto LWX, and he gets the kill. Now, it is traded back. You get Wave down, you get Ming down, so RNG can't turn towards the Baron. But
they can ban it though. Round 2 as Tien jumps in on top of it.
Gala.
Though. Gala needs to be careful. Tien might just be taken out just with a shock blast. There's Xiaohu, but it's going to be a sacrifice. Cryan puts himself in harm's way to protect his AD carry.
Now Gala's still on the run. He gets caught though.
He caught and he's shut down. Super carry doing me. 6-0-4, and he is keeping FPX on the map.
And it doesn't matter what Doombee's playing. It doesn't matter whether it's these unusual picks like the Kled or the Renekton. Orianna and Victor have become his prime picks, and it's for reasons like this. He has been so damn good when it comes towards these team fights. And in that isolated 1v2, there's nothing that Gala is able to muster.
This is game 1.
This is game 1.
This is game
I'm
1.
so ready. Just give me more. This is what I want.
The gold lead has stuck at 500. It hasn't gone anywhere. There is a dragon in about 7 seconds, and you gotta say, with the 2 carries on RNG down, you have to favor FPX to be able to put themselves in soul point.
And despite the fact that RNG had set them up with all these early dragons, they weren't actually able to capitalize on it. The resets weren't quite there. FPX were able to move in a little bit quicker. We got towards some nice team fighting from FPX right as these dragons came up as well. And suddenly this has turned back in FPX's favor. Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? Because you can look towards Nuguri now being able to operate in the side lane. You have Crisp with that ultimate available. The 4-man unit from FPX can push in mid. Nuguri can look to play on this bottom side. And suddenly Xiaohu isn't as safe in this isolated 1v1, especially with no flash available.
And look at Xiaohu as well. Like, yes, he's got himself 3.5 items. He's got a hell of a lot of armor pen, but 4 items for Doombe. He's finished up his Void Staff. He also has the added protection of the Zhonya's. He is 1 item, which we imagine will be a death cap, away from full build. It's going to be him versus Gala, you got to feel, and the rest of his team's just trying to keep them alive. And for RNG, you're now moving up towards this. You're getting yourself vision control. You're setting yourself up to try and make sure this doesn't get snuck away.
The thing is, I mean, look, Cryan can still do massive amount of damage in this game. It's just that when you look at his build, right, he's had to go towards the early Zhonya's. He's nowhere near as accelerated as Doombe. So there's just that massive discrepancy in the mid lane, and it is that massive discrepancy in the bottom lane in favor of Gala. So these are your 2 picks as Cryan very quickly TPing out.
He had to. He had no choice. He had to get himself out of there. He had no idea where the rest of FPX were going from. He had to make sure that he did not die, because if he dies, this Baron goes down. And speaking of Barons going down, FPX are going to start it.
Being in the pit, though, means that they don't have a huge amount of flank opportunities, and Gala can stay pretty safe.
It's dead. They can go for it. They don't need to go for anything. Shockwave lands on the 2. They lose Crisp, but they gain the Baron. Now, can you get anything else? The flawless duet does not land. Gala taken down so quickly. Vanguard dead right out, but Nuguri is a little bit isolated. The rest of his team comes back out on top of the blast cone. There's the outside of Shadows as he gets Diane away, and that's going to be it. Nuguri baits them all in, and RNG are now running for the hills. They cannot fight this. FPX bait and outsmart them around the Baron, and FPX get the ace.
Nuguri is inhuman. The fact he managed to get that stopwatch into the flawless duet right as Gala jumped over the wall means that now FPX are in prime position. They've got the Baron, they've got the wave. They can look to end it all here, Penguin.
They can go for the first victory in this best of 5, and what a way to do it. It was RNG getting advantage after advantage after advantage, and FPX Nuguri, FPX Doombe step up for their team, and they will take first blood in this best of 5. What a game 1.
Give me more of this. This is the LPL finals that we wanted. This is what we expected from both of these teams. And the fact we are getting these individual performers that make or break these series says it all, Penguin.
What a way to kick it all off. And I think for a lot of people, there's a lot of positives there for RNG. You had a lot of things that went well for you in the early game. You had a lot of things that came out and, really did cement that lead on top of Gala. You had a lot of pressure on the map, but I think it comes down pound to pound, like Doomby and Nuggery. They're monsters.
They're built different,
They're just built different. These guys, like you said, the genius to bait everyone in, to land the Vanguard Z, the Flawless Duet, and to combo up. I don't have words. That was such a good start.
I mean, look, you can see it in that last fight, right? The way that Nuggery is thinking is like, look, Gala's already been taken low by Doomby. The only positioning that he can do to get back into this fight is to jump over the wall. And Nuggery positions that Flawless Duet beautifully. The second that Gala comes over the wall, it's just popped. It's gorgeous to watch these plays, but honestly, it does speak volumes to FPX that the fact that RNG could play out this early game so well, they're getting these early dragons. Gala is massive. They're shutting down this early snowball coming through from FPX, but when it gets to the team fights, that's where we start to see the crawl back. It's not like just an avalanche collapsing over FPX. It's Doomby fighting back. They are making all these plays work, and the team fighting is far superior.
Yeah, I think, as I said, execution, how they executed, and they executed their fights very, very well. And it's just every time I see FPX coming into these, every single time I watch them play, I see them getting better and better and better. And for RNG, you had a game plan, and you executed that game plan relatively well. It just wasn't enough, and now what do you do?
I felt like for me that the biggest thing was trying to double down on this dragon in the bottom side of the map, right? We talked about, like, FPX are really good at playing through the strongest person on the map. It felt like RNG didn't really do that. We talked about how you can rotate Gala around the map. They never really decided to play around him. They still tried to play around Xiaohu quite a lot. And it meant that, hey, you're not snowballing all these turret plates, all this gold in your favor. It's giving FPX the opportunity to trade in advantage, or at least in even. And it just meant that you couldn't really get the ball rolling as RNG.
Yeah, and I guess that's going to be the kind of story of game one from us. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, it will be sent to our analysts to try and break down that banger of a game one. We'll see you soon. Come on!
我觉得这版本很多队都选揽胜方，就是因为打野吧，因为人马呀什么乌迪尔很多打野都可以抢，然后这2个打野是选出来的话，给 ADC 跟中路就是线上的人压力就特别大。大家都知道，对我们来说是一个比较辛苦的，大家都知道经历了很多事情嘛。然后就是特别感谢我的其他队友吧，因为这么辛苦的1年，就春季赛这一个赛季这么辛苦，大家都不放弃，我们就好好奋斗努力，一起加油，然后走到这一步，走到决赛。然后我觉得跟 S9 一样，我们好不容易走到就进了决赛，我们就3-0赢一下，加油吧！
Doomby is too wholesome, man. Welcome back to the LPL Finals. What a way to begin it all. What a game one we have been gifted there. I'm Butchables. I'm joined by Lyric and Frosker, and I just want to take a second and just revel in that game one, because we got some chaos in the late game. We got back and forth fights, and even throughout the early game as well, both teams testing each other consistently, Frosk.
Yeah, and it felt like it really started in the draft phase. I know that we had our expectations going in, we were all buckled up, and as soon as we started seeing all of these flex picks come out, the blind Jace, the Tristana, we're like, okay, this is not going to be like 2 prize fighters sizing each other up and going slow. They ran in and they started swinging with all of their weight behind them. 5 support bans against Crisp. I haven't seen a player get banned out 5 times in a very long time.
Yeah, and I think we could bring up the draft as well and take a deeper look at this one. I want to go to you, Hillary, because this is not what the expectation was here. This is not how we anticipated this draft to go.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. And the thing is, I actually really liked what RNG did starting off with this draft. We see the support bans come out. We see that FPX take away the Lucian. So then RNG blind pick that Jace, right? And against Jace, there aren't too many champions that really give him a hard time in lane. Lucian actually is one of them. So when FPX go with the counter pick of the Irelia, that's actually a more volatile lane that Jace is able to win early. And we saw once more resources got put up towards that top side that, hey, the Jace is able to win. And this felt like RNG going back to the style that we were questioning. Hey, will RNG do this? And it showed a lot of good things, and it showed a much closer game than we saw in the past series, right?
Yeah, it felt like RNG definitely came to play. Sorry, go on, Frosk.
No, I was just going to say, we can even go directly into the B-roll, because I think it really sets up what Lyric was talking about, you know, that blind Jace, the fact that it had good matchups, that we knew that this was going to be about topside, and then RNG's plan coming to fruition when Ming completely ditches bot. You know, you have Victor and Tristana down there, and all of a sudden it's a massive party in topside to get them ahead. And just for added flair, Ming then started to win the bot side of the map as well.
That's the thing, right? When we came into this matchup, one of the highlights that I thought would help give RNG a win would be, hey, what's Ming going to do on the map? We saw him definitely show up. I love the early focus to topside, but then we started to see it fall apart where, okay, RNG get this advantage topside, and you know, when you look at the drafts, the only way FPX's comp really gets ahead, in my opinion, is if Irelia and Hecarim get ahead. Because Xayah and Galio, you're fighting into too much poke, too much range. A Victor, a Jace, they're going to love it if you walk into them. For some reason, then RNG say, hey, let's bring this advantage we got top down to bot side. They do a Dragon, which gives FPX the timer to play for Rift Herald, gives FPX an opportunity to gank Xiaohu and get Nuggery back into the game. And that's where everything started to go a little bit sideways for RNG.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the clips as well from that mid game and see how these fights interacted for us.
Yeah, and it's kind of like at that point, you know, you can't play side lane as Xiaohu just because you're going to get bodied at it. But I love the point that you bring up about the hard engage and the fact that Hecarim and Aurelia were so important for FPX's composition because they were the ones that were going to be responsible for the hard engage. They allow the Galio to get into the backline, where Orianna and Xayah had to kind of slowly walk up against an RNG composition that when you're walking into them, you already said it, they have so much ability to either push you back, knock you away, or shred you as you come in. And so these team fights were actually much closer than I think they should have been at the state of game, simply because, you know, Crisp is, the supports are usually the hard engage, but he had 5 bans against him, the Nautilus pick and the Alistar band on blue side. Galio isn't a hard engage champion against this composition specifically, and so if Tien ever messed up his onslaught of Shadow, then suddenly RNG would be able to walk them down, use their rage advantage, and use Gala, who is actually having a really pop-off game. So I think the game looked really close because of the nature of the compositions. I really liked the idea that RNG had put together. It was simply just a mis-execution, especially when it came to that kind of early mid-game that you were talking about, Lyric, with that tempo misread and giving or taking an early Drake and giving Xiaohu the middle finger, if you will, for like, good luck top, buddy.
Yeah, I feel like when we looked at those two fights, right, everything should have been in FPX's favor, but in the first fight, we see the onslaught of shadows used only onto Ming, and in the second fight, it's used only onto Wei. So you're using that key ability only on the tanks. The carries are pretty much given free reign for the side of RNG. And I will say, even though this was a really close game, it did end a bit disappointingly where FPX find a good pick. They turn directly onto Baron, and then for some reason, RNG just lose their heads. They find one kill. They send Xiaohu on a flank. He's separated from his team, which gives FPX a 4v4 that they're then just able to win. So you didn't even get numbers advantage just for the fact that Xiaohu's like, yeah, I'm on Jace, you know, let me just jump right into the team as a whole. Doesn't even have the time to do it. And yeah, RNG go down.
And at its most simple, I think it then comes down to this idea that if you're an RNG fan and you ever find yourself in a position where Xiaohu doesn't have agency, he doesn't have a champion at that point in the game to be able to really participate in fights, you know, misexecution or not, like his Jace just was not going to be at a point where it was going to be relevant because of how far he fell behind. He couldn't play the side lanes. He wasn't going to be much use into the fight unless Tien made a massive mistake. Like, it's over. Like, Gala gave it his all, but you were still seeing scenarios where he, you know, W'd forward and then had to immediately flash back. He's just not that type of clutch player yet, whereas you know FPX are. And I think that's kind of like, at its most simple, its most basic, that's the easiest way to look at that. The FPX, you're like, any one of these guys could carry at any point. Maybe not LWX, but he's shown it before. Like, he'd be the guy that'd get like kind of like the less credit to. But if Xiaohu's not super far ahead in RNG, you're like, it's over. It doesn't matter if Gala's like massive on the Tristana, he just doesn't have it in him.
And I just want to take a moment here. Let's just take a second to talk about Dumby, right? Because he had an amazing game with this Orianna. The Orianna is something that he started to bring in. And in fact, I've just been told by production, Dumby was the MVP for that game. So perfect timing on that one.
Dumby got MVP?
On this Orianna, he looked amazing, right? 6-0 and 8. Every single shockwave looked awesome. I mean, his flash shockwave in the top lane, it wasn't that impactful in the grand scheme of the game, but it was beautiful.
Yeah, I feel honestly, I'm a bit surprised, but he did have a lot of great shockwaves in the team fights that RNG did end up winning. Doonby was really the only member able to find good damage output and like find his way onto key targets. So I could definitely understand Doonby coming out and taking the MVP. Great performance from him. I think, though, for the side of FPX as a whole, and for RNG, this first game, right, was about punishing enemy teams' mistakes, and I want to see more. I want to see more of the FPX we saw before where, hey, it's about getting that early game lead right off the bat, maybe setting up Doonby to translate his success into a win of itself, not Doonby having to put out fires in team fights because his teammates are making some mistakes.
Yeah, I think one of the exciting things as well is that we got to see him on this Orianna, and we brought up the question of Doonby versus Cryin, right? That was one of the big questions we brought up in that opening death segment. I think in game number 1, it was very clearly answered. I think that the difference between the mid laners here for the first game was pretty dramatic. So now we have to look at the side of RNG. What has to change here moving forward? How do they... Because it felt like at the start of that game, everything was going to plan, right? They got themselves the lead. Frost, what is the play for game 2 to convert that lead into a win instead of it all falling apart in the mid game?
I mean, you could make like the very easy estimation that maybe you don't leverage 5 bans at support, but I don't even think that was necessarily a problem. I actually really liked the game plan from RNG. I'm assuming that Lyric, you probably feel the same way, that it was really execution based. You know, it's the fact that RNG invested so much into getting their top side ahead and then kind of completely abandoned it. They got caught out overextending bot side. Wei and Ming specifically caught out, you know, after really good plays there. And it was like, it was looking really good. And then suddenly all of that investment, all of that time, all of the lead that they had created, they completely lost. And then at that point, because of how the compositions worked together, Xiaohu wasn't going to be able to do anything. So it's like, stick with your game plan. If that's going to be what it is, RNG, just like make sure that you triple down on it instead of trying to put out fires everywhere, or maybe Ming's feeling hot. I don't know. Maybe he felt really hot after getting that hook on bot lane. He was calling for Wei, and Wei just decided to pivot down there, but it all just went sideways.
That's the thing, right, is I actually don't have a problem with either team's plan or really either draft, because you saw that from this game, there was obvious execution windows that either team could win. Just both teams did come in with some mistakes. I really liked Tien's pathing in the early game, especially when he did find that first gank onto Xiaohu, just really beautifully bypassing that control ward that RNG had there for like 10 minutes. But then we started to see him flop a bit in team fights. Again, there were some misplays for FPX down on the bot side. There were some misplays for RNG in the bot side. Frost already hit on Gala, Wing into one fight, having to flash out immediately. So plans are fine. I even think drafts overall okay. Just, clean up the execution. It was game 1. There's probably some jitters going to be on stage. So hopefully game 2 things will be a bit more refined.
You know what, Lyric? I disagree. I really hope game 2 things are not more refined. That's the kind of League of Legends I personally want to watch. I want to see this chaos. But RNG going to move over to the blue side now for game number 2. Do you think that will dramatically change the way that these drafts go down, especially with the Hacker and potentially something that RNG could grab for themselves?
Yeah, I think this will be a very different game, especially when we talk about the fact that, like, hey, RNG out of nowhere just picks up this Jace first rotation red side. These are usually very, like, set, programmed moves, so I expect RNG to have a completely different draft this time around. I also think that FPX should have a better response because now they get to guarantee their top lane matchup. They now know, hey, maybe RNG are going to put a lot of priority onto this Jace pick. Bans can change. FPX can pick up something like a support earlier on and not get funneled into a Galio against a comp that's kind of hard to play against. So I think drafts are going to change very widely. I guess my only question is, will RNG first pick the Hecarim, or will they go, again, like we saw against EDG, where they were picking up the Kai'Sa early on, if FPX decide to leave that one up?
Yeah, that was exactly the question that I had. Looking at FPX bans, they banned Alistair, Lucian, and Kai'Sa from blue side. And theoretically, they could still do that from red side. I think both these teams are fine to handshake on Hecarim, Udyr, and Thresh is kind of like the other big pick that's been banned a lot from red side, but I don't necessarily think that that's going to be like a huge one to see drop out. And if it does go to a Kai'Sa priority pick, I don't know. I think that RNG have been figured out. The fact that the Lucian and the Kai'Sa bans came out, I'm like, ooh, this is going to be really rough for RNG to find some other champion, because it completely takes everything out of Gala. I mean, we saw him. He was 3.5 item Tristana. He had all of the gold, all of the resources, and he did play some fights well, but it's just not the same thing if Xiaohu was in that winning game state.
All right, so over to the other side then for FPX, because obviously they got themselves a game win here. But I wouldn't say that this was like the typical way they usually win, right? I wouldn't say that this was the clean, super fast tempo FPX that we got so used to over the course of playoffs. They certainly didn't reflect that first series we saw between FPX and RNG earlier on in the bracket. So now moving into game 2 for FPX, do you expect them to be changing things on the red side here, Jordan? Because it feels like the early game was a little dicey for FPX, and had they fallen a little bit further behind, this really could have been a different result.
Yeah, I definitely think they're going to change things up. Again, if we see RNG ban out some more supports, I think FPX will get a more favorable matchup for Crisp in that bot lane. And, we've hit on FPX probably do have the better bot lane holistically than the side of RNG, so there will be more contention there. I also think they should be able to guarantee just a flat-out favorable matchup for Nuguri, other than this one where it's like, hey, it's a bit skill-dependent. It depends on how junglers are going to path. It depends on all-ins. So I think FPX should actually be better positioned going into Game 2.
All right, well, Game 2 is about ready, so I'm going to pass it back over to the stage. Dagda, Penguin, please take it away for Game 2.
Thank you very, very much, Munchables. We are here. We are back again.
Good to be back.
It's good.
Good to be here.
It's great to be here, and we're just feeling the energy. We came down a little bit. We had to. Obviously, that game 1 was
bit bonkers.
Yeah, a bit bonkers, and the crowd just adds to the hype, I suppose. But talked about it on the desk. They wanted to see a bit of adaptation. We are going to see RNG on the blue. Frost is bringing up a problem, as you say, as you see the Phoenix flying ever so high on the...
Sure, that's a Phoenix. Yeah, we'll go with Phoenix.
That is a Phoenix, but as Frostgirl was saying, there is a little bit of an issue here if you are leaning towards that Kai'Sa priority, because then you, as she said, you are found out. It feels like if you're going to be on the side of RNG, despite all the gold and resources you gave to Gala, it needs to be that Kai'Sa.
Honestly, I think I'm kind of surprised by a lot of the priorities that are coming into this game. Like, obviously saw the Jace priority for RNG, you're talking about Kai'Sa. But for me, it was the surprise to give Tien the Hecarim. like, it's been far and away Tien's best pick. He's a 7.7 KDA up until today. Like, that is an insane score over the 6 games we've seen him on. So, honestly, I mean, he's only added to it now, right, as well. So, I think, honestly, this is a pick that I would like to see either taken away first or at least banned away when we come into this next round.
Yeah, they are on the blue side. Of course, they were on the red side last time. They banned away 5 supports. We'll see if they want to continue with that trend. Because, like, Crisp didn't really have that big of an impact in the game, but Crisp isn't the problem right now.
Yeah. Well, I think the honest SK done it well. That Galio was never really set up to succeed, right? This is a champion that works very well where you've got a lot of people that are diving in on top of you, and then you can throw down that big ultimate and buy space for the backline. But when you look at the composition that RNG were playing, you got a lot of range in the Victor, the Triss, the Jace. You're never really going to get too much, especially if you don't have a flash available. You're just out of the picture. So I'm not surprised to see Crisp kind of have a little bit of a less of an impact than we would have expected. But certainly if we come into this game and we're looking at a very different draft, which I do honestly expect, I think then we'll start to see Crisp having a little bit more of an impact as we start to go forward in the series.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we can, look forward to. And again, Ming, Despite losing the game, there were a hell of a lot of positives towards that early game. Ming was making the early impact that you had mentioned, the desk had mentioned. Everyone has kind of said that this guy needs to make an early impact. He got it. The only problem is, as Frosker mentioned, if the gold isn't going into Xiaohu's back pocket, RNG don't really have someone to kind of carry that big sack of gold. They need someone with the power of someone like Xiaohu, who is the Spring Emperor. The guy always seems to pop off in Spring. If they can get him ahead, if they can get him, snowballing against Nuguri, I feel like that might be the key to success for them.
It's so hard when you're on red side, though. Like, pretty much every time we've seen FPX in playoffs, that counter pick has gone towards Nuguri on red side. There's unless it's early pick on the first rotation for blue side, they're just we'll just hang on. Yeah. We just let Nuguri have his way with things. And I think that's where it starts to get really interesting here, because as Nuguri, what have you got? You brought out that Jace blind. I mean, do we just go back towards this? We get the Aurelia into it again, or maybe we get some other shenanigans coming out from Nuguri. But it certainly feels like this is kind of Xiaohu figured out, and I think Frost has been hinting at it a lot, is feels like FPX have RNG figured out as well with these Kai'Sa bans, with the way that they're drafting. It feels to me like RNG have got to bring something out of the woodwork.
Yeah, it feels like if you have a pocket pick, if you have something that can change up how this game is going to proceed, you need to bring it out now. Now, as we jump into Game 2, picks and bans.
It's happening again, Penguin, isn't it? It's happening again, Penguin.
Not quite. This time, FPX are banning the Thresh. So we'll see what they change with.
I mean, we see RNG, they're actually going to go with the Twisted Fate ban, so not getting all the support bans coming through, but certainly, I mean, you can see why we're harping on so much about this support matchup, because there is a lot of respect given on both sides here.
A lot of respect here, and this is the thing as well. FPX will be fine giving up the Kai'Sa if they can get their bot lane duo in the second rotation. They might even pick up their jungler and support, so you're kind of giving gaining one power pick, giving over 2.
Okay, I was curious to see, there's the Lucian, there's the Kai'Sa, and there's a Hecarim. Now, RNG have first picked the Kai'Sa in playoffs past, but they are going to take this Hecarim, which means more than likely we will see LWX nabbing this Kai'Sa for himself, and then you can try and pair it with something in that bottom side of the map. We've seen the Gragas's, we've seen the Onas. Even if you want to take the Nautilus for yourself here, there's a lot that you can go for as FPX.
Yep, they are going to look and lock in that Kai'Sa. Probably, as you say, look to pair it up with something as they flick through a couple of different champions. You know you're going against the Hecarim. It is almost certainly going to be the Udyr. Craig gets excited. You got excited. I don't think we're going to see the Lee Sin.
I love how he does it, just not even an ounce of emotion on his face.
I don't buy into the hype, all right? The Udyr is going to be picked in this meta, and Udyr is, in fact, locked in. So now, for RNG, you know you're going into the Kai'Sa, and they lock in the Jace again. It's early rotation, Jace alongside the Xayah.
Yeah, shout out to Raz, who was talking about that jungle matchup and the jungle meta being stale baguette that you could stab people with. It's that old. But honestly, I like this here coming through from RNG, right? You're getting, again, this Jace. You're forcing this Aurelia pick to come out here for FPX, and it means now you can ban away supports once again as RNG. Guarantee that bottom side play, although it kind of is a double-edged sword in this situation because you don't have your own supports locked in as well, so you're nearly banning against yourself. But honestly, I think as RNG here, you got good engage, you've got great damage tools in both the Xayah, who does well into the Kai'Sa, and this Jace in the top lane.
Yep, you're banning away the Orianna from Doinby. I like that quite a lot. Doinby has shown the pure mastery on the champion, knows exactly where he wants to go, knows exactly what he wants to do with it.
Here's the special thing, though. Nuguri's already locked in his champion, man. they just give Doomby the counter pick. You ban the Victor here as RNG, and suddenly we're into strange territory again. We're into the Kleds, we're into the Nocturnes, we're into the Renekton's. The dark technologies are back for Doomby, and it's easy to go for as FPX because you know they're going to take their support here on this next rotation. Chances are they're going to go for something like Leona, make sure Crisp has that engage that was so desperately lacking in that last team play, or in that last team play, and now we can look towards a counter pick for Doomby.
Yeah, I like this though as well from the side of RNG, recognizing if they ban the Victor, they could just get the Azir picked away from them or something like that. So they're giving themselves at least a reasonable option, if you will, as Silas is going to be the 5th and final ban for RNG. And FPX, as I said, could go for something like heavy CC. You talked about the Nautilus, the Leona, they're going with the Leona.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the Leona just does better into the Nautilus, so if Ming does decide to go for that, you already have that counter pick. And either way, any of these champions that you'd really see that offer that engagement on the bottom lane just lose out to Leona. It will be the Nautilus that they go for now. At least I know Core JJ considers the Nautilus a counter pick into Leona, but it's more of a kite back rather than a go in tool. So especially for this bottom side of the map where you're looking to try and push in aggressively and trying to see if you can play through the range advantage that this Xayah has, that's not really going to facilitate it with the Nautilus there.
No, they're going to facilitate it, but the Rise has been locked in here for RNG. Is FPX just running through their options? They've got a couple of different things they can look at. They've got a couple of different options available to them. And again, like you mentioned, it is a pure counter pick here for Doomby if he wants to go for pretty much anything that's on the board.
It looks like he will just go back towards stock standard. I mean, the Victor has been the pick that he's liked the most. It gives him a lot of control in this mid lane. He gets a lot of push level 1 as well, which is going to be great. So honestly, I think you've got a lot here you can work with as FPX, but certainly it feels to me again like you give the opportunity for TN to try and play up through this side lane. You've got strong control coming through in the mid lane for this Victor. You do have to be careful though about crying, especially when he's on something like the Rise, the Realm Warp towards top side to try and turn that matchup back in your favor if you're an RNG fan.
Well, everything is locked and loaded as we start making our way towards game 2. And I don't want RNG. This is kind of a test for RNG in my opinion. You know, like you've gone through multiple different, kind of best of 5s. Obviously our seasons are best of 3s. I want to see them try and bounce back. You've got the Heck Room this time, so a little bit of an easier guaranteed engage. And you've still got yourself a plethora of damage from all lanes.
Yeah, I mean, look, it feels like you're kind of taking the same composition essentially as last time here for FPX, just adding in a better engage tool. So certainly I don't really see... I mean, it kind of sucks that you've lost the Heck Room, but it's still going to be fine with the Udyr. Whereas when you look across at RNG, we're still looking to see if they can play through this Jace and Xiaohu in the top lane. They can then look to try and outnumber you in side lanes, and when it comes towards rotations, especially being able to use this Rise. And when you look towards Xayah, she's just great at wave clear, so you can just plonk her down in the mid lane and let these solo laners do the work for you.
I will go back to something you did say earlier on the day. LWX's Kai'Sa. You said he's your most favorite person to play this champion because he is an assassin in these team fights. He knows when to go in, how to perfectly set himself up so he's not caught out, and this guy just looks like a god when his pick is on him.
FPX versus Ore in the regular split, go and watch that assassination. When you look towards RNG versus FPX in our playoffs in round 4, go and watch LWX assassinate Gala on his Tristana. This guy is so damn clean when he gets his hands on this Kai'Sa. He may not be the best. He may not be when you look at the likes of Jackie Love, his own skin and stuff, it's not quite there, but certainly he's my favorite.
Crowd is ready. They were given the best of introductions. In case anyone was falling a little bit asleep, they got themselves right back up. And the noise is honestly deafening when it comes into it.
How do you fall asleep after that game?
Exactly.
How is that a thing? Get yourself checked for narcolepsy or something. That is ridiculous. But we are into game number 2. And especially when RNG already won down in the series, they'll need to find themselves a bit of a spring in their step because they looked good at the beginning of game 1 where they were playing through this top side, shutting down the early game plays from FPX, and it feels like this is now take 2 for RNG to offer a similar game plan, but with Crying on this Rise, at least they've got more punch to offer into that top side of the map.
A little bit more punch for the top side, also a little bit more kind of point and click CC. The gravity field is what I call sometimes CC, something that it can come down, sometimes it can't. As we move on towards the, you know, early skirmishes and early laning phase, it's going to be both junglers starting on their bot side and pathing towards top.
And I want to go back to a point that Lyric made in the desk, since we will be looking at this top lane matchup quite a bit. He was talking about, you know, Xiaohu versus Nuguri, the difference between these two guys in playoffs. And hold on, actually.
Oh, we're going to see a little bit of action. Just both supports going in on top of the AD carries. It is probably Crisp who takes the worst of that particular trade. But yes, as you were saying.
But yeah, because we haven't seen RNG playing as heavily towards Xiaohu in this top lane, when we look at the raw stats for these guys, it's Xiaohu.
Goes back into the skies. Still be able to back himself up. So again, this is kind of what we saw in the last time. But again, you have to be so careful here if you're Xiaohu, because if you go too far forward, Nuguri will punish.
Yeah, I was waiting to see where Tien was going to make his name known, because there is always the opportunity, especially when you got the push from Doomby in the mid lane, to try and go for an invade or even go for something on this top side with the 3-man play.
Oh, they know he's there, and he's straight onto the blue buff. You can see there he's just going to try and steal that camp away as quick as he can. No real contest going to be able to come out here. I want to say that. Nope. Going to be able to smite it away, and now Tien should be able to get out. The Ghost has been used here by Wei, and that's just straight up just kind of, you know, wasting a little bit of a summoner there, trying to make something happen that wasn't gonna.
Yeah, I mean, in the 1v1, Wei could have been able to kill Tien, but that was not a 1v1. Nuguri full push topside. Doombeat already rode up from the mid lane as well. So nice job here from Tien, and it's very reminiscent of how they found their advantages in round 4, was playing through this jungle. Oh, Nuguri's hunting.
Nuguri, he's hunting. He doesn't have turret aggro just yet, and he's able to dodge it. Flash for flash. Nuguri is there. Now Wei can't catch up to him. He doesn't have Ghost. He has a hope or a prayer. This is why this guy is so good on this champ.
And why you probably should have kept your Ghost this way. Maybe if you hadn't overextended, you could have made that play in top, but Nuguri in the 1v1 gets the solo kill, which brings me nicely to the stats I wanted to bring up also long ago. Xiaohu has been, on average, in playoffs, minus 16 CS and minus 530 gold at the 15-minute mark. When you look at Nuguri has been up 8 CS and plus 607 gold at the 15-minute mark. He has been dominating his top lane counterparts, and this is why FPX were able to win out when it came to round 4. They were able to turn this into a 1v1 in that top side of the map, and Nuguri just beat out Xiaohu because he's a much stronger top laner. He's a world champion top laner.
The current world champion top laner is Nuguri. No flash on him this time round, and he will get knocked back to the sky. Oh, Nuguri! 2v1, he comes out as he tries to continue on the fight. Almost comes out with a double.
There are people who thrive under pressure, and those people become the world champions. And when you are sitting on the stage in front of 15,000 people in Wuhan, that's when you need to stand up. Maybe not take several terror shots, but certainly stand up and be accounted for as you're able to turn around these plays.
What a start for FPX in this top side, really hitting home. Oh, you want to play top side? No, I play top side. He doesn't even need jungle intervention.
And I want to bring it back to what Lyric said on the desk. He was like, hey, look, we look at game number 1. The only way I really saw FPX getting a lead was Nuguri and Tien getting ahead. We just said this is a very similar composition, and Nuguri's now firmly ahead in this top lane. He is diving the tier 1 towers. He is 1v2ing in the top lane, and now you've got to bring the cavalry as RNG.
Yeah, you flash forward, you try and get it on top of Doomby. The hook lands, and they will be able to pick up that kill. That is exactly the kind of response you needed if you're RNG, and again, it's the man in the bot lane, Ming, who's able to set him up.
Nuguri needs to back away from this. You've already got Crying here, Wei as well, Ming moving up towards top side. You can realm warp in towards this top lane with the level 6 now hit from this rise.
Have the level 6 and Ming and Wei in tow. You can see the pings going down. The realm warp, you're a prophet, my friend, as they try and make this one work. They have the flawless duet to land onto 2. Nuguri, how are you going to get yourself out of this one? He's Houdini, as he does end up going back in. He's trying to make it work.
No!
Another hook!
Wait,
and
he gets it!
still goes down! 4v1! Nuguri comes out with a counter kill!
He is inhuman! He is a monster! This guy is a beast! How? In a 1v4 do you manage to get the turnaround kill?
No words. No words. I should stop being surprised at this stage, Dagda. I should stop having these massive screaming hype moments because this guy does these things on a daily basis. This is his 9 to 5.
Oh god, it's actually disgusting. Now Tien will pop that horse in the face, say no thank you. I'm gonna fly away here, and god damn, FPX, you are looking really good. And honestly, like, this isn't even so much the fact that, like, yes, we've got a little bit of pressure coming up here from Tien, but like, Tien isn't in this picture. This is just Nuguri being able to turn this around in the 1v1. And even when you look at where the wave is positioned, you are going to lose so much here as Xiaohu thanks to this kill going down. And honestly, I thought it was going to be the kill on towards Crying, but the Vanguard's edge hit there in the top lane gives the opportunity for Xiaohu to turn that play around. Now you're level 5 as Xiaohu to the level 7 of Nuguri. You're 20 CS down, and now he's got friends here.
He's got friends, but no wave just yet. You can see there the accelerated shock blast going to do enough. Good dodge out here, but there's more people coming in. You can see Xiaohu, he's trying his best to keep the wave away as they all jump in. Tien's going to be the one to tank it up, and here's Chris to pop down the Dawning Shadow and gets himself a kill. Ming just come back up to try and trade it back. Nuguri needs to be a little bit careful as Cryan is here, but with no flash, and a beautiful Vanguard, or a beautiful flawless duet means they're able to get that one away. Oh,
On a knife's edge. Nuguri now 3-1-1. Xiaohu is non-existent in this game as Ming, I mean, yeah, you can push your way in here, but I don't know about this.
This is delayed. This is literally delayed.
Way is on the way.
The way is on the way. Tien is there, so we have 3v3. This is Ming saying we need to get something. We need to turn this one around. They get a kill. They get another stun down. The flash away from Tien. They have to be aware of Nuguri though, as he gets caught up. Double kill, and they get the Tien on the backside. That's 3 quick kills. RNG, they force it, but they make it work.
And look at Xiaohu. Xiaohu has just moved towards mid as well. He's getting all this free CS. He's catching that wave that Cryan had left to the wayside. And now RNG are at least getting something back in their favor, but it has to be with Cryan. 3 kills now on the rise. They will be able to turn this in towards a Rift Herald, but they have to unlock Cryan again and make sure that this guy can carry this game.
And yes, while you're forcing Ming to go around the map to put out all these fires. He's a fireman right now as he's trying to keep his team in this game. You don't really care that Gala's falling behind. Gala just has to stay safe. Gala just has to get himself up to 1 or 2 items. You know, maybe he's relevant to thing, but he's not the main carry for this composition.
No, it's really not. This is the big thing here. You've got to realize that, like, as RNG, you're trying to play at range. You're trying to get creative when it comes towards these realm warps that you can use and hopefully be able to win out in these team fights with the front line you offer with Ming and also with Wei on this Udyr. But the problem is that Nuguri doesn't care. I mean, even in this situation, like, you end up with a heap of return damage that's coming through from Nuguri onto Ming here. You can see how much damage he's able to churn out. He's got the healing as well, which is only going to be amplified with the Blade of the Rune King. And this would have been a kill going back if Ming hadn't had that stopwatch.
That stopwatch was king right there. And good thing for RNG fans watching at home, you're able to stop the dragon stacking as well. So we're going to see a little bit of a later Dragon Soul as well.
But the big thing here is that as RNG, you kind of hope that's the case. Because honestly, Nuguri can just dive top lane at this stage. He's going to have Blade of the Rune King completed on his next back. Might even, there we go. Thank you very much, Nuguri. You can just move this in towards top side. Xiaohu is in immense amounts of pressure, and even though he has the flash, he's got to try and outplay so much coming from Nuguri, it's going to be nigh on impossible. So as RNG now, you're pretty much committed to trying to plug the hole on the top side of the map, and I don't know if you can do it, which is why FPX are like, right, well, we've got the TP advantage for Nuguri, we're just going to hard commit towards these dragons and use the fact that we've gained all these advantages thanks to Nuguri's superb play.
Ryan trying to steal away some chicken, while the top side, Wei and Xiaohu just trying to get Xiaohu some gold. He's 0-4-1. Blade the Ruin King, as you can see now, engaging this bot side. They are going to fully commit to it. The feathers come back, the flash is away, but they got Tien underneath the tower. He takes one more shot and it will be traded 2 for 1. It's not the cleanest of dives, but it still works out for FPX.
At least you get to trade these turret plates, which is the big one. However, if you look at Wei, he held onto that Rift Herald. they will get this top lane tower without using that, which means he's moved to mid here and is going to be able to place this Rift Herald alongside Crying, spreading out this gold and getting a huge amount of gold funneled into RNG.
This is the acceleration. This is the kind of plays we wanted to see from RNG. You need to go at FPX's pace. If you cannot match them, TP bot coming in as they try and take this one. LWX has a flash, but nowhere to go.
He ain't got a prayer.
Got a prayer, ain't got a place to live, and you're gonna get sent back to the gray screen. Kill to Xiaohu as well. Very important to get that gold.
Yeah, massively important getting something back onto Xiaohu. Although, resetting the bounty, I'm just going to leave that one there as well. But certainly, it does feel like at least RNG here, with the gold that's been funneled into him through those top lane towers, now that kill as well, he'll be able to put pressure onto the spot lane structure as well. It's overall just so much gold that's very quickly funneled back into this chase.
It's a 2,000 gold lead here for RNG. Like, out of nowhere, it was dead even. They looked like the early game had gone disastrous, if you will, and now you're fulling in a kill, loads of plates, even more plates towards this bot side. You've opened up the mid lane, you've opened up the top side. Yes, you will trade it back, but this is very much net positives for RNG as FPX try to build back that momentum.
It's making the best of a bad situation, but honestly, like, Nuguri is still huge. There's the assassination!
Oh, there it is, the flash though, and LWX does not flash after him as he knows that Wei is here. There is the onslaught of shadows on top of him. They do try and lock him down and take him out. It is Crying, but a flash forward with the Vanguard's Edge as Nuguri knows he is the carry. The rest of RNG though are here. Vanguard's Edge is not going to be enough. The flawless duet is not going to be there as they try and turn this one around. Nuguri is still going, he's still pushing. He will eventually be taken down. And now the rest of the fight comes in. Here's the flash. Tien goes in, gets himself flash bear slap, and on top of that gets himself a kill. Doomy flash forward, lasers him all the way down, and now Gala hasn't got a place to go. He's got a flash. Oh! The flash! Insane from Gala, keeps it in RNG's favor.
It felt like the raid boss went down and stage 2 just hit as the rest of FPX come forward, but Gala able to get one back in their favor. Now Doomby trying to push in on towards this bottom side of the map, won't be able to get the tower, but when all is said and done, this game just got incredibly explosive with FPX bringing that gold lead back within touching distance.
I apologize to anyone with headphones because I am just going absolutely off right now. And again, this game has it all. The mechanical plays. Nuguri survived for so long. That little bit of extra time gave time for Doomby and Tien to get down into the bot lane. Gala doesn't blow his flash. Let's have a look at this one because this was just such a long fight.
Yeah, LWX doesn't have his own escape here because he's already used the killer instinct to try and finish off the RNG top laner. Now though, Nuguri, like, he's dashing around this fight. I love this flawless duet. Stuns 2, stops the follow-up damage while he's CC'd. Now, obviously there's more to come, but we got to bring back to live is Nuguri.
Nuguri has no flash, has got the flawless duet. You can see the instant hesitation. Instantly, you do not know how good this man can be with this skill shot. As he gets himself out. They didn't lace anything, he didn't lose anything. They got themselves out, and we bring ourselves back down.
But I want to take a look at what's happening elsewhere in the map. We've been hyper-focused on this top lane. Doomby is free farming in this top side of the map. He's got a 20 CS lead. He's got 2 kills for himself as well. LWX is still very much getting places on this Skies as well. Like, this is not just a top lane. This is so much more for FPX as well. But when we turn our attention across the opposite side, 5 kills to Crying. Everfrost already completed. He is going to be so good at offering a CC lock for Nuguri whenever he tries to come into these fights.
Important to recognize as well, Gala picked up 2 kills. Gala has actually kind of made up a little bit of that deficit where he just wasn't able to farm. He wasn't able to continue kind of free farming in that bot side because Ming was roaming around trying to get his team back into it. Here we go. Thank you so much, production, as we look at the gold here. It's Crying versus Nuguri. Then you got LWX, but as I say that, great pick here. Crying finds someone with the Everfrost.
And that's the power of the Everfrost in these fights. This is why you take this item. When you've got crazy gamers is the term I picked up from Europe, when you've got all these dive-heavy champions that are going to be running you down, this is the build. This is the item you want. Because as they jump in on top of you, like Tien, like Nuguri, even heck LWX in this scenario as well, you get the point-and-click CC from Rise, you get the follow-up with the Everfrost, and allows Xiaohu and Gala to deal with these divers so much better.
All right, everyone. Take a drink, Take a breath. Let's calm down.
Hydration check.
Hydration check. Make sure you're sitting up properly or leaning forward. Whichever one works. And let's get ourselves back down to 0 because this game is probably going to get back to 100 fairly soon. And we want to make sure that we're properly prepared for it. So now, looking at the items as we hit 16.5 minutes, like you mentioned, the Everfrost, you have 2 items onto the Jace as well. So Xiaohu isn't a poor man anymore, and looks like FPX want to try and get more gold into their pockets with the Thrift Herald in mid.
You can see a huge amount of self-heal coming in for Gala as well. Having the Gale Force build there, making sure that he's able to reposition alongside having that ultimate, means that he's relatively safe from the dive levels of FPX. But it really is going to come down to execution in these fights. If Nuguri is able to run amok in these backlines, now with the Stride Breaker complete, even though you might have that Gale Force, Nuguri can still chase you down.
Nuguri has a Stride Breaker. It's got the Blade of the Ruin King as well, of course. You know, changed very much when the items got changed in the preseason. Now gives you just a passive slow rather than an active, so has to get those auto attacks off in order to get it. But you got the Zhonya's now for Cryan. Your Everfrost completed as well. This Rise is very much accelerated, is very much in a position where it can split push and not be as afraid.
Not against Nuguri, though. That's the only caveat. And that's where the problem lies, right? Is that even though you would love to have Xiaohu and Cryan being able to play these side lanes and try to make it work, the fact that Nuguri's so strong means it's nigh on impossible to do so, because whoever ends up at the unfortunate end of Nuguri's sword is going to really feel the pain. And you see even Nuguri down here trying to see if he can pick off Xiaohu as he pushes out. So for RNG, it very much comes down to how do we try and play these team fights? Can we prevent this dive from happening? Can we shut down Nuguri with the CC chain from Ming, from Cryan, and allow Xiaohu and Gala to deal with them alongside Cryan?
He's there, Xiaohu. Your minions are not your friends right now. They are just a vestige, or a vessel, if you will, for this Nuguri Aurelia to just jump on you and kill you instantly. Goes back, picks herself up a nice tier poop boots, and RNG trying to see if they can catch someone out. Doinby has flash available. No real vision.
They're trying to wrap around mid. You can see FPX are all hovering there, but it does kind of get sniffed out as RNG will back away. And this is where we talked about the RNG game plan, where you can at least push in these lanes and then look to see if you can rotate, get creative with this Realm Warp, or use it to escape.
We go.
He's not behind door number 1, Tien. He's not there anymore. Just about to get away.
Smoke and mirrors right there. That was maybe a little unnecessary there from Cryan, and definitely a little risky, but gets himself out. No harm, no foul. And now we wait for 2 more minutes before this dragon
I kind of like the head up from Cryan, because when you've got that dragon in 2 minutes, you have a flash on Crisp, you got the solar flare, he was coming across, you got Tien is there as well. It's just not worth running the risks, especially when you're in the finals of our spring split. And for both these teams, it means so damn much for RNG to bring themselves back onto a throne that has long been vacated from them, and for FPX, after having a very disappointing 2020, having come off of world champions in 2019, they want to show that they are back in full force in the LPL.
For this series in general, you can't go down 0-2. Then you're in best of 1 series basically for the rest of the tournament here for RNG. You have to try and equal this one up, get yourself back on equal footing, and force the kind of adaptations that we've been talking about from the side of FPX. But for FPX, they've just been showing us time and time again how good they are at just setting themselves up for success. The execution is crisp, it's clean, and it is, generally speaking, a good time for FPX fans when we move towards team fights.
And I mean, this doesn't really seem like it's going to be any different, right? I mean, we've seen the execution from Nuguri on this Aurelia pick. And when it comes towards his ability to find flanks, having the first 3 towers down means they can pretty easily push in mid, start to try and get vision control, although looks like RNG trying to contest that as of right now, as Nuguri joins them in mid lane.
Gotta be careful. The CC train, the single target CC train you can get if you get hooked into the Everfrost, the Ruin Prison, you know,
depth charge,
hell, even the Feathers coming back. You have so many ways of blowing up anyone, doesn't matter how tanky or how fed they are. But you also have to respect the damage that's going to come out if you don't get that combination off quick enough.
And you have to play this fight so smart as FPX, because whoever you dive on, there's so much survivability with with the Xayah we already talked about, Zhonya's for the Rise. I mean, even Xiaohu is probably the only target that you can really go for here as FPX.
All summoners are available. Hook does not land. And we hold our breath evermore. See, there is the solar flare. They pop down the gravity field, but it's not really working out for them. Tien is dead. Crisp next to follow, and it's a botched engage from FPX. Exactly what you said. They have so many ways of getting out. If you don't get the combination down, you're not getting the kill.
Great Everfrost from Pride as well. Instantly locks down Tien and also locks down Chris. They've nowhere to go, and nice kind of play from RNG to just allow FPX to run into them and turn that one around. They don't even get Nuguri or Doomby into that fight.
This just gives more time to the likes of Ryze, the likes of the Xayah, things that do kind of need those 3 items and beyond to kind of become a massive, massive threat. But let's have a look at this one again. Bot Solar Flare and then just good CC chain.
Yeah, they try to get onto Xiaohu, which is what we just talked about, right? The one guy that doesn't have that survivability, but great Everfrost from Crying. You can't really follow up when there's no one CC. Oh, what the?
LWX! What happened, my son? Where did you go?
I was just picking you up.
You were just
I just said you were my favorite.
He was just
What
hyping
are
you
you
up.
doing? That's just not fair.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that.
Now you got 1-3-2 versus a 3-1-2. So I've got the numbers mixed
and
up.
the 2-1-2 and the Hotman.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going in towards this Baron as well now. TP's coming in from FPX to realize they need to try and shut this play down.
Got flash on TN, is still available, down to about 6,000 HP. There is the gravity field to try and catch somebody out. They have got vision on it, but they don't know exactly what number it's at. They're still trying to go for it. Nuguri is here. They're waiting. He flashes forward. They're going in with the Vanguard's edge. Not stolen. Nuguri is dead. RNG have the fight. RNG are taking these health bars, and RNG are in this game.
LWX gets picked, and that's everything. RNG, they turn towards Baron. They get the kills. They're chasing after Chris. They take him down, and now RNG firmly in control of this game, which started off as such a disaster, Penguin.
They had everything in favor of FPX. You had Nuguri 1v2ing, coming out with kills, and now you're looking down the barrel of a Baron, a 5,000 gold lead, and RNG scaling up as well.
And it feels like the same as last time, where they're just not able to play through the strong point in the map. LWX pushed up too far. You get the Realm Warp in from Crying, and great job from Ming there with that depth charge just to punish LWX. But again, I wanted FPX to be able to power through Nuguri in this top lane, commit up with TN, make sure he comes to dives, but RNG, they are able to collect that pressure, they turn it around, and it's not like FPX were able to get anything done elsewhere in the map.
I do want to say, you know, these support bans that we talked about, the mini meta where we saw FPX putting a load into the red side, obviously RNG putting 5 in on the blue side, or sorry, on the first game on the red side. Crisp hasn't been as impactful. Ming has been the one getting the hooks. Ming has been the one setting up his team to put out the fires and continue their momentum. Crisp hasn't been able to be that for his team.
And now you can see RNG fully doubling down on this side lane push. You've got Crying here on the bot side. Xiaohu TP's in towards mid lane to make sure they can get as much use out of this Baron. RNG realize that they have been given a gift here that they need to work with.
Oh, Crisp just jump onto the support. They will not be able to kill Ming. As I say that, the killer instinct, but they've traded their jumper.
Where are you going, LWX?
LWX, where are you going? He has a flash pixel, perfect to get himself away from that one, and they're going to take the realm up to try and keep pushing him back. He's got himself a blast cone. He's just wasting time. It's a 1-for-1 accelerated shot blast though, and where are you gonna go? Xiaohu finds you, and you're back dead.
And you've still got all this pressure. You've still got Baron for another 50 seconds. No jungler, no AD carry here as well for FPX. It's a disaster.
Still only have about 45 seconds left in this Baron push. So you're right now, you can see in the bot side, they've got Gala, they've got Xiaohu. They want to try and get this inhibitor turret cracked open. Gala has to use his cleanse. As Crying does walk in. They only have 30 seconds. They get one more wave with this, but they should have LWX up in time.
Yeah, but look, you can see the poke that comes through from Xiaohu. Suddenly, this is where he wants to be, being able to siege down these turrets. But, as you said, with Ming back in base, with no one really strong enough to try and force the issue, FPX will hold on towards their base. But again, we're seeing this gold lead accelerate. 8,000 gold over in favor of RNG right now. You're getting towards the 3 items. A 4th item nearly completed for Crying as well. And for FPX, what was starting off so well is now really starting to run away from them.
Xiaohu was 0-4 He is now 4. He has not died since laning phase. He's picked up 4 kills. And then you look down the board as well. 7-1-9 on Crying, 6-1-3 onto Gala. These guys are actually stepping up and trying to make this one work for them. And as I say that, they jump in with the onslaught of shadows. Doomby goes golden. They go in with Ming as well as Chris tries to make this one work. The Chaos Storm is just keeping everyone at bay. And it is going to be TN to fall. RNG, they don't have Baron. There's a dragon up in 10 seconds, but they're looking for more kills.
This can still be pushed forward by RNG. They may not have Baron anymore, but they can look for plays elsewhere. Ocean Dragon just spawning, so they will go and collect that shell, who will move towards this bottom side of the map as well to start shoving that one in. And again, just these quick plays coming through from RNG. And when this composition for FPX is on the back foot, it doesn't work. You're not really going to get a huge amount done as a rally if you're running away. You want to be diving in incredibly strong alongside Chris with Tien. But Tien, I mean, he hasn't done anything this game.
He talked about it, the Des talked about it, the jungle top, or even, sorry, the jungle support combination. And the first game, it looked very much like, with the Hecarim, of course, it was going to be FPX linking up there with Chris, trying to make sure they were able to get stuff going for them. Now, in this game, it looks very much like, you can see it right there, it's Wei and Ming moving forward with these 2 tanky boys, trying to get stuff working for their carries.
Xiaohu absorbing a whole heap of pressure on that bottom side of the map. 3 members of FPX trying to see if they can shut him down. Means Crown now moves in towards this top lane alongside Wei. They're going to be able to get deep vision here. They're going to be able to prep for this dragon that's in a minute. And this is where it really starts to fall apart from FPX. They need to see if they can find a pick which can maybe, just maybe, get them control back in this game. But it's so hard to do. When RNG, they can push these waves from so far away, and there's no real opportunity for you to get back and find the control you need in your jungle.
You can see there, just the Qs, just 1,000 damage there to the small little Krugs. And RNG, they're just rope. They're a death squad right now. It's find champion, kill champion right now for RNG, which means if you're FPX, you need to make sure that you're not stepping out even an inch, or you will be 100% punished.
So no flash on Gala, and no flash on Cry. If Nuguri is able to finish off this Therex Gauge, which it looks like he's just backing to do, there might be an opportunity where you've got a tanky enough front line that you can maybe get into this fight. He actually goes towards the stopwatch instead here.
I actually kind of like this because he knows that if he just needs to basically buy time. If he goes a little bit too far forward, he needs to buy time for a team. The big item that I'm just noticing right now is Cryan has finished off his death cap. He has a Rabadon in his back pocket, as we can see. Ooh. Ming, it's all right. No worries about it, buddy. You'll have that cooldown up in a few seconds. But this top side of the jungle belongs to RNG, and it's about how they execute around this Baron.
FPX are looking for the Nuguri TP. They want the home guard. They have it there. There it is. Right in behind it. RNG have no idea this is going on.
They have no idea where he's coming from. They haven't got an idea right now. We actually see they're going to use the depth charge to try and jump in on top of him. They're going to try and burn down the jungler that's way down. And Ming finds the hook! Ming, again and again, has kept this team afloat, and that's all it's going to be for the side of FPX. RNG, they lose the first game, they strike back in the second, and we're going to have a tied-up series.
It all comes down to a single best of 3. RNG will be able to push this in and close out this game. What looked like a game that was set for disaster now is returned to RNG.
RNG will not be swept today. They took their cuts, they took their bruises, they took their lessons. They've come into this final much stronger, as we can see the futile attempts to defend their base. Nexus turret 1 and 2 have fallen. The Nexus is dead. RNG strike back.
And RNG take this game in their stride. Despite the fact that you saw Nuguri being able to go 1v2, 1v4 and still get kills. It didn't matter. FPX couldn't get anything else done on the map, and RNG are able to fight back with Cryan, being able to use those round warps we talked about, getting up to turn around this top lane play. And from that situation, Cryan is a monster in these fights. The Everfrost usage was on point, his CC targeting was beautiful, and the amount of damage this guy churned out was insane.
Again, right towards the end there, I still like the call from FPX. They realize they're in a losing game. They realize that the longer this goes on, if they're able to set up, if RNG are able to set up, we don't have a look in. They went for the play. I like that. However, Ming's hook to stop Nuguri from getting anything whatsoever was literally the whole reason they came out of that fight. And I really do want to highlight for them. Ming has been the difference in this game. Crisp and Tien, invisible. Might as well have been mute. No impact on this game whatsoever. Versus Wei and Ming, and even Ming in the first game, just all over the map, making sure they didn't fall down the hole.
Tien in particular as well, because I feel like when you've got a winning matchup like Nuguri in that top side, it becomes very easy to either double down on it, right? I mean, the analyst has talked about it last game for RNG. But even if RNG commit multiple members top side, FPX got nothing, right? It never felt like they were answering back elsewhere. And when we talked about, a 4-man play topside, I was like looking at the minimap going, hey, I mean, you gotta answer here, guys. You gotta do something, but it just never really came to.
Yeah, and then, like you've mentioned it before, of course, if you watch the LEC, Cagerel talks about it a lot.
Yeah.
When you get to the top end of League of Legends, it becomes a chess game almost. It's like your move, my move, your move, my move. And if you're not making a move and you're just letting the other team go with it, that's just kind of how it goes. And we'll see now as we go off into a break, we'll see what our analysts have to say about that game 2, and we'll get ourselves ready for game 3.
Roll over. We all as one.
RNG, a young team full of ambition and the #1 seed of the regular season. A team that was unapologetically thrashed in the first round by the return of Tien and the rise of FPX. But they would not let that be their fate. They would battle back, their story rewritten, and triumph over the lower bracket in 2 grueling best-of-5s to take their rightful place back at the top. And now only 1 opponent remains.
And RNG could just play this slow, or not. They could just one-shot Viper instead. Why play it slow when Viper steps up in front of you? And now easy T-fights. Scarlet's free firing on the backside. Scout gets an ultimate on just Ming, who already has his ult. Ticket away. Gala gets himself another couple. So does Wei. The double-double coming through. RNG are here to play.
Xiaohu has been a main fixture in the structure that is RNG for years. And now, more than ever, is the moment he's been waiting for. To prove once and for all that he is one of the most dominant players of all time in the LPL. And that RNG are kings once again.
They grouping up for this one, but RNG know that they can just start this one off. Xiaohu jumps in with the Mega Gnar. The ultimate's coming out. Cryan gets out with his life. And Scout has fallen. Mako has fallen. Everybody has fallen. Viper, the carry that EDG needed, cannot carry 4v5. And the Drake goes the way of RNG. Oh, Gala has one-shot potential. RNG are split up right now, which could be disaster for them.
Oh, look at Cryan, look at Lucian. They're going for the end.
The TP's coming on through from both teams. Ming looking to just deny the TPs. He sacrifices his own life to make it happen. Onto the Nexus go. RNG trying to stop it. Cryan knocks him away. 369 onto 2, but he doesn't have the damage. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu ends the game.
Rising from the ashes of an embattled regular season, the Phoenix is flying high yet again. Having soared high above the critics and the competition up to this point, they have one last score to settle to show that the essence of that 2019 World Champion team still lives within their hearts. Nothing will stop the Phoenix from being crowned king.
Straight with the paranoia, Ragnarok used. There's the glacial prison, but Mako gets low. Flashes away, Nuguri off to the side. Now he's going to be targeted as Viper sends out the feathers. But the Herald, who's going to secure it? The eye there, hit and exposed. Chris picks it up with the Magnet Storm in the backline. That's big as Tien. Doing me, clean it up. It's too late for Scout. Sun plus Phoenix are flying again.
Having taken some time away during the regular season, TN came roaring back to life with the heart of a phoenix. Showing the true caliber of a World's Finals MVP, the playoffs is where he thrives, and so too does FPX.
Viper jumps on top, but now it's up to Nuguri. Flashes over to the skies, he shouts with TN into the backline, onto Viper, the damage enough, Nuguri's there, the follow-up is huge! FPX have cleaned house!
His exhilarating performances not only signify his own personal return, but as well as the return of FPX to true form.
I think they're going to look for it. Nuguri, this is where they're going to try and kill him. He's got the unbreakable will yet again, but the whole of EDG on him. Glacial Prison doesn't matter. They're burning down the turrets. FPX, fly, Phoenix, fly, as they're looking to take down EDG. Expectations be damned. Doesn't matter about first or second seed. When you're the Phoenix, you book your ticket to the grand final with one step away from MSI.
They say revenge is a dish best served cold, and while FPX are a fiery team, RNG have been pushing themselves to the limit to make sure that FPX answers for what they have done. For RNG, there is no turning back now. First place is all that matters. They will not let the obstacle that is TN and FPX stand in their way. They will make sure to let everyone know who are the true kings.
我觉得FunPlus 的野区就打得特别好吧，然后视野压制也特别好，然后后面他们的团战，然后决赛就打得特别果断吧。已经走到决赛了，就想对兄弟们说，就尽全力拿下吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. And I appear to have something on my hands here. I'm not quite sure where that came from. I'm just going to get rid of that. Welcome back. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric and Froskurin. We have a series on our hands. RNG fight back in game number 2, Lyric. It feels good to see this team showing up, especially after a rough early game.
And the thing that surprises me most, right, is the fact that this team shows up off the back of Cryin, off the back of the player we said, hey, this is the one weak link on this team. This is kind of the one gaping hole, which not a bad mid laner in the LPL, but when you're up against, you know, the best of the best teams, he's shown to be a liability. But man, this guy stepped up and he heard us talking trash.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. It was like, I heard you guys were talking smack, get slapped down. And I do want to go ahead and take a look at the draft because I think the Ryze pick was really important for a lot of Cryin success. Not necessarily that I think he's the greatest Ryze player. I think the Chinese casters and the observers showing him missing the Q on the stationary minion was pretty XD. But the fact of what Ryze really allows this composition to do, because it felt like they were running into the same thing. You knew that the Aurelia was coming. They went for the blind Jace. Aurelia gets picked into it. And then they go for the Ryze. And Cryin is much more of a Victor player, and Victor was left open and available to him, and it felt like they wanted some sort of option to also play side lane and to also have the ability to realm warp up top side and continue to play around that top side map. So I just think that the Ryze pick was so influential in kind of changing up their strategy and making sure that they had a safety net or a game plan, and then of course it got hyper fed, which doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and I think we can take a look at that draft as well and talk through the way that went as well, because apparently we do have a problem with the draft, so we're not going to be able to bring it up on the screen. But the Ryze pick was definitely a bit of a wild card, not something we were expected to see, because it was picked before the Victor. Like, Cryin has been the Victor guy, and they still went for the Ryze over that. So Lyric, it felt like a bit of an oddball pick coming out from RNG, but clearly they know how to play this pick.
The thing that surprised me the most about it is it felt like Victor would be even better in this draft for RNG than it would be in game 1, because there's more champions on FPX's side that Victor does so well into. The Kai'Sa jumping into it, the Leona being there, Udyr being, I'd say, much less versatile than Hecarim, because Hecarim does have, you know, the Onslaught of Shadows and the E, other ways of kind of traversing big zone control. But like Frost said, going towards that Rise, the big thing to me was definitely that Realm Warp towards the top side, because you hit on the early game from the side of RNG being bad. We did see that Rise pick being the crucial difference maker in draft, to being like, hey, we're just going to Realm Warp everyone top side and start shutting Nuggery down.
And I'm really glad... Oh, sorry, Bunch. I was just going to set Jordan up, which I'm sure you were about to do as well. I'm really glad that you brought up the top side turnaround, because Nuggery was popping off on that Aurelia. Jordan, you were talking to us kind of between the game about the matchup, and I just really want you to walk us through how the Jace versus Aurelia matchup is supposed to work, because it doesn't really often look this one-sided.
That's the thing, right? Because this is more of a volatile matchup. The champion that wins is typically the one that has the control of the wave at that time. And Jace is supposed to be the champion that gets control of the wave at level 1. You have the range advantage. You're able to use brush control, weave in and out, use Fog of War. And the big thing that does is it shuts down Irelia from getting access to those low health minions to build up her passive and find those Blade Surge all-ins onto the Jace. So when Xiaohu conceded wave at level 1, which sadly we didn't get to see why, there was no level 1 shenanigans, there was nothing. Game 1 he got it. He backed off. We see that Nuggery is able to build this big wave. And then Xiaohu has this decision of like, hey, do I just outright give up CS, or do I walk close? Irelia is already setting up these minions to find those Blade Surge and then give her that all-in potential. And sadly, Xiaohu, both are losing options, but he chose the latter.
Yeah, and we saw, obviously, these clips going. You'd expect that the rest of this segment is going to be about an FPX win, right? But that's where things change, because we're going to show you a minute of footage here, and across the course of this minute, RNG make a super intelligent cross-map trade that just completely swings the gold in their favor. Frost, could you do the honors of just talking us through everything that happens in this clip?
Thanks,
there's
Joe.
a lot.
Oh, no. At the end of it... Okay, let's see if we go. At the end of it, it's really going to come down to the fact that it's an overcommit from FPX that RNG rightfully punished, and like you're saying, cross-map, and it's getting a bunch of plates in return. You know, it's FPX picking up a dive here, but you give all of those plates over to the top side. You then have FPX who have lost tempo. They make the dive, but they're going to be slow on the rotation to get back up here and contest this at all. Xiaohu's also getting all that wave, so all of that damage that was done to put this Jace behind, he just got a huge injection of gold. And then it's doubled up by the fact that Wei moves from top lane when he was helping Xiaohu set up that wave, set up the tower, and then uses the Rift Herald mid. So it's kind of a botched play bot lane, but it buys and soaks enough time that FPX find themselves completely out of position. They reset after it, and then you have the follow-up TP down to also pick up kills. It's like the nice little cherry on top of what was probably close to a 2 to 3k gold swing just in RNG's favor, which just completely neutralized any sort of advantage that FPX had built up in the early game.
And it's so insane to see that, like, the amount of effort that was put into that top side to get Nuggery ahead of the early game for FPX, pretty much all of that advantage just gone in the blink of an eye over the course of that minute of gameplay. So thank you, Frost, for walking us through that one. But then as the game progressed, it got real chaotic. So we've had FPX building up a lead in the early game, then RNG swing it back in their favor, and then throughout the mid game, we just saw fight after fight after fight. And they generally weren't big team fights, right? We saw lots and lots of these fights that kind of teetered on the edge of being a team fight, that then one team would disengage after a couple of picks went on down. But it felt like RNG consistently were the ones finding the advantages in those skirmishes.
I feel like the big thing was, you know, who the kills went on to. We highlighted Krine earlier because we saw when it got the team fights later on, even when Crisp would find engages like here, you're throwing everything onto Ming, you're throwing everything onto Wei. You just look at Krine, he instantly deletes Tien with this combo. You're now suddenly at a numbers disadvantage on the side of FPX. And it's like, what are you really able to do? Because it doesn't feel like Rise should be able to thrive this much in this sort of game where, you know, there's going to be some all-in potential coming from an Irelia, from a Leona. You have a champion like Victor outranging him, but he got so fed early on. He got a very early Zhonya's that he was able to play extremely carefree and just continuously punish FPX's engages.
Yeah, I love when we were watching this game, it was basically, you said, you know, you don't normally have a game state like this where the Ryze is so hyper-fed and the AD carries basically mean nothing at this point in the game. And with Ryze and Hecarim, with Ryze being this strong and Hecarim just being that OP, they give so much space in team fights. Like, there was nothing that Kai'Sa was ever going to be able to do here because she can't approach the Ryze. He outranges her. Hecarim's going to go in. He absorbs space in so, like for so long and can absorb so much damage. So constantly in fights, you just saw LWX just kind of like take a step back and just like watch the fight play off. And the only thing he could do is maybe look for assassinations into the backline. But again, he didn't matter anyway. So it was a bit of a head scratcher where a Ryze that should have never been that strong completely dominated on top of always having the OP champion in Hecarim. And we have to talk about Hecarim because these teams are just trading blue side every single time. I know, we thought it was going to be maybe a priority Kai'Sa pick, but it seems like they're fine to give the Kai'Sa away because Hecarim is just that powerful.
Yeah, I mean, Lyric spent the vast majority of these games so far on Discord just like complaining about how broken Hecarim is right now. Lyric, do you want to just explain to everyone what is it about this champion that makes him just so obnoxious?
I feel like it's just a combination of numerous factors, right? Because we got into this meta where it's all about full clear junglers that can clear fast. We saw some buffs to items like the Turbo Chem Tank come in. It's like he just hits all the boxes, clears fast, has engage. With the buffs to mobility creep over the few years, you know, Phase Rush, Turbo Chem Tank that we just hit, he benefits off that with more damage. He has the E, he has the Onslaught of Shadows. So you're not only a champion that has really fast full clear, you have strong gank potential as well, bringing the Ghost. And then, like Frost said, you just create so much space in team fights with your Onslaught of Shadows, with the sustain that comes with your W, that it's like you could typically get in the fight, absorb all the damage, still get out scot-free, and now your backline was just free hitting the enemy team the whole time.
And I just really want to underline the chem take point there, because I think something that really gated Hecarim for a long time, because he's always had a pretty fast clear speed, was the fact that he had to itemize into Trinity Force to really be valuable. Like, his itemization was just so expensive to get him off the ground. It kind of felt like if a Hecarim ever got ahead, he comes back with early Sheen. People are like, oh my god, it's over. But now that Chem Tank is so powerful, and like Jordan really said, you know, it also gives him damage because of how his movement speed works. It pushes him over the line. It is just a super OP item that everyone knows on a champion that gives him both damage and resistance, and just is super cost efficient and easy to itemize. And that was kind of the one thing that was like against Hecarim, is that you had to go into a very expensive build path, and now it's been eliminated from him. Get him out of these games. I hate him.
Yeah, so we're able to have a whale of a time on the Hecarim. It was Cryan that got MVP in the end, but we're out of time to talk about this game. We're going into game number 3, and I'm hoping it's number 3 of 5 after how good game number 1 and 2 were. Back over to you guys, to the caster desk.
Thank you so much, Munchables, Frosk, and of course, Lyric. I am Penguin. I am still joined by Dagda. Hope you got yourself some snacks, some water, and some breath, because we are about to jump into game 3. And they touched on it a lot. The Hecarim's OP, the Ryze got too fed, Nuguri got the advantage, but you mentioned it before we went to break, he didn't get the resources after the fact. Where do we see this kind of moving towards now as we start to go towards game 3?
Well, I mean, look, the guys kind of touched on it there. Hecarim seems pretty strong. Yep. So maybe get rid of that one.
No more to say about that, really.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a lot in our playoffs where this red side is just been a Hecarim ban. It's just by default, but we haven't actually really seen it come into this. And it feels like at this stage, you've really kind of got to drop some of the support bans to cover for that. But it's like, what do you do, right? Because when we talked about Crisp, he's been so strong on this Rel pick. It has been his go-to every single time. When you look towards Ming, he has 18 games on this Alistar. He's an 83% win rate on that pick as well. Like, there's not picks that you want to give across to the significant supports on both these teams. So I'm at a loss as to exactly how you want to try and approach this. It feels nearly down to more, again, like the jungle pick for Tien, how he's able to situate himself, Crisp, how he's able to work in conjunction with that. And when we look at the way, again, kind of bringing it right the way back, the way that FPX played in round 4, the way that they played in that playoff series was invade through the bottom side, make sure we've got a strong pick for LWX that forces priority for Doomby, and then we can actually look for these plays. But it feels like in this situation, RNG have kind of just read that book. They're like, right, well, if we don't give you the strong support, well, then we can find the priority in that bottom lane. You can't go for these invades with Tien, and you can't shut down Wei. And now this is entirely up in the air, because in game 1, we saw that RNG got that early advantage, weren't able to finish it out. Game 2, FPX got the early advantage, weren't able to close it out. So honestly, I'm not sure what the story is here.
Throw all those stats out the window. You don't need them anymore as we jump. We're going to be jumping into Game 3 picks and bans very, very shortly. But like you said, it was kind of like both teams getting early advantages in each of their games, which they have lost. Yeah. Now, as I love to say, my personal phrase in the entirety of a best of fives is the mini metas. What's actually important? What can you give away? Because something that's also been consistently banned has been that Twisted Fate. And we've seen how powerful that is in terms of how powerful a roaming mid laner can be for someone like Cryan.
It's actually interesting. I was only rewatching the VODs, obviously, for the EDG series that RNG had. I wasn't impressed with the TF. Now, it is a kind of a one-off. I've seen Cryan perform really well on it, but it really felt when I looked at that EDG series that Cryan's TF just wasn't quite able to coordinate as well as I was hoping for with Xiaohu and playing around these side lanes. They weren't quite able to play team fights in the manner that they wanted to, and it felt like they weren't actually really up to scratch for playing with this Twisted Fate pick, but we have seen it banned away on both sides now. I mean, don't forget, Doomby's an exceptional Twisted Fate in his own right as well, so it feels like you've got a lot of crossover when it comes to champions that you would love to get, but you can't let them fall through the draft for fear your opponent's going to pick them up.
Well, speaking of the draft, FPX are on the blue, RNG back on the red, so it's a repeat of Game 1. And in terms of repeats of Game 1, these are very, very similar bans.
Where is the realm?
Udyr
or Hecarim. Okay, so Hecarim
you have to ban the Hecarim here from RNG. You cannot do the trade anymore because the Udyr is off the board.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. I was about to say, so I imagine maybe Kai'Sa coming through here for LWX, maybe the Rel. I would fear giving both the Rel and a Lilia across to RNG. Wei has been an exceptional Lilia. You've gotten rid of the two big bad boys who do a lot of damage to this deer. And Ming as well has been insane on this Rel pick. That Slumber Storm between the combo of the ultimates is insanely strong. And I think if you're going to go towards Nuguri on this Jace pick, that's where you can start to lay your head here as RNG.
Well, the Jace will be trading hands this time around. They do not want Xiaohu on that, what has been a very staple comfort in the first round of rotations, or first round of picks. And there's going to be the Kai'Sa here for Gala. So LWX, sadly for you, left a lot to be desired in Game 2 on his Kai'Sa, but it is going to be the Olaf here picked up. So early pressure, still a pretty decent clear, and giving themselves a lot of that kind of like, again, early options.
Yeah, and I think here as well, you can still do a lot. If you do end up going towards something like the Rel, you can give a lot of engage tools towards something like the Olaf. I mean, Olaf is balanced around the fact he only slows, he doesn't CC. You take the Rel, that does a lot, but it is going to be given towards Chris. And now when you look towards FPX, you've got to go, right, what are we actually going to go for here? Maybe something like the Gragas or the Rakan, which at least can give some disengage, some opportunities to engage for yourself, but more importantly, get control in this bottom lane, because when we look towards this Kai'Sa, being able to get priority levels 1 to 3 is going to be so important for Wei playing down towards this bottom side.
And important to note with the Gragas, it is still technically a flex that can go up towards that top side. We have seen Xiaohu take it multiple times, and this is something that RNG can work on. So they don't know for sure that the Jace is going to top. They need to make sure where that one's kind of going for them, and they still have themselves open. But that level 2 or 3 in that bot side for FPX is terrifying.
It is terrifying, but I want to go back one statement further. You talked about putting that Jace mid. Well, you ban the AP junglers, you can't stick that Jace mid. Lilia taken off the board, Nidalee could be next to follow. Something along the lines of a Nocturne as well wouldn't be too surprising here, as you could actually see that fairly handily go into hands of Tien or Doomby in this situation.
You can still go with the Nocturne and, of course, the Karthus, something we have seen that exact combination work for FPX, but I like what FPX are trying to do here. They're trying to bait it out. They're saying, we don't believe that's a Gragas support right now. We believe that's a Gragas top side, and we're going to be chucking in the Nautilus and the Rakan ban, so you have to try and chuck it into support.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think you can still go towards something like the set or something along these lines in that bottom lane if you wanted to. You still have options there, but certainly I would actually really like the... oh, give it to me. I'm going to hang on a second. I'd like the Nocturne here for Tien, simply because I think in this situation, when you're looking at quite a lot of dive opportunities, you can use that paranoia to get rid of all that, but it doesn't matter. They're going to go towards the volley bear anyway, setting up for a strong front line for themselves, something to dive in with the Rel. And there you go. Doomby has picked this twice. This is the third time now, and every single time it's been into this Orianna. He has yet to die on this pick. He looks unstoppable, and he has 10 kills, and I think it's like a 21 KDA if he dies.
That's exactly what you want, and it looks like FPX is, I suppose they're kind of like, their intuition, if you will, was correct. It is going to be the Gragas up into that top side, going to be Leona here in the bot lane. And I'm so excited right now. This Akali, it is one of the cleanest things. It literally made Twitter explode when people saw the replays. It was such a clean execution. Nasty. It was nasty. And this is something that Doomby can do, but it's the thing, they've got plenty of time right now. For FPX, you can swap the Akali and the Jace. Both players do play it, but I would like to see it more in Doomby's hands.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, he's picked it up several times. The Orianna, it basically means that he's able to farm it up. Cryin isn't able to punish as heavily into the Akali, and then eventually become this monster in that dive alongside the Volley Bear, and also looking towards that Rel. You've still got backline carries that are going to be situated between the Jace and the Tristana. It makes for a very, very potent team fight composition and causes a ruckus in the backline as well when you look towards RNG, because you're trying to deal with that as a short-range Kai'Sa, you're trying to deal with this Akali being there as the Orianna as well. It ends up being super, super difficult to deal with. And I want to look at this early game as well, because honestly, you've now, with the Leona locked in, have pushing bot lane coming in for FPX, pushing top lane for Nuguri in that top side as well, and it feels like TN has more opportunities now to link up with that bottom side and start to invade or play through Nuguri in that top lane.
If the first 2 games of this series has taught me anything, is that if you win the early game, you're going to lose the game. That's what this game has taught me, as we are jumping onto the
logic is infallible.
It's infallible. Results-based analysis. We are jumping onto the Rift for the 3rd time, which will not be the final time. FPX on blue, RNG on red. Winner of this game goes to match point in this best-of-5 final. And we got ourselves the super carry Doomby on the Akali in the mid lane. Crowd already. They're going to have to keep their energy. You can tell they're not as hyped this time around, because they're like, all right, we guarantee you got a game 4, maybe a game 5 where we really got to bring it out. But mentioned about the early games, I'm curious to see now where the pathing is going to be. You can already see pretty much both junglers kind of seeing out where they want to start. Pretty much guaranteed that we're going to see TN go towards that bot side. Something that we mentioned a couple of times, and even if we did mention on broadcast, we mentioned it quite a few times in our prep. TN will always naturally start towards the dragon side of the map and path his way up.
Yeah, especially when Nuguri has such an advantage in that top side. As Jace, you want to make sure that he's going to be able to save, be safe to push in. You can then play off of Nuguri having that initial wave 3 crash to look towards a scuttle. It just works very, very nicely here. And on the upside, Wei is going to try and play down towards this bottom side of the map. Now, in the early stages, we said already that because of Gala being able to at least get that Q, he should have some push. But the bigger problem was going to be the support matchup. RNG, though, because they don't have to help out with the clear, will get to the wave first, guarantees themselves the level 2 and the push first, and it looks like, at least in this situation, they will be able to help out Wei when he gets towards this bottom side with a scuttle of his own.
Oh, the supportal combat for the Bush of Power has been won by Ming, as you have to respect this level 2 now will be able to come out from the Kai'Sa and Leona. Shield of Daybreak, which I mistakenly called the Dawning Shadow in the other game, is going to be a nice effective tool for just kind of keeping this horsey in range. And see now with TN now being caught out, so there's good actual vision here from RNG, knowing exactly where TN's starting, keeping tabs on him, making sure they're not getting caught out.
Yeah, it's something that teams will do a lot, is when you have this hard push in the mid lane, say it's into an Akali or a Sylas, something that's not too good at dealing with the range matchup. You'll always go and try and plunk that ward, spot out where TN is. And
Flash forward, but he flashes away, and LWX is trying to flash up on top of him. He gets to jump down on top of it. One more auto attack for Iden, he's 80 carry. They're doing it in the night. Oh my god! It's Gala! And the Ferromancy comes back down. Get him! The Shield of Daybreak! And Christmas nowhere to go! The bot lane double kill! Gala!
One mistake from FPX and RNG can punish. They go in aggressive. Gala aim to flash away, and there's just no follow-up. There's nothing left in the tank. RNG get the double kill for the Kai'Sa.
What a way to start this one. And that was FPX. FPX were looking for that fight. They felt, and we mentioned it in Pick and Ban, the level 2 from that bot lane of Tristana and Rel is terrifying. But RNG did not panic. He didn't flash back to his turret. He flashed over the wall, forcing the different damage. And this was just so good.
The difference here is the summoner spell choice. Yes, the Ignite goes down, but Gala has the heal, which he's already used in this situation. The cleanse, yes, does work.
Missed the ward!
Oh, the ward does go wide, yes. So the ward goes wide, you get the extra health coming out from that heal as well versus the cleanse. And here, Crisp, unfortunately, takes that step too far forward. Massive, massive brain from Gala in that situation to walk back towards the support, knowing that you slide forward as the Rel and you won't be able to catch because of the situation going on when you get off that horse.
And just the presence of mind to recognize that they didn't have vision. He walks back in, it cancels an auto attack. He walks back out, it cancels another auto attack. These are the small little plays that are going to get you into this final and out to MSI in Iceland. That's what's on the line, and these guys are honestly, throughout this entire series so far, playing out of their damn minds.
And it's a game of inches at this level. When you get to the highest tiers in the LPL, every little mechanic, every button press means something, and you can see it there. One mistake from LWX, and it's a disaster. Now RNG, yes, they've got this wave pushing out, but Tien, he kind of just pops his head in to say hello. He's not going to get anything here. RNG are looking for this slow push where when you have wave coming off of the reset here, they can turn this big wave in towards a dragon.
Oh, Zenith Blade. Not quite able to hit up there onto LWX, but it's also kind of a natural, I suppose, disadvantage you get with someone like a Tristana. She passively pushes the wave with those extra damage on her passive on her W, so she is just naturally going to push that wave into the opposition side, not really able to kind of make something happen there for Tien. So like you said, pops his head in, kind of says, my lady, and backs himself out because he just has nowhere to go. And that does mean that the early pressure that now RNG have garnered with that High Noon Quiver for the 2 kills on top of Gala, they get the first Drake, they get that counter going exceptionally early, 5.5 minutes, and this is now another kind of momentum swing in favor of RNG.
Now, because we've had a lot of action down towards this bottom lane, we do actually see Nuguri at least getting that advantage in towards the top side. Xiaohu will TP in, so Nuguri won't actually be able to get much damage on towards this top side. But at least Nuguri is doing well in this chase matchup. It's just a case of he needs to accelerate faster because of the way Xiaohu's going to play these fights. Because Xiaohu is just a disengage tool, right? He wants to stop Tien coming in. He's going to be throwing down these casks every time Akali goes into the Shroud to just disintegrate any sort of opportunity to hide in the shadows and playing around the invulnerability in fights.
And you can see here, Tien is around. Trade back here on top of Nuguri. They trade about half their health bars each, but Tien is here. They pop down a ward, so they now know there's a Kali here coming as well. They track Repel, the Ferromancer. We got fights on 2 fronts. We're going to focus on the top side. One Tien.
Wait!
Oh, the perfect execution is good, but it's only a trade of 1 for 1. And FPX, they do not get the advantage they wanted.
It's 1 for 1. Yes, Xiaohu won't be able to get top side here with all the CS, but my eyes are drifting towards the bot lane because either Cryin gets all these turret plates mid, or he can join in with the rest of RNG on this bottom side of the map. There's no one here to keep FPX's bot lane safe.
LWX very, very smartly just pushes himself towards the turret, gets himself the buffer with the rocket jump, and gets himself the safety. Wei completely clears out that bot side jungle. And like you said about that, Cryin now pushing into that mid lane, gets himself a bit of, a bit of a CS advantage, couple of plates going towards him as well. And now you're on RNG wondering where the rest of the team, where do you want to try and push this advantage? Because FPX, they are cemented in top side.
Yeah, but this is a game where RNG doesn't look to play through Xiaohu, right? They want to be playing down through this bottom side. I mean, you're on Gragas. The whole point is to just clear the wave, keep yourself safe. Nice job, by the way, from Xiaohu to turn that kill back in his favor so he doesn't lose out as much as he could. But if I'm RNG here, I just played through Dragons. I'm just like, cool, we've got Gala with 2 kills. He's very far accelerated. Let's just make sure that we can keep Cryin with this push in mid, we continue to set up these dragons, and then we can look for team fights where FPX isn't really in a situation to try and fight us.
And again, we're seeing Ming kind of linking up with Wei, this jungle support duo that is just so important in this meta right now. You walk around like a roaming Doom squad, if you will, and Tien on these wolves, gonna try and maybe defend his blue. Gonna find a lot of people here. There is Nuguri around the corner.
I don't like this from RNG. They're not playing towards Gala, which is where all the gold is.
All the gold is on Gala. The smite goes down. It's actually Xiao who picks up the blue, and they're going to look for the fight now as they flash in. The Shockwave is still available. Perfect execution, not quite that perfect. Shockwave knocks back 2. There it is. Flash out. Doomby not quite able to get the kill. The AD carries are playing PvE. They want nothing to do with this as the rest of his team all back away.
And this is the thing, like, all your gold is on Gala as RNG, so when you opt into this 4v4 topside, the strongest member on FPX is Nuguri. You're playing towards FPX's strengths, which is not what you want to do. You either fully commit towards this bottom side or you got to give up the Rift Herald. And right now, they're trying to do too much on the map. And FPX, it looks like, at least with Tien coming back topside, will get this Rift Herald. And RNG just lucky they didn't lose more.
Yeah, RNG lose a flash off Ming, off Wei. They lose a couple of ultimates. It was not the worst trade in the history of the world, but Wei wants to go for a little bit of a round 2, and Tien has to respect it.
Gala is moving up. That's the difference here. The fact that the Kaist is on her way means that, honestly, FPX, they're just going to trade this for turrets on the bottom side, or at least turret plates even on the bottom side, as RNG, with the numbers advantage, should be able to force them back. And now Gala starts to teeter his way back down towards the bottom side.
I think that's because you see Gala going back towards that bottom side. RNG don't feel comfortable going for the Rift Herald right now. They know they haven't got their strongest member. They haven't got all that gold pumping up towards the top side.
It means, though, if we are talking about, stacking dragons for RNG, they're going to have to make a trade here, right? 40 seconds until that next dragon's up. FPX are already in prime position on top side. So you've either got to, as RNG, give up Rift Herald, but you've also got to be very careful because of where the wave is positioned right now. Doomby can shove in, link with Tien, dive topside, and then just fall back in towards Rift Herald, or use the Rift Herald they get to crack open top tower because it's only got 3 turret plates left.
That's the thing. You're giving Nuguri gold. You're giving the man in the top side who we've seen do so much stuff if you can get that Rift Herald.
RNG aren't giving up Rift Herald. Look at where Kaisa is. Gala's coming up. They're like, cool, we need to try and stop this from accelerating in the top side of the map. If Nuguri gets ahead, that's a disaster for us. So RNG, they're just going to answer with Gala moving up. Guarantee the Rift Herald. And because FPX invested so much on towards this top side, they're not really in a position to go towards Dragon just yet.
They are getting some vision down, some nice deep wards, but there is a little cheeky one there on top of Doomby that is going to spot him out. So you can see now RNG trying to just walk around, see if they can catch out any of the members of FPX. Rift Herald goes down, that gets picked up by Wei. They now know he's on the top side of the map. A couple of plates over to LWX, he gets those solo. And now we see the Dragon Dance. It's no longer the Rift Herald dance, it's the Dragon Dance. As both sides really want to try and stack these global objectives.
This one, though, is firmly in favor of RNG. TP available for Xiaohu. Gala is stronger. He's already got the back. He's a serrated Dirk up over at LWX. And Tien, he's stuck in the pit.
He has to ult away. Shield of Daybreak is there, but now you do not have that ultimate available to you. An ultimate for an ultimate, you're going to be able to use these Rift Herald wherever you please, but you have gotten control back into this bot side.
I'm a little bit scared of Nuguri, Penguin. He's already got the Eclipse done. He's very quickly working towards that Manamune. He's already getting more turret plates as well. It's this is going to be a big Jace, and when you are such short range on RNG, that is terrifying.
Not only that, but you look at how FPX play this game. Oh, explosive cast. Going to be used there on top of Nuguri to get him away from the turret. But we talk about how FPX play and why Nuguri is so good at what he does. He's not just I win lane and I keep pushing. When he gets his tower early, he impacts the rest of the map.
Yeah, we set it up at the early stages. FPX are the best team, in my opinion, at powering through their strongest player in the map. You'll see Nuguri take down this top lane turret, shift mid, look for picks, try and use that range advantage in mid lane. But RNG are trying to commit to bot. They do get the charge, but very wary that Doomby's missing in mid lane, and they will back away.
Yeah, you cannot take a fight there, even 4v4 with a TP advantage against someone like Doomby. He's just got a Night Harvester finished up. He would have had a massive amount of kill potential onto your Kaiser, or hell, even anybody at that stage, and you have to respect it. So, they get the charge, they don't get anything else really, and it's not just about 1,000 gold, just a little bit under it, in favor of RNG, but that's going to be pretty much equaled out now when we see these turret plates go over to the side of FPX.
So, I'm FPX, right? I have just seen Crying use that TP into mid. I am running straight towards top side. You can already see Tien making his way there. Xiaohu's already taken low, and you've got Crisp in the vicinity as well. I'm looking at a top lane dive if I'm FPX right now.
Well, looks like RNG believe it to be true as well. They chuck up Wei, they chuck up the side of Cryan as well to try and make sure there is no kind of cheating up towards that top side. And they're just trying to keep their top laner as safe as possible. You have the Night Harvester, you have the Eclipse, like you mentioned. You've got a lot of tools here to be able to dive this Gragas, and I think it's actually going to be the Everfrost Gragas coming out here for Xiaohu. Wei misses 1, misses 2, misses 3. 3 for 3, nothing going to hit.
No, nothing at all. Nice ways to just kind of step around that. And I think the big thing here, here's that dive though.
Here it is. Xiaohu isn't that tanky right now. As he goes in, they're going to disable the turret straight away. And there's just no escape, even without explosive cast. Feel like he was going to die anyway. That's all the plates now going off. So we hit the 14-minute mark, and that is going to be FPX proving to you, Dag, that you are a prophet of the terms of the dive. You called it. Nuguri gets himself... Actually, no, it wasn't even Nuguri. It was TN who picks up the kill. Still, though, 0-0-2 for Nuguri.
I mean, it's every turret blade. It's the tower going down. Like, Nuguri's fine. He's pretty happy with that. Now as well, like, this is where FPX get dangerous. This is what we are kind of talking about. Watch the way Nuguri starts to play this. He pushes in top, he'll reset, he'll move towards mid, and then start to try and use the fact that you've got like a range advantage here to crack open that mid lane tower as well. And especially when you got Tien here, they can start to work towards a lot of deep vision on this top side jungle.
See there, 4 plates going up in the top side. Only 2 there for Gala, so of course they were able to take those 2 plates and put them onto Wei, so not really the worst in the world. But now we're seeing Mythics being finished up here pretty much across the board here for FPX. We talked about the Equips, you now have the Turbo Chem Tank, you have the Night Harvester and the Kraken Slayer for the Tristana, versus only the Kraken Slayer here for the side of for Gala. And that's going to be a little bit of a power trough here for the side of RNG.
And here comes the resets though from FPX. So Doomby is going to make his way bot. You can see LWX is already making his way mid. And although you talk about kind of RNG being in a bit of a slump, I wouldn't say it's too bad of a slump right now. Certainly, I think you can still do a lot of work with how far Gala is ahead. Wei being relatively strong, nearly finishing that Stride Breaker. Everfrost just finished for Xiaohu. You're in a precarious situation when it comes to map state though as RNG, as FPX are going to start to really amp up the pace here.
Well, Everfrost just gets picked up there for Xiaohu. See if they can get the Gore Drinker or Stride Breaker for Wei into that jungle position before this one. There it is. Stride Breaker finished up. Thank you very much, Wei. Maybe see that one. And this is the AP Gragas, and this is something that I quite like seeing as well, because it does give you a kind of push mitigation. You have actually pretty decent wave clear if you let those barrels just sit for a bit.
It's not even for me just the fact he's AP, it's just the value of Everfrost against these compositions from FPX. Like, we're talking about the...
Whoa!
Hello, Gala. You feeling a little bit sore? For the dive composition from Tien, from Crisp, from Doomby, Everfrost is just so good. We just saw from Cryan, right? Every time someone from FPX tried to dive into RNG, Cryan was like, sorry, I'm not having it today. Shut it off at the door.
Here we go, Tien. Just walking in towards this bot side. 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. Very important for FPX to pick this one up. It would stop RNG from getting onto Soul Point. It is an infernal map, which does open up a hell of a lot of terrain, or rather lack of terrain, for the likes of Doonby, for the like of Nuguri to find themselves an option. Ming goes in, forces the cleanse, forces the flash, but there's a TP. The Everfrost is there. LWX hasn't got a hope or a prayer, and he's going to go down, as is the Rel. It's a fight on 2 fronts. Ming goes golden and keeps RNG in this fight. There's Xiaohu, though, finding himself on top of Nuguri. Explosive cast, not quite good enough, and RNG still chucking for these fights. The shockwave, Doomby goes back to his thing. He goes in with the perfect execution. And speaking of perfect execution, Doomby trying his best, trying to go for it. Picks up 1, will not be able to pick up another. It's 5 kills all the way over to RNG and the 3rd Drake.
The ace for RNG, the 3rd dragon for RNG, and that, my friends, is war difference. That was positioning coming through from Xiaohu, having that perfect flank thanks to the vision control prepped by RNG on this bottom side, versus Nuguri, who had to go the whole way down to that bottom lane. This is how RNG make their advantages.
You are Infernal Soul Point. You've just given over a motherload of gold as well, evenly spaced out through everyone, and you can see there 2-2-2, 0-2 as we look at this fight replay.
So watch where the TPs come in. Xiaohu's at the cutoff point, whereas when you look at Nuguri, he's got to go the whole way down towards bot side. So not only do you get this great engage from Ming, LWX has nowhere to go. He gets cut off by Xiaohu. Wei's killing Crisp in the pit, and then it's just wrangling people into the waiting hands of Xiaohu. Now, Nuguri tries to turn this around, but he just doesn't have enough, especially when he knows the rest of RNG are coming. Gala gets arranged for the Killer Instinct, and at this stage, it's just outplaying FPX. As Doomby, to end that, will pick up one, but it doesn't matter.
As I said, the damage is done. Now you're looking down the barrel of Infernal Soul Point. You also lose
22 minutes.
At 22 minutes. But not only that, you're also losing out on this Rift Herald, which is going to be even more pressure, more tempo in favor of RNG. And now RNG, they just need to try and bring it home. They need to make sure the nerves and then the excitement, yes, the adrenaline is fantastic, but you still have very palpable threats here on FPX. Nuguri, Doonby, and LWX will blow you up if given enough time.
And if you need to double check that, look at the gold lead. It's 1,000 gold. Despite the fact that RNG got this big win, despite the fact that RNG have the objective control, there is still that threat of Nuguri. Xiaohu is not strong enough to deal with him in a side lane. Cryin is not strong enough to deal in the side lane, especially if TN is willing to play towards Nuguri as well. It is nigh on impossible to deal with. So for FPX, that's where you're hanging your hopes right now. Can Nuguri play heavy enough through a side lane and catch RNG unaware?
Ifs, the buts, the what ifs, all the what buts, they will all be answered. As we see now, LWX going to find way. Stridebreaker, though, pretty damn safe to keep himself there. The rest of LPX in tow. That's going to be a very scary Scryer's Bloom to reveal. As now the mid lane becomes the focus here for FPX. You still have the side lanes pushing in their favor. They've got a little bit of a stack wave in the bot side, but RNG, they need to be careful here.
And this was a play I thought we'd see FPX go for sooner, where you'd actually instead keep Doomby bot side, but just group and use the fact you've got this massive range discrepancy. But RNG never really gave him the opportunity, never get the TPs.
Solar Flare! It lands, and that's going to force Doomby into an early Zhonya's. The shockwave is enough to only catch one. The Olaf is dead. It's FPX turning this one around completely. But there's the Kaiser. There's one. There's two. Can Kaiser get any more? There's three. Kaiser with the Kaiser. Gala! Gala! Gala!
He's doing it again! He's doing it again!
Kill for Gala!
Gala is a monster in this game! He outsmarts the bot line of FPX not once, but twice! And this time slams 5 members of FPX into the dirt!
In these games, you need to step up. There are no excuses. And Gala stepped up. This was all FPX.
And it's on the goddamn Kai'Sa. We talked about this all damn day. This guy is so good. This is the playmaking champion that he needs. And you see here, Doomby nearly turns this fight around. Amazing play on this Akali. But Gala is positioned perfectly, flashes away from Nuguri, holds that killer instinct for so long. And once again, Crisp is left high and dry. He's been teased by Gala, but it's the Gala Penta that will sign the sweet spot for RNG.
And the very, very small thing there that keeps Gala alive, the explosive cast, wasn't on top of absolutely everybody where it could have done most damage for the side of Xiaohu. It was on top of Gala to keep him safe. Xiaohu knew where this game needed to be, and it's on the back of Gala.
And it's an 8-0-2 Kai'Sa. This is massive for RNG. And we said it, that's the job of Xiaohu in these fights, the Everfrost. It's to keep them off the backline, Way.
Chris goes over with the Hexfast. I don't believe that was the play, and you can see everyone kind of backing away a little bit. They're a little bit kind of, startled as such. 30 seconds until that Infernal Soul, and you've got the Rift Herald in mid. Ming does get caught, but he's not the target you need, FPX.
They're just desperate. They're just looking for anything. 20 seconds on this dragon, and they know there's a Rift Herald in mid. There's pressure from RNG. RNG don't even need to go for this dragon. They can just go mid.
They can go for both. Why not both, says you. You should go in. You see the Rift Herald's doing them the job, the 6th man. This dragon hasn't even spawned, and you can see RNG trying to find someone. Zenithblade does not land, and they're already knocking down the inhibitor turrets. We can see LWX. Shockwave, and they're going to go in. There's going to be one for Kai'Sa. There's going to be a double again for the Kai'Sa, and it's all falling apart for FPX.
What are you doing? Everyone else in FPX was down. Even our cameraman wasn't expecting it. He was like, hang on a second, the rest of your team's over here. Look here. This is where they are. RNG, they get that soul. They'll get the Baron. What just happened, Penguin?
That's what happened. RNG is what happened. The crowd
know it. They feel it as we come into this grand finals. RNG got slapped by FPX. No one was giving them a hope or a prayer if you were anyway looking at these games, but they are now in game 3. Baron, Infernal Soul, an incredibly fed Kaiser who's just a million miles ahead of LWX, and let's have a look what happened.
I mean, they just get on towards the end. The shockwave as well was perfect, and yeah.
They just haven't got the damage.
There's just nothing in the tank. I mean, 10 kills now for the Kai'Sa. The Collector picked up, the Runaan's Hurricane picked up, a bloody GA is on the way. Gala is going to be impossible to deal with in these fights, and you know he's feeling himself. When you are 3 levels above the Volley Bear and you are going on Killer Instinct to pick off the tank jungler, you know things are going well for this AD carry.
Not only that, but you have the backing of everybody. The instant decision there, you can see from Cryan, while in Shockwave, this guy does not die. That is the call, and we've seen it consistently in this game. We tried to see it in game 1, didn't quite happen for Gala, wasn't able to make the impact. But on this Kai'Sa, on this pick, he is able to be the carry that RNG need.
And now it's free flow as RNG. You can do what you want. You got already that Kai'Sa pushing in mid lane. They're grouping on this bottom side as well. They have everything in their favor. And honestly, you can see Shem, who's up in top lane. He's just looking to add a little bit more gold into the pick, but might need to TP.
Yeah, he will need to TP, but it's actually a turnaround. Call an ambulance, but not for me. As we can see, Nuguri gets caught out, gets baited himself. He did the bait in game 1. He gets baited in game 3. Flash forward, the Kai'Sa jumps in, and that's the shockwave you want to see coming on top of this one. Doomby can do nothing on the back end. Gala picks up another. Game 3, match point, RNG.
RNG have smelt blood in the water. They know it's over. It's the TP map movements from RNG that will net them game 3.
This is the RNG we wanted. This is the RNG from regular split, and this RNG is 1 game away from MSI.
This is the RNG FPX dreaded. This is the first seed of spring LPL that everyone was waiting to see. And this is the RNG that now, with 1 more game, could net it all. Bring themselves back to the throne, bring themselves to Iceland, and bring back that legacy 1 more time.
You don't want to believe, but you can't help but believe. It feels like the script is written. Like, again, we can't talk about this enough. Xiaohu going to top was a meme. It wasn't supposed to work. It wasn't supposed to be a thing that would catapult this RNG roster to a beyond, a post-Uzi era. And it's working.
I mean, that's what we opened up at the start of the day with. 2018 was supposed to be the golden road, denied by G2 in quarterfinals. 2019, they don't even make it out of groups at Worlds. 2020 spring, they lose Uzi. 2020 summer is the first time in 5 years RNG fails to make it to the playoffs. And now they stand 1 game away on that stage from reclaiming everything.
No words. I've said that a lot today because, oh my God, this series. And for FPX, you had the solos. You had things that could make plays. You just weren't given the breathing room. FPX need to find something that for the likes of, Nuguri and Doonby, they can do stuff here, but it never came together. Even there, look at Nuguri's damage, but it was all just kind of negated because Xiaohu's healing so much. It doesn't matter.
And I feel like I'm not seeing the FPX that I was expecting. We're getting the RNG, but I don't see that FPX. I'm not seeing Tien step up and be such a massive impact in these early stages like I expected to. I can see that Nuguri is trying his damnedest, but the rest of the team isn't with them. We see LWX and Tien fighting on that top side where they're getting picked off. These are mistakes that are being compounded over and over again by RNG. And even when they get the early lead, it doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, honestly, pressure, the weight, if you will, of everything coming down, it can get to you, and we'll see if FPX can change anything as we go to our game 4, potentially our last game of the day. We're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, it'll be our analyst to tell you about everything in game 3.
头、线团，我的主人用这些工具创造了我，我不会让他的天赋白白浪费。多么诡异又神奇的世界，我得用心维护，让它一直保持这样。还是很难相信，我可以自己活动起来。没时间休息。又一个，我越来越厉害了。接下来会怎样，由我来决定。
决赛的话，我们会遇到 FunPlus 嘛，然后他们最近也是状态很好，然后感觉 BP 挺重要的吧，然后我们线上多注意一点，然后觉得我们打团会赢。败是输他的，然后再碰到他们的话，就感觉就是想赢的心就更大了嘛，因为很想复仇他们。就是希望大家决赛好好准备吧，然后争取可以赢下来，然后就是也不辜负大家这一赛季的努力嘛。
Welcome back, everybody, to the desk as we continue our LPL 2021 Spring Finals. And what a series this has become. I'm Munchables. I'm joined once again by Lyric and Froskurin. And we have to just come out and straight away and say it, right? Gala is a player that has not received a lot of love from the caster desk across the course of LPL 2021. He has stepped up in this game and shown that he has to have a bit of respect in his name, especially on this Kai'Sa pick.
I mean, that's the thing, right? When you come into an LPL final and you're able to pick up a pentakill, I think that's such a big statement. When we look at these drafts, it was one thing Frost highlighted earlier in the day is, will Gala be able to get his Kai'Sa? They don't even need to like fear FPX taking away first pick on blue side. They're still able to get their hands on it. They have an amazing laning phase, punishing mistakes, and then from there, Gala was just able to take over.
Yeah, and I do have to talk about this blue one Jace pick from Nuguri. Like, I get it. That's a big ego move, but you know, earlier we had seen that they had recognized how important the Kai'Sa was, that they had repeat bans onto it now. Now it has a pentakill under its belt. Yes, LWX was just that close to turning things around in the level 2 play bot lane, but you know, Gala is a completely different player on his Kai'Sa, and I think his Xayah kind of comes in as number 2 there versus anything else. And while he has had a very strong playoffs performance, I don't want people to just think that Gala is just this superstar. Like, this is the evolution of a player, and he's stepping up massive here, but he did not look like this during the regular split. So we take another look at this incredible play. It was a misplaced ward by LWX. He placed the ward outside of the bush. He canceled an auto attack. And I think now the question is, did Gala see that the ward was misplaced out of the bush, and did he actually walk back in the bush to make it a Gala outplay? Or is this LWX actually just choking so hard and just fumbles the execution of getting the ward in the brush?
Yeah, that's the big question, and I'll let people at home go through that one in slow-mo and YouTube
Vote in
over
chat
and over
now.
again. And we can decide that one on Twitter after the fact, but definitely a tense moment. But I want to talk about how RNG were able to extend that lead, because it's important to remember that across this game, Dornby actually built a massive advantage for himself on the Akali as well. And then there was a fight, I think it was for the 3rd Drake in the game, where everything really exploded in favor of RNG. That's when Gala started to rack up even more kills. And it was impressive to see RNG expand this lead through the bottom lane.
And this, Munch, it hurt my soul watching this for FPX, because we see here, they're trying to do so many different things, right? We see Tien stealing blue buff, we see Doinbeast clearing a ward in a brush, and on the opposite side, it's LWX and Chris trying to poke RNG as they're walking into the choke. But they saw all of RNG on mid-wave. They should know they're all walking in. LWX is forced to flash out immediately, flashes right into Xiao, who gets bursted out, and RNG were just kind of handed a bit of an advantage. And when you look at these comps, to me, I actually liked FPX's a lot more coming out of draft, because when I see RNG's comp, the only way it wins is if their bottom lane snowballs. And when, you know, LWX is making mistakes at level 2 in brushes, when FPX aren't on the same page, they're all doing different things, handing RNG these teamfight wins. Again, great on RNG to capitalize. I do think we saw a lot of good mechanical plays coming out from them. We saw a lot of great coordination, but at least in this game, a lot of it felt like it was a little bit handed to them.
Yeah, I think it's really important to always underline context. You know, it's always the best case scenario when you have 2 teams playing extremely well and one team just outplays the other one. But this is a situation right now where one team is playing well, RNG, and the other team is just absolutely in a clown car. Like LWX, I don't know if he didn't get any sleep last night or what it is, but this bot lane gap is huge. Ming is absolutely just tearing through them, and Gala is also being a massive beneficiary of it. So this is not the FPX in form that we kind of expected to see. And as we go into MSI, if RNG do clean up this series, I just think that context is so important, because it means that RNG are still fallible, that they can punish mistakes, but they're not really being pressured that hard here. The only guy who's really under a ton of pressure is Xiaohu, because he's still getting blitzed in that top lane.
All right, well, let's take a moment here, and I want to return to that conversation of FPX's form here in this series, but let's just give Gala his moment here and take a look back at the pentakill. Now, Lyric, I want you to talk us through this, because the clip starts with FPX actually looking like they're going to win the fight.
That's the thing, right? FPX play this well. They bait out a bunch of cooldowns. This will be a 5v3. And if they all turn onto one target, I think FPX take this. They go 3 separate ways. And this is where I really think RNG's bot lane starts out playing, because we see LWX jump in. He instantly gets stunned by Ming, and also a really nice ultimate from Gala to bring his shield out at the same time, survive all that burst. Ming once again gets his Q up, stuns Nuguri immediately, and that's how a lot of these turnarounds have happened. It's really been a combined effort from Ming's like skill usage and target selection has been perfect, and it's given room for Gala to just mechanically outplay the side of FPX.
And it's really showcased that when RNG are I can't even say even footing, because in both these like 2 snowball games, you know, it was the Ryze that was way ahead of clock, and now it's the Kai'Sa that was super far ahead of clock. But coming into these team fights, if they're getting any slight advantage, they are team fighting better than FPX on the day. Even in the game that FPX won, where they got like a massive lead in game number 1 on the Hecarim, RNG were still team fighting better than FPX, and it was simply FPX just slapping them around with their wallets and their powerful composition at that point. And that is like a really big concern. If FPX want to try to extend this game to 5 series and try to lift the cup back up, their team fighting is just not, oh man, I have to say, not crisp today. They need to clean it up. I didn't want to say it. I was like, oh no.
That's it. Here's with the fun. Let's delve into that topic a little bit here, because we're talking about how FPX haven't really showed up in the style that we want them to. So what has to change? Is something in the draft, or is it just purely down to execution in these moments? Like, because it feels like Dawn B's playing real well. It feels like the centerpiece of the team is doing well. It feels like Nuguri's winning lane. So what else has to change here for FPX if they want to push this to 5 games?
For me, it's just coming down to like small execution moments, right? Because we looked at this game, we pulled up those first 2 clips. It's like, if that bottom lane 2v2 goes the opposite way, I actually don't think there's a way for RNG's draft to win this without FPX just making a ton of mistakes, right? Because we saw top lane is winning, mid lane is a losing matchup, and we need to remember this is most recent patch where Akali did get a bunch of nerfs in her early game, so she's going to struggle even more in that matchup. Doinb was still doing well, like you said, so it's like, okay, the only way that RNG can win is through that bottom lane. And FPX also outscaled them with this draft in team fights, so again, this one was more of one massive mistake. And I feel like FPX's early games overall have been solid, barring this last 2v2. But a lot of their target selection in teamfights specifically has just been really bad. We look at the Onslaught of Shadows in the earlier games coming out from Tien. We look at some of the ultimates coming out from Crisp, where again, it's going onto a lot of the tanks and the frontliners, not onto key targets. And that's where RNG is just completely running away with these teamfights.
Yeah, I'm on board with Lyric. I don't think you have to change anything from draft. Like, obviously, I'm sure that draft will finagle a little bit, and like Kai'Sa will be banned or something like that. But I do think it is execution based, and it's just sad because we were building up FPX so much that if there's one team that when it all comes together, that theory of potential about the execution ceiling of these players, because they're all world champions, it's incredible. But when that doesn't come to fruition and you see some of that ego, like some of those level 2 attempted plays coming in, then you see how quickly it all falls flat, because RNG aren't anything to sneeze at. You know, mechanics is a baseline that you need to have in the LPL, and other regions like, yeah, this guy's really mechanically gifted. And LPL, that's just a given. If you're not mechanically gifted, you're not in the league.
Yeah, I agree completely on that one. I do want to quickly talk more about RNG as you bring them up here, because, you know, we're saying a lot of things about, you know, FPX aren't showing up today, but RNG are showing up in a different way to what we would have imagined, right? If you, before the series starts, if you try and prescribe how RNG are going to win this series, if they do, it's through Xiaohu. But actually, the focus in both of these wins has been on the opposite side of the map right here, Lyric. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, it's absolutely mental to me. Again, even though I predicted RNG, the way it's happening is going completely against how I thought it would. And I think a big factor to that, and one key, like, true shining light from RNG, who again is just played out of his mind, is Ming. I think Ming in these team fights, Ming in his pressure on the map, where he has done the thing where he has consistently played towards topside, even if it's not necessarily about getting Xiaohu ahead. A lot of this series, it's been about kind of getting him out of being in a hole or from being behind. But everything he's done has been on point. He's shut down the engages. He's found clutch engages himself. He's looked really good in this 2v2 lane. In the last game, we saw the thing that made the dive for FPX go so wrong in the bottom side. He had a really clutch hook that brought in Tien on the other side and made him go down to turret. So I think Ming has just been a standout performer in this series today.
All right, we'll see if Ming can continue to perform across the course of this one. RNG on match point now. I'm going to pass it back over to our casters, Dagda and Penguin, in the arena in Wuhan to take us into game number 4.
Thank you so much, Munchables, Frosk, and Lyric. We are back. I am still Penguin. He's still Dagda. We are still alive, thankfully, considering, as you can hear, the crowd starting to get itself really hyped up. They want a Game 5. We want a Game 5. What is going to have to change for FPX if they want that Game 5?
You need to shut down the Ming VP. You need to put him in his place. Ming has been too damn strong this game, and it's been a massive beneficiary. I mean, you heard the desk talking about it, right? And the thing was, we started to talk about, look, Xiaohu needs to do his own against Nuguri in the top lane. But what we saw against CDG, what we saw throughout playoffs, is RNG actually starting to play down towards that bottom side of the map. And Gala went from having a 50% first blood participation rate in the regular season to having an 86% first blood participation now in playoffs. This is the new RNG. This is an adapting RNG. And this is what makes this team so strong, is that an organization that is able to adapt to the new trends that we're seeing coming through with patches and meta, they've shifted themselves into a new gear and it's looking good.
They are one game away from sending themselves to Iceland to represent the LPL as our seed for MSI, but for FPX, it's kind of something that we've seen from them before, is that they double down on mistakes. They kind of go a bit too far forward. They're not really reading where they need to be, and we saw it, or rather, Frostgordon and Lyric said it on the analyst desk of, like, it was one big mistake that you just kept kind of not really rectifying and not really kind of like working around. So for FPX, either don't make that mistake, that would be grand, but, you know, at the same time, you know, you don't need to go for these crazy plays.
Yeah, and it feels like we're starting to get the beginning of this from where you can see mistakes from RNG, right? When we talk towards that topside play, we're looking at Rift Tower, it's like you're playing into FPX's hands, but they just couldn't quite get it across the finish line. And then you start to look towards them moving into playing around Nuguri. Like we talked about, hey, look, you shift Doomby bot side, you end up putting LWX mid with Nuguri after Nuguri shoved in that long lane top, and then you got that range advantage mid that you can look to play around. It's a super strong way of playing the game, but they just never decided to go towards it. And it's something that I never really understood in the grand scheme of things, is why we're not seeing FPX double down on what has been their strength.
Yeah, again, we're kind of seeing Nuguri try his absolute heart out. Like, he 1v4'd, still came out with a kill despite dying, you know? Like, it's just kind of one of those things, but I think that the big highlight from this series right now, if we're going to be talking about RNG, as of right now, is it's a poem that I'm going to steal from Ender from Twitter. It's like, you know, roses are red, violets are blue, Uzi was good, but Gala is too. And Gala has just really, really stepped up himself and really made himself to be able to live up to that RNG 80 carry legacy.
And I think that's a big one here, especially when it's, you know, Gala coming across for the first time. This makes to RNG for the first time. For him to be able to come into this organization and have a super strong playoffs contention is amazing. But I really do think that a lot of this is coming from Ming. A lot of this is coming from Wei, who are able to play so heavily down towards that bottom side. And honestly, I think if you come into this pick and ban, we will have to look towards the Kaisa pick, whether this Hecarim gets banned. There's a lot up in the air.
There is a lot to think about here. FPX changing the order, but not changing the bans. They are back on the blue, RNG back on the red. We are going to see what FPX want to prioritize now. They banned the Udyr last time. They decided to see if they can go for this one. This time, they're banning away the Kaisa, which does give RNG the toss-up of, do you want to give the Hecarim, or do you want to give the Udyr? They actually just ban away the Rel. So this is almost identical to this game one.
You just take the Hecarim. I mean, now you can go look across the other side. The still big support picks are already banned away. I mean, the Alistar, the Rel, maybe you go back towards something like the Leona or the Rakan here, but genuinely, Tristana is now the big pickup for this bottom lane of RNG.
See what they want to do as we go for as much as possible in this AD carry role, and Again, looking towards that bot side, Tristana locked in. Do you just kind of look into locking your jungler? The answer is yes. It's going to be Udyr versus Hecarim. The Fast and the Furious coming out here in the jungle once again.
So they are hoping the Xayah here. I kind of get it. I think that's probably your best bet here. But I think that what you probably want to do is look to pair this with something like the Rakan. Make sure you've got a nice dive buddy to go in with the Hecarim. You don't really want to... Okay, I was going to say lock in the picks too early here. This Chase pick has been flexed back and forth over and over throughout this series, but it hasn't found a home. It hasn't found a big win. And we've already seen Xiao, who's happy to just take the Gragas. He'll gracefully lose in the top side and then power home a victory in team fights.
And like they mentioned on the analyst desk, it has been Ming who has been totally fine with taking any support he has been given. He has been fine with the Nautilus. He was fine in game 3 as well. It has been Crisp who hasn't been able to step up. It's been Crisp who's been struggling when this support pool has been pinched.
And now you've got to look and go, okay, well, we're probably going to see that again here, right? Because as RNG on this red side, you get first rotation on your support. It means that then you could ban away supports here. You nullify Crisp already. And that ability we talked about at the very start of game 1 to play through Crisp, Doomby, and Tien is just completely gone now.
Well, the Twisted Fate going to be the final ban here for RNG. Again, something that has that global pressure, something that has been banned continuously in this series. It is 4 for 4 bans alongside the Lucian, the Alistar, the Tamkench, and the Thresh. Final ban is going to be that Nautilus. Now, where do you go if you're RNG for your support pick? Bearing in mind, that Gragas could also still be support.
It looks like that is going to be the case. They're basically calling out Doomby here saying, hey, look, you're probably going to go towards the Victor here. Maybe you go back towards the Akali that we saw in the last game. We're not overly worried. This would be a nice adaptation, though. If you take the Rise, you can then double down on this pressure topside for Nuguri and make sure that you're able to actually get the ball rolling, play through side lanes, and turn that around on RNG that we saw from them in game 2 of the day.
Well, Chris back on the Galio. He did have it in game 1 when we saw these very similar bans coming out. And now we're going to see maybe something different here from RNG. Could go for the set support. It has been something that a lot of teams in the LPL did favor, but that was a very long time ago.
I have an idea in my head.
Uh-oh. Well, are you going to wait till this is like... Okay,
yeah.
Now, tell me your idea.
Where's the Orianna going? Because we have seen Xiaohu take the Orianna top before.
Oh.
And I'm wondering if in this situation, they take the set into the mid lane. But it looks like I've been drinking way too much of the RNG stuff. I'm just like, I'm
Put the
done.
Kool-Aid down.
Yeah.
Put the Kool-Aid down as we wait to see now how these picks... We are waiting to see now if they're able to kind of go for them. There is a current bug right now where sometimes it does mess up. You can't actually trade with certain people and certain champions, but we will wait and see. I don't see a reason why you would try and change such a tried and tested method as the Gragas AP top and of course the Orianna into the mid lane. We got a couple of seconds. To anyone who does not know, you have until 20 seconds on the timer to make your swaps.
I'm gonna just talk about it as is because it looks like it is just going to be a very strong front to back sort of team fight coming through from RNG with the set being able to provide that big engage tool, and especially when you look towards the Hecarim, being able to get him back out of the fights, make sure that he's going to be okay, and still having a reasonably strong time against this Galio on the bottom side, I think works super well. A lot of the times when you go towards these super heavy engage supports like the Gragas, the Leonas, and this sort of stuff, Galio does really well because he's able to lock you down. This situation, though, Set is able to take the beating and turn it right back with the Haymaker, so giving a strong bot lane over towards RNG.
Well, RNG, the bot lane has been kind of the early action as such. That's where they've been getting those early advantages that kind of quelled FPX's momentum, that have stopped them from running rampant around the map and forcing the likes of Tien and Nuguri to look towards that bot lane to stop the fires. But for FPX, you've got the solo lanes, you've got the Hecarim, which is the important thing here, and you've got yourself one opportunity to win a game to send us to Game 5. The crowd is ready. They want Game 5. I want Game 5. I know all you beautiful people at home want Game 5 as well. As we jump onto the Rift and check where these junglers are going to start. Because we've talked about it a couple of times. We've seen Tien go Dragon side to top side pretty much exclusively.
Yeah, I mean,
does
look,
he try change something out?
It's been pretty much him the entire time, moving from bot in towards that top to support Nuguri, and I really don't see it being any different here. I think when you've got this Jace pick, you need to be able to support it, but I want to see them triple down on top side. As FPX, your win condition right now is to just pile drive through Xiaohu. Whatever the hell you need to do, you get towards top side with the Realm Warp, with Tien, you dive over and over again and make sure that you're able to set up Nuguri for success. Otherwise, RNG are just going to be able to play out this slow early game where they end up just beating you out with superior team fighting compositions in the later portion of the game.
It's a quick one to notice. It was very impactful in Game 3. The summoner spells for the AD carries. It is a cleanse for Gala, and it is a heal for LWX. So versus, of course, you have got the Ignite for Ming and the Exhaust for Crisp. So the side of FPX are very much aware that they could get jumped on. They need to be able to survive.
I'm a bit worried about this bottom side of the map, though, because I feel like when I look towards Gala and Ming, I'm still looking at this very heavy pushing bot side. You're giving a lot of control towards Wei. And again, they can start to turn this in towards Dragons. If you go for these plays as Doomby in the top side of the map, you are gifting over full control bot side. And when I see Tristana, I always have to remind myself how good the turret taking is from this champion. Especially, like, even if you look over in Europe, they're willing to put, or even at the LCS finals, where you can, put that Tristana in the top lane, nullify the advantages that bot lane turret taking is supposed to have because she's so strong. So if you end up putting all your eggs in the RNG bot lane basket, it can really pay dividends here as long as Xiaohu can stay safe in the top lane.
That's the key, though, isn't it? Xiaohu still needs to be relevant. Xiaohu still needs to be able to have an impact. And something with the Gragas that doesn't really need that many funds does end up lending itself to kind of saying, like you said, RNG, they're going towards the bot lane basket, as we see both supports flex. Yeah. They both just flexed, and they were just like, all right, I'll see you later.
Yeah, that could have been something. That could have been it,
You never know. Keep yourself on your toes. But yeah, and like, that's the thing right now is that, like, we saw in Game 1, Gala got all the resources, wasn't able to carry. We've seen it in Game 2 and 3. More so in Game 3, he was definitely able to carry. So the options are there for RNG, and it's great to see because talk about the start of the day, Frostgurn was kind of saying, like, RNG, as of right now, from the information we had been given by them, they only really showed one style, one kind of, setup for themselves. They are proving that they have got a little bit more in the tank as they move forward throughout this finals.
So I'm looking at Tien here. Doomby has just reset the TP mid. Cryin could reset and actually look to match this TP into topside to keep Xiaohu safe, but it might be too late.
Might be. The flash is there. Flash is good. They are going to have to back away. Tien taking a lot of hurt here. He's going to have to run away from Wei. Flash, Bear, slap into the Phoenix, but he's getting knocked back. They're trying to keep him alive, but it's just not possible. Nuguri in a 1v2, and Wei with the double kill.
And Xiaohu, he's got his wards everywhere. He's got the protectors, and it's Wei waiting in the wings. He flies on the Phoenix and absolutely smacks down FPX.
The crowd love it, and again, RNG with a very quick early game double kill. We saw this in Game 3, they now have it in Game 4, and the worst part for them right now is that it's up towards that top side, which should be their stronger side.
It has been both kills going to Wei, though. Wei is now 2-0, accelerated towards a chem tank, can be very tanky. He needs to try and set these plays up elsewhere. However, this is just incredibly well played by Xiaohu. Great flash. And at this stage, I think for Nuguri, you want to see probably just completely turn on towards Xiaohu. See if you can burst out the Gragas, but as that passive is rolling through, the Gragas gets too much health, and it means that there's just nothing left now. As Tien, again, you're kind of like, right, well, lads, we got to go for take 2. Next wave should net Doomby that level 6, and maybe, just maybe off this bounce back, you can make something happen for FPX, but Cryan's doing a great job of trading against Doomby and keeping him honest in this mid lane.
When you keep FPX in a box, when you're able to stop them from making those big rotations, from getting themselves to roam around. We talked about how Doomby, despite being on these, as you say, meta picks with the Orianna, the Ryze, the Victor, he has been able in previous series to get out onto the map, to get down into that bot side, to get up into the top side and create advantages. He hasn't been able to do that this series.
But it's Wei who has. And Wei is now turned around that play. He's now got the dragon. And this was one of the things that we talked about a lot during the regular split, is how good RNG are at reading the opponent's win condition and just shutting it down. And you can see there, Wei is like, hey, look, I could sit around, but oh!
Oh, Xiaohu. Xiaohu almost got it, and you might be thinking, why did he belly bop backwards? The hitbox is so large, it would have pushed Nuguri back towards the turret. That's how smart that play could have been, but...
No mana.
He's no mana. You've only got maybe
Wei
a
is
Rune
here.
Prison, and Wei is there. There is a way back into this, and now Doomby, he's after been waiting to try and commit to this. Nuguri has to just kind of back away a little bit. The acceleration gate's not there, and it's negated again.
Again, RNG playing around their opponent's win conditions. They need to play through Nuguri. They need to double down with Doomby. But Wei has just been camping this top side, making sure nothing can happen. Cryin was even rotating up, and now...
Here we go. There's the Realm Warp. The Onslaught of Shadows comes out, and they are looking for Xiaohu, who's getting a fair bit of damage. They're ignoring Wei. That Phoenix stand is a lot to deal with. They will kill
Wei,
off
no.
Xiaohu. Wei goes very deep. He will get a trade back of a kill. Can he get out? He's a very fast bear. They're trying to give it over to Doomby. They will be able to get it. That is a shutdown. They do get the 2 kills, but that was dicey.
They got too confident. RNG, you just needed to back away. You had no man on Xiaohu. Cryin was get your advantages mid. You didn't need to commit. Xiaohu, though.
He has got himself the belly bump, but the phase rush is just too good for Doomby. Even without mana, he's able to get himself a Rune Prison, get himself to safety.
But he stopped the back. Now Cryin again. 3 plates going to be able to go across towards Cryin in this mid lane. When you look at the bot side, massive CS advantage opening up as well. So even though RNG are putting all their advantages in towards top side, the lanes are getting advantages elsewhere. And when FPX aren't able to double down on these plays, it's not looking so hot. Now, they do manage to get the 2 kills here, thanks to a nice onslaught of shadows from Tien, and Wei going a little bit deep to try and make this play work. But still, RNG, they're keeping FPX in that box you talked about, Penguin, keeping them under control.
They haven't been able to be unleashed. FPX still trying to figure out how they find their advantages as Ming pushes himself up towards this top side. He's just covering for Wei, but Doomby might have to be a little bit careful. Crisp is there. There's the taunt on top of the Rune Prison, and it's actually just a kind of, oh, the shockwave misses, completely whiffs, and that actually turns around and ends up being Tien going too far forward. Doomby was heading out. The rest of RNG were heading in. They don't get the Rift Herald just yet, but they still get themselves another kill.
This is looking good for RNG, Penguin. An early game lead of 2,000 gold. Rift Herald about to go into their pockets. Gala feeling himself bot side, but doesn't want to fully commit. RNG, they are firmly in control. They are 1 win away from taking it all.
Oh, and there's Ming. It's the Ming movement. It's just Ming things as they get him in with the belly bop, with the knockback, with the haymaker, and Nuguri is in hell. Welcome to the LPL.
You might be a world champion, but we got a few of them around here, and honestly, they're kind of struggling in this series. FPX now, again, suffering on this top side. The Ming VP able to come up towards that top lane and keeping Nuguri down. Now, Gala needs to be safe, but again, the problems with this draft, the problems when you only get your hands on a Galio support is you can't punish Gala left on his own in the bot lane.
And we've mentioned it time and time again throughout this series. Ming has been exceptional, beyond exceptional. Crisp hasn't had the same impact, and it's just not really working out for FPX. They almost feel like they're kind of a man down sometimes because Crisp is trying, but it's just not being set up for success. All these support bans are just crippling them.
And I was genuinely worried when we started to see the Jinxes and the Aphelioses and these immobile AD carries coming into RNG. Because I was like, well, Ming is now stuck in the bottom side of the map. But the fact he's been able to stick towards like the likes of this Tristana means that you actually don't have to hold Ming accountable in this bottom lane. You can play as safe as you want as Tristana, and it gives RNG control of this early game. It allows them to start to get the snowball rolling. They're now 2,000 gold up. We have Dragon in 30 seconds. You can get resets that are about to come through for RNG, and you've already got your first mythic completed on Wei.
It's a dire, dire strait right now for the side of FPX. They need a flash of brilliance. This could be the man to deliver it. Flashing, Cryin trying to get himself away, but the Onslaught of Shadows is good alongside with Doomby, but it's Crisp who picks up the kill. Now Xiaohu and Nuguri going toe-to-toe. Flash belly bop! Showstopper! Xiaohu! Whoa, that was clean.
I'm sorry, Nuggery. Did someone say that you were looking like the best? No, I got to put you in your place, and no way he's got company with Ming.
No, he's going to have himself a little bit, but Chris wasn't too far away. They might be able to turn this one around. As you can see there, Hecarim was around this vicinity. The objective right now for FPX is to stop these early stacks.
And they will get it. Nuggery has TP.
Oh, will they? Showstopper. There's the TP coming in, though. It's a double TP. It's going to be an all-out brawl as Doomby is dead. LWX flashes, but Gala says, I can flash 2. And there's 2. There's 3. It's going to be 4. The RNG are ripping FPX apart.
It's a 4 versus 5, Penguin. This is illegal. This isn't allowed. How do you demolish FPX when you're a man down?
This game has been blown wide open. FPX went for the play at Dragon. Ming goes straight in with the showstopper, recognizing that he had the rest of his team with TPs in tow, and he creates such a pressure point now. They've got bot lane, they've pushed out top, they're going to be able to get so much gold onto this Tristana.
I'll be the first to admit, LPL playoffs and predictions have not been our strong point.
No.
But when we tried to predict coming into today what this was going to look like, we said, right, you know what, Nuggery and Tien, they're the strong point for FPX. They are 1-5 and 0-3. When it came towards team fights, we said pound for pound, FPX are better. We said Gala could not stand up. Gala outplays LWX every single opportunity he gets in this series. And now, you are done for. There's another fight!
Are you done for? TPs are going to be committed here. I think FPX, you've stayed too long. You don't belong here. You cannot take these fights. The onslaught of shadows from Tien does nothing. And the ponies in the stables, he will be taken to the glue factory. The Galio is dead as well. Nuggery, where are you going to hide? Where are you going to go? This is LPL. There is no way you can get away from the Blood God. And FPX are just being torn asunder. Nuggery, tick, tick, boom! Gala gets himself another kill. RNG are just wiping the floor with FPX.
The Blood God demands a sacrifice, and it is in gold for RNG. 7,000 gold, and we're not even at the 14-minute mark. This is next level from RNG. This is RNG putting their foot down, and this is your potential MSI representative from the LPL.
And this is why we have double elimination for our top 4. RNG got routed, got destroyed, bit the dust, and here they are, 7,000 gold up. In game 4, 1 game away from getting themselves a ticket to MSI and getting themselves back atop the throne of LPL.
The Emperor of Spring, Xiaohu, the little tiger, having to move from his nice home in mid lane to top. And everyone doubted him. Everyone said RNG was done. It was another disaster. But here you go. In that 2v3, it's a great engage coming through from Ming, the TP coming in from Xiaohu, and again it's RNG. They're just out moving on the map, using TPs. Look at where LWX is positioned. You don't take these fights, you just lost the 4 versus 5, like literally 20 seconds before this.
Oh no, the panic buttons are being hit right now as FPX try and find something. Ming was reeling himself up for maybe a little bit of a flash engage, but decided against it, and FPX, I don't know what to tell you guys. You need a miracle. You need a throw. You need something to go your way. That's something, and that's one little small thing. They need about 20 more of those.
Yeah, but maybe not with the tower going down in the meantime as well, because that's the mid lane. Now they're looking for a bit more of those.
They are. Cryan gets caught out. Shockwave on the 3, but it's not enough to keep him alive. 2 quick kills. FPX, they're trying to get the gold back in their pockets.
Rift Herald has just spawned as well. They might actually be able to nab that one for themselves. So at least it's something, but Wei is here. Wei is playing protection, but look at that gold on the left-hand side. 7 or nearly 8,000 gold for Gal already. And the next closest member is Doomby, and he's barely touching 7th K.
One thing LPL has taught me
over the year or so, split, I should say, I've been
Gold
casting
means
it.
nothing.
As, yeah. Gold means nothing. All the statistics are wrong, and whoever wins, wins. So it is not over until the Nexus explodes. Oh, he's trying to go for a flank. Thank you so much for that picture-in-picture replay. Just shows you how he gets caught. And this is good for FPX. This is how you try and get back into this game, because you're slowing down the pace. The momentum is slowed down. Yes, you are in a gigantic hole. Do not get it twisted. But it is still something.
Dragon, 13 seconds away. RNG fully in control. Flashes and cleanse on Gala.
Nuguri has no mana.
This guy has got Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer. Once again, he's in prime position to be the carry. Wasn't able to quite do it in game number 1. He gets a second chance here.
Look at Ming. Ming circling around the back of this pit. He knows his job is to get the squishiest person. Way's got the inside track. They have to go for this dragon. There's the explosive cast. Tien was not hit. Everfrost has been used as well. I don't think you can go for this. Tien goes for the smite, but he can't get it. And that's going to mean the go sign. The trigger has been pulled. You cannot protect Nuguri anymore. They go in with all their team fight assets. But Chris, yes, you got a very, very nice ultimate, but there's nothing there for you. Now, Doonby, you have to be the machine gun. You have to be the guy to carry this. But it's not your day. It's RNG's. And RNG clean up house.
It's RNG all day, every day today, as they are pummeling through FPX. Gala now on this bottom side, pushing in towards these towers. The Rift Tower was popped in mid. That inhibitor turret's already low. This is power galore to RNG.
10,000 gold. Soul point. And a hell of a lot of momentum behind you. RNG are one team fight away from cementing themselves as the LPL Spring 2021 champions and the representative for LPL at MSI.
Bow down, Nuguri. Know when you have been bested. Gala picks up another kill in this bottom lane. 6-0 for Gala. 6 towers stand in the way, and there's nothing to stop RNG. They are masters of their fate here today. They are the ones that want to make sure they take back their rightful throne.
Feels like it's written. Feels like this is the way this game goes. You've got level leads, you've got gold leads, you've got item leads, everything's a lead. FPX, you need a miracle. There is no short. It's not even a mistake. It's a miracle right now, and I just don't think it's going to happen.
How do you even go about it, right? You've got 3 minutes until the next dragon. RNG are free to just use the fact that Gala is huge. They start sieging on towards these turrets. They push in mid. They rotate top. They take the last outer turret you have left, and then they can fall back to Baron, which hasn't even spawned yet. They can fall back to Dragon.
God, you're right.
This is such a massive, massive lead for RNG, and it's not even one pick. It's oh no.
Oh, LWX, fancy feet, but he gets hit by the explosive cast, and you got nowhere else to go, buddy. Xiaohu getting his 5th kill on this AP Gragas, and I like this from FPX. They try to go for something, but when one thing goes their way, another thing goes out the window.
This is done. This is over. This is RNG taking everything back. This is their road to not only LPL success, international success, as they look to take on the best the world has to offer at MSI. This is a statement series from RNG.
Everyone had written them off. The narrative was Nuguri against Damwon Kia. That was the narrative. That's what people wanted to see. The World Championship top laner who was sent to sent to LPL was gonna have a chance of, facing against his old teammates. Not today. They did not count out or count in RNG's just pure, fantastical team fights. And again, he doesn't get the flashiest plays, but Ming has been insane this series. Ming is honest, regardless of whoever gets it, he's my finals MVP. Because he's just created everything for RNG that has gone well.
He's been absolutely insane. Setting up this bot lane play, working with Wei, keeping Xiaohu safe. getting the ball rolling for RNG. TP from Xiaohu.
Oh, this could be it. Flash forward. It's not going to be enough to stop Xiaohu. And they find LWX again. The big man goes golden. And it's a fight separated. You don't have your players. You don't have anywhere to go. The shockwave. Everything used. This could be it, Dagda.
They don't need Baron. They don't need Dragon Soul. They are staring down the barrel. They are putting themselves at the forefront onto the world stage.
Form is temporary, but class is permanent. RNG will take down the Phoenix. What is a legend to a king? And what is a king to a god? RNG are your spring 2021 LPL champions.
RNG, the old gods return with a familiar name. A new set of faces, new places where they call home. But this is the giants we know and love in the LPL.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. RNG back on top. And what a way to do it. What a way to do it. Congratulations, Royal Never Give Up. Your 2021 Spring Champions and your representative for LPL at MSI.
And you can see Tabe rushing to the stage as they lift the Silver Dragon Cup. A moment that's been a long time coming for RNG.
Okay. And we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's going to be taking us through the closing ceremony.
A gorgeous performance. I believe this moment, you are waiting for this for so long. And I believe all the regrets will disappear. All the suspensions will not be regretful. It will be the best day for you guys. You guys made full preparations. You just proved the meaning of your name, Royal Never Give Up. And today in Wuhan, in this arena, let us shout out the name for this Spring Championship. RNG. Definitely, the victory belongs to you guys. And I believe our protagonists on the stage, you must have so many words you want to share to us. And Poppy, our coach teams, see all the members have gorgeous performance. Do you have any words to all of them? You guys really have a hard time, but all the efforts deserves. And now crying. Have a super good performance. Through this whole journey, there's so many fans keep supporting you. So do you have any words to all the fans? Thank you for your support. And the following matchups, definitely we will keep working harder and show you an even better performance. And now Wei. This is your first player that joined in RNG. And once you joined RNG, you were able to lift that trophy. So could you share more about your feelings? Thank you for your support. And in the future, I want to have an even better result. And now, Xiaohu. This is your third championship for the Spring Split. But it's the first one that you were able to get that champion as a top laner from RNG. So, what does it mean to you? The last time I were able to get the victory is in 2018, a few years ago. So I feel really happy that I was able to get that win as a veteran. And today, we can see the golden rings. And do you enjoy play as a top laner more or as a mid laner? I enjoy the games for both. And thank you for the sharing. And also Gala. Thank you for your cheering. And I believe you have a gorgeous performance. This is your first LPL title. So what it means to you? I feel super excited of getting the championship, and I want to have more in the future. And this is a very good start. I hope you can work harder and harder in the future. And then Ming. To be honest, last year is not a very smooth year for you guys. But what makes you become so strong and to have such a good result for this split? I think we don't have much pressure, and we just play normally. That's the reason for us to have a very good performance. And thank you for the sharing. And Tommy, the coach. Looking back towards the last year, I believe you have a huge pressure on your shoulder. So do you feel relieved after getting this sprint championship? Yeah, definitely. And do you have any words you want to say to all the members? I really appreciate their practice day and day. And we have so many starting on the band peak. It's a hard journey, so I really would like to appreciate all the efforts put in by the teammates. And let's give another round of applause to all the coach teams. I believe this victory belongs to all the backstage staff from the RNG and Xiaobai. You joined in RNG together with Wei and Crying, and now you guys were able to grab the champion. How do you feel? I feel so happy, and I hope we can have an even better result in the future. Thank you. And now Lele. You are the rookie player that joined in RNG for this split. So how do you feel? I feel so happy for them. And all of them put in really hard effort. I feel RNG is the best. I believe your journey as a rookie is just a start. And I hope this victory can motivate you to have an even better performance in the future. And let's give a round of applause to all our sub players as well. And next, let us welcome co-CEO of TJ Sports, Mr. Lin Song, to the stage to deliver our championship gold medals to RNG. Welcome. All the efforts are delivered. And now it's the time to enjoy the victory, to enjoy this medal, to enjoy this reputation. And Mr. Lin, please stand by. And next up, let us release tonight's finals MVP. Summoners in the stadium, please give me the name of your FMVP. I know many of you will have your own answers, but for every single one of our players have been excellent. And who is going to be our FMVP? Let's take a look at the screen. Congratulations, Gala! You got the 2021 Spring Final FMVP. And please welcome co-CEO of TJ Sports, Mr. Jin Yibo, to the stage to deliver our FMVP Cup, please. Gala, your performance is super gorgeous, and you got the pentakill. You deliver this reputation. And now please both look ahead and have your picture taken together for this honorable moment. Thanks to both our special guests. Please take your seats and have a break. And next, let's have a short interview with Gala. So, have you expected you're able to get that FMVP? To be honest, after the game I thought it, but before the game I didn't expect I would be the FMVP. And now, please give a round of applause to Gala again, our FMVP player. And you can feel the enthusiasm and support from all the fans. And the old guard with the new look arrives, and the sword rises to the sky. Next, please welcome our coaches and players. We will crown our new champions together. As a traditional destiny, RNG has twice claimed the LPL Spring Championship, but you remain hungry. They welcome change. They never stop exploring, all to remain a top team. And now, reclaiming to the peak in amazing speed. This spring split, this new RNG has brought us too many surprises to all of us. Finally, in Wuhan, we're able to see the golden ring belongs to RNG. Let us once again use our applause and our voices to congratulate RNG, their third champion in spring, taking the throne back once more. Congratulations on becoming our 2021 LPL Spring Championship. Congratulate again. And now the mid-season invitational will begin on May 6th. The best teams from every region will fight on the same stage. And to grab the chance to secure an extra slot in the 2021 World Championships. Coming up next, let us begin the 2021 MSI send-off ceremony through a short video.
王牌对决吧，所以它到底是传说的终结，还是传说的延续？
两个传说在这个22的时候记了出来，我们要一波了！恭喜一定军拿到 MSI 的冠军，总冠军！恭喜厂长，中国队总冠军！
哇，这场对决非常的精彩啊，也是算是现在榜首的一个大战啊！一波了，一波了，一波一波！我们恭喜 RNG 在 LPL 在上海的赛场拿下了 SKT。
这边是点燃中单卢锡安，即便在世界范围内都是很少有登场的。这边要单杀了吗？
完成成就，完成 Faker， 恭喜 W！ 很多观众的愿望实现了 ，W 现在在 MSI 的舞台上实现了和 SKT 的主动握手。好，不多说了，比赛开始，双方的第4局较量 ，RNG 的赛点局。
一会儿他是上球其实很好，
太到了，
由头帮忙把对方的一个输出给顶走，但是这个点燃他让自己一个大招，反身用大招走，鱼仔那边挑闪现，往后面拉，鱼仔没有死，哇，这不天秀了，天秀了，点燃狙击3-1，恭喜RNG！我们跟海中这句话吧，我们是冠军。来到上一小组 ，IG 对阵 SKT， 这大家期待很久的这场比赛。
这个话 ，Perk 几乎是在他们的肚子里面开了一个大招，但这波我觉得 IG 是可以收了。这波 IG 再打下去没有太大好处，但是我等下不这么认为，等下还要秀飞回老爷，他的神武2段居然回到了原来的位置。
等一下，有机会先 A
16分钟，这可能是 MSI 历史上最短的一场比赛，16分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班。
RNG will represent the LPL to take on the 2021 mid-season invitational. The road ahead is fraught with danger, as every team represents the best of the best from each region, each shouldering the weight of their region's pride. But I believe that the strong face and the determined will can overcome any obstacles. In this moment, every LPL fan has the same wish in our hearts. Let us give our loudest applause to RNG when they reach the battlefield of MSI and use the spirit of never give up in the first international stage of League of Legends esports new decades. The Royal Swallows will carve the new paths for LPL. May you build upon the glory of LPL. And for now, the 2021 LPL Spring Finals has concluded. May the future hold even more excitement. And dear Summoners, see you on the Rift.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, everyone. And congratulations to RNG, our 2021 Spring Champions. The Emperor of Spring is back once more. Xiaohu roll swaps to the top lane and in his very first split wins a championship for himself. That is an unbelievable accolade to have in his trophy cabinet, Frosk. Like that, what a statement to make moving into a new role.
Yeah, now RNG also hold the record for most titles in spring, so truly spring kings at this point with triple title. As far as Xiaohu's concerned, we say it all the time, and it's just unfortunate because majority of the audience right now will be kind of like first-time viewers tuning in to see the finals. But Xiaohu has always been such a monster domestically, respected very well for his mid lane, but just never showed up internationally. And now we'll see if this redemption arc kind of continues for him, role swapping into the top lane, picking up a title, leading a team, and if he's finally going to have a good international performance, because he got bodied pretty hard by Nuguri today, and I just don't want RNG to fall into a trap where now there's all of these expectations and we see another international blunder from Xiaohu.
Yeah, that'll be one of the big questions. Sorry, go on.
I feel like the cool thing about this too is now Xiaohu has moved up to having the second most LPL championships. He's only under Clearlove now, so you know Xiaohu cementing himself as one of the greats, because going back to that international performance talk, right? It's Western fans haven't gotten to see that Xiaohu that longtime people who have followed the LPL and casted it like Frosk know, because he's always been a beast in the season. And again, it's his time to show it once again, but gonna be in a new role. And I feel like the talent pool at MSI though, I'm actually not scared for Xiaohu at all.
I mean, I hope so. I do think the top lane is like pretty stacked in LPL, and far more than some of the other regions that we'll be attending. Kind of my final note on Xiaohu and just like a celebration of him is that when people think about RNG or Starhorn World Club, most of the time they do think about Uzi, and I think it does come from that international spotlight and kind of the shadow that he's cast over the rest of the LPL and the rest of those players. But when RNG kind of rebranded and rebuilt themselves from Starhorn World Club, Xiaohu was their crowning jewel. There were so many moments when they didn't have Uzi to rely on, you know, either taking extended breaks or taking a step back from the roster, or now as Gala is the acting AD carry and now finals MVP, Xiaohu has always been there. So as we kind of again are turning this page where we're getting more longevity of some of these other stars, not the Clearloves, not the Uzis, it's time for guys like Xiaohu and Ming to finally get the recognition for how long they've been around, and just as you're saying, Lyric, become legends in their own right.
Yeah, and let's turn the conversation towards that bottom lane as well, because across the course of this series, I think it's very fair to say Gala had an evolution comparatively, not only just to his playoffs performance, but to his performance this entire split. It felt like Gala was a different player on the server today, and also Ming. Ming had maybe the best series of his career, honestly. He had so many highlight moments across the course of this on Lyric. I mean, it felt like this was more than just a big series for this bottom lane. This felt like a defining moment in their careers.
Yeah, it's crazy for Gala, thinking back to he had the standout performance when he was on Sino Dragon. They rebranded DMO, wasn't really a standout, and has just slowly improved over the course of this split. And again, I think playoffs especially has been a standout. But Ming's the one I really want to highlight, because this series was like that meme of, you know, Chris was playing checkers while Ming was playing chess, because the movements he was making on the map were so crisp, again, preventing that dive in the third game with this Nautilus hook, the engages he was finding in that last game with his set. I remember the big showstopper onto 3 people and then pulls them all in with the E as well. So I think this was a very big moment for Crisp. A bit sad I didn't get MVP, but I definitely think there is an argument for both bot laners because they just stepped up and carried this series.
Yeah, it was truly a bot lane gap. RNG's bot lane stepped up massive today. I thought that LWX and Chris were going to be the stronger bot lane. I had to eat my words here as Ming and Gala absolutely styled, just smurfed on these kids. Now, that said, when someone makes a mistake, I think it should be called out. You know, it wasn't just an outplay, but when someone throws, someone does have to catch. And not only did Gala and Ming catch, they just spiked that ball directly back on LWX and Chris' face.
Yeah, I think across the whole of FPX, somewhat disappointing series for them today. But we can continue this conversation in just a little bit. First, I'm going to pass it back over to Wendy as we have our finals interview. So over to you on the stage, Wendy. Let's have a chat with some players.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview. And here I have our best top laner and our best bot laner, Xiaohu and Gala with us. So congratulations on today's win. And Xiaohu, this is your first split that you have changed to the top laner, and you have just got the spring split victory. So how do you feel, and how would you evaluate the whole split personally and also for the whole team?
那首先恭喜你们非常漂亮拿下比赛嘛，而且这也是你转上单以后第一次参加比赛，而且第一次就是拿到了春决的冠军。然后所以想问一下，你怎么评价你们整个赛季的一个表现呢？就你个人而言，还有包括说你们整体 RNG 的表现。
因为这赛季其实我们队伍也是换了很多人员嘛，包括中路、中野也换了，然后我也去转了上路嘛。然后从我个人而言的话，转上路对我来说是一个很大的挑战吧。因为虽然我打职业打了6年嘛，但是去上路对我来说还是从零开始。然后在这短短的一个赛季里就可以夺冠，并且去 MSI， 说实话，现在回顾一下还是挺梦幻的。然后上单这条路我应该还是有很多需要进步的地方，对，还是需要继续走下去的。
I feel for the whole split, we really have so many part changes. Like we have the roster changes for the mid jungle, and also I have changed to the top laner. So there's so many obstacles for the split, but definitely we were able. I'm so happy, and definitely I didn't expect we were able to have such a good performance for the split. And as a top laner, I believe I still have so many parts that I need to work on with, but still I'm quite happy of the whole journey. And also Gala, it feels like for today's game, you got the FMVP, you got the Pentakill, you got everything. So how do you feel, and what makes you so strong? Because for this split, to be honest, we feel like RNG is not a bot-focused team. 那首先问一下 Gala， 你今天是拿到了 FMP， 拿到了5杀，拿到了冠军，拿到了所有的一切。然后所以想问一下，你觉得能让你打得这么强势的点是什么呢？因为感觉其实你们这个赛季并不是一个主打下路的队伍。
就是不管我们赢了输了嘛，然后我们都是联动配合什么的都是做的挺好的，然后也就是也一直看位置玩嘛，所以就大家玩的都挺好的。
So no matter for the result of the games, we try to have a very good synergy and play like a whole. That's the reason for us to have a very good performance, I believe. And also, Xiaohu, for today's game, you have the matchup with Noguri, the player that can be quite dominant in the top lane. So could you share more about the preparations for the matchup against Noguri? 那其实说到今天也是很大家关注的一个重点，也是你们的上路对决。那面对牛宝，也是一个就打法比较凶悍的一个选手，那你们有做什么特别的针对和准备呢？
因为其实包括我们第一次打方布拉斯被他们3-0，还有现在这个决赛，就是我们准备的 BP 一开始都是上野互相碰撞的，然后但是今天确实也出现了很多意外，包括第2盘我前面很早就0-4，就是我的整个职业生涯里没有这么惨过，当时就挺懵的吧，不过还好那个后面赢了，对。
To be honest, for the Ban Pick Fist, we try to have the draft that we can have so many skirmishes for the very early game, especially on the top and jungle. And to be honest, there's some unexpected things happen, like in the game 2. I started with 0-4. I believe that's the worst record in my whole experience, but definitely I feel we are very lucky that we were able to get that win. And also Gala, I want to talk more about the shot calls in the RNG, because in the previous match check we feels like the rookie player, he made so many shot calls for the macro in the late game. So could you share more about the shot calls and who's the one that usually to make the decisions? 那下一个问题想问一下 Gala， 其实我们感觉到就是 RNG 永远在好像最近做指挥的方面都是做的特别的果断，然后特别的巧妙，然后所以想问一下，一般来讲队内现在谁会是中后期的一个指挥位呢？因为我们感觉之前好像也有麦克风里威好像也承担了比较多指挥的部分。
我这里拿吧，
我来拿。
主要就是后期的话，主要就是小虎和维和明吧，然后我们双 C 基本都是听他们的。
So normally, Xiaohu Wei together with me, the three of them usually do the short calls, and Crane and I will just follow them to focus our operation and also mechanics. And my next question for Xiaohu. This time for MSI, you are going to face another top laners that from different regions. So any expectations and to have the confidence to win the MSI? 那其实你到了 MSI 也要去面对很多来自各个赛区非常强大的选手，特别是上单选手。那有没有信心赢下 MSI？ 对接下来的 MSI 之旅有什么样的一个期待？
其实对于这次 MSI 之行，我还是比较有信心的，因为我觉得在这个世界上应该没有比牛宝对线压制力就是还要凶的人了。然后只要我们 RNG 结束对线期，然后结束了对线期，我们就是一支训练有素的军队。
I'm quite confident for the MSI because I believe Noguri is the strongest and the most dominant top laner player in the whole world. So I believe if we can just have a very good laning phase, we will have enough confidence to grab the win for the whole game. And also Gala, this is your first international tournament, so any expectations for that? Because so many people are looking forward for your performance in the MSI. 那这也是你第一次代表 LPL 来出征世界大赛，有很多人都对你们的表现充满着期待，来说一下有什么样的一个想法吧。
然后我就只跟 LPL 的下路交手过嘛，然后就希望在国际就是比赛上就多跟一下其他赛区的选手打一下。
Because till now I have only played with the LPL bot duels, so I hope like in the MSI I can have some matchups with the bot duels from other regions. And best of luck for the MSI, and you guys just show us an amazing best of 5. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们的 MSI 之旅加油。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy. As always, who's done an amazing job today, considering how much translation was required with the opening ceremony and everything. So shout out to you, Wendy, on that one. But again, amazing victory here for RNG. You can see Xiaohu and Gala both on the stage. I feel like Gala just looks taken aback by the fact that he managed to do it, the fact that he managed to show up today. He seems almost starstruck there on the stage. And it feels great to see a player like him having his moment of glory and having his moment in the sun, especially after the performance that he did manage to have stepping up today.
Yeah, it's really crazy to think about, not only for Gala, you can see again, he's a bit overwhelmed going from what we talked about with Sino Dragon and DMO to being here, but it's just crazy to think that for Gala, for Cryan, and for Wei, right, it's going to be their first time out on the international stage. Gala highlighted that. I've only played against LPL bot lane, so I don't know what it's going to be like. And, you know, regardless of the result, I think it's going to be a great learning and growing experience for all three of them.
Yeah, and it's just a good thing that RNG on the day were finally able to prove that they can carry from other lanes from Xiaohu. You heard it in the interview that there are used to being a top-centric focused team playing around Xiaohu. He was the big pop-off player, but when it counts, they proved everyone wrong. Cryan and Gala stepped up, and now the hope is just that they can continue that onto the international stage, because like you're saying, there's a ton of question marks around a very inexperienced roster when it comes to international waters.
And I think that's a big topic of conversation is moving towards MSI here for this RNG roster. We've seen a very different style of gameplay today from them. This is not the style that I think many people were expecting coming into this final. And so as they move towards MSI, it feels like the other teams are going to have to be a little bit nervous looking at this team because you don't necessarily know what version of RNG is going to show up at MSI, but also they can play through top lane. They can play through bot lane. We also saw Cryan have an absolutely insane game on the rise as well. All of the big weaknesses and the big things that have been criticized for RNG across the whole year have been proven wrong essentially in this final. So it feels like moving towards MSI Lyric. Well, look, I have results right there to base my analysis off of, so I'm gonna run with that story. Tell me why I'm wrong, Frustrated.
You want to pump the brakes just a little bit there. Like, while I do want to congratulate and not take anything away from RNG, you know, this was not FPX at their best, and international competition, theoretically, you always want the other teams to be at their best. It won't be any slouches. They're going to be going in the Champions Tournament. It is just the first seeds that are attending here. And while Cryan and Gala had pop-off seasons, or a pop-off series, like, Cryan, this is probably the best series that he's ever had, and it's just a single, 4-game sample size, and in 2 of those he wasn't looking so hot, so a single game sample size. Gala, I'm a little bit more on the fence about. I think that there's been true evolution. Like, his playoffs, he looked much stronger in this finals. It was kind of like the cherry on top, but I'm totally not sold on Cryan yet. I still think that there are champion pool issues, and there are ways for RNG to be infallible. I think the LPL can be really proud of this champion, because again, there's so many cool storylines that go around it. Huge fan of Xiaohu. Gala is stepping up, and it's cool to see RNG back on the international stage, but this isn't the same type of dominance as if we were sitting in FPX in like godly form, be like, look at all of these world champions, look at FPX going back to an international stage. Now it's like, okay, we've got our old guards with the new kids in RNG, let's see how they do.
Lyric, how do you feel going towards MSI? Where are you sitting in regards to this RNG roster that you predicted to win?
I was going to say, I already stripped earlier. You don't need to make me do it again. But, I share a lot of the same sentiment as Frost, right? They were punishing FPX's mistakes today. But at the same time, I do think when you look at, teams like Cloud9, teams like Mad Lions, I still expect RNG to be able to handily be the favorite. The question is, how will they do against Damwon, who are still a majority, world champion caliber roster? That's the question. I don't know. That's the one where I think you do have to be a bit more skeptical with all the young players on this squad and with some of those issues. But I mean, still, I feel like a guaranteed top 2 is there for sure. And Xiaohu made a great point. Naguri's probably the best top laner in the world. They got through that storm. Next is Khan. He already went through that one last year.
Yep, made the best top laner in the world go 1-8. We'll see if they can repeat that kind of performance at MSI. That is going to round out our show, though. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Lyric, Froscarin, thank you for joining me on the desk. And, of course, to Dagda and Penguin for casting, to Wendy for the translation, and then, of course, our whole production crew. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. And until the LPL starts again, we'll see you guys at MSI.
Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back. Whole team winning.
I put the wins on repeat. Ay, I got a rap on my knee. Who is gonna mess with the squad? Hey, who is gonna mess with the team? I got dubs in the column. I might as well add them. This like a vacation, like Calabasas. You cross like a T and you next. That's in order. You dumb boy, you cooking. I'm placing my order on grease. Fry cook. Run another skull so white look. Ay, we can do this blind. No wonder Stevie. Where I bring the storm, catch wind too breezy. You should know the rain been too long. The flex is too strong. I'm throwing in game, but the first is in game. We don't want fake or no plastic back chain. We need the real go in the record 12-0 and
whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back.
Look, we came to play and now the piece is disturbed. Cocaine flow, boy, you about to get served. My clique is fearless and we hate defeat. Ain't no room for chickens, boy, you look like Big Bird. The squad is beastin' and we came in big herds. Egos get crushed, the hecklers get curved. Your team is subpar, my team is superb. We flush opponents and we won't be deterred, yeah. I'ma bring the trophy right back. You can call me Kobe like that, yeah, yeah. Please don't approach me like that. Homie, you don't know me like that. Look, we tryna kill a game like the whole team's in it. Door wide open and the whole team in it. Going OT if it's time on the clock, we won't stop till the whole thing finished. Whole team winning.
Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back, yeah, yeah. I bring the trophy right back. I bring the trophy right back. Whole team winning.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hot bag, 문 열지 마, that's a rock day.